You're live right now.
Uh-oh, we're live. Fine.
Hey everybody, my name is Frankie McDonald. You're listening to SimpCast with Chrissy Mayr. I'm Frankie McDonald.
I don't know if this is real, but thanks for the $10 Sound Horizons. Could you shout out to my friend Nick Gurr? Okay. You got me. He's a huge fan of yours since the Stern days. Nicholas Gurr. Yeah.
You could be part of a metal band, like wake up! Wake up! I don't want to on the table.
I like it.
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
God, I'm hurt and my hearts are going down. Now if my hearts reached 0, then I would die, right? I need to get out my food, and you're just gonna want to hold out your food and hold in the screen where there's nothing easily to chop. Or just hold in the screen, I guess.
Are you winning, son?
Hi, I'm Ali, I'm an English teacher, a dialect coach, and today I'm going to show you exactly what actors do perfectly and terribly when they try to do a British accent. Let's rate some accents.
My kink is British accents. Oh, is that all right?
Cheerio, cut!
Yeah, right then. Bush cheerio.
You're really attracted to this?
Oh, bloody hell.
I had to look up where she grew up and went to school because I genuinely don't know why she's so good. She's not trying to sound perfect.
I can't reach! Alright, we'll do second place.
Screenshot it.
Come on, Lynn.
You go.
They ask you how you are, you don't just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
This would be a fun game. Yeah. And then we could take a picture of them. I feel like you'd have to blue black. Oh my god. The person in my street. They sure do. I live on the Upper East Side, and I've only gotten 15 noise to play. I live above a karaoke bar. In the apartment. Next time I said. Her jacket is so.
Hello, my little simps. It is Sunday, January 22nd. Welcome to SimpCast. Boy, do we have a show for you guys tonight. Woo! We are going to get into the hottest topic of the day, the Venti ELIZA Twitter drama. Absolutely. But before we do, I have to plug some of my stand-up comedy dates. Yes. Remember comedy, guys? In 2 weeks, I will be at DabbleCon in Rochester, New York. That's upstate New York for you city folk. February 3rd and 4th, there will be a stand-up show, live podcast tapings, a VIP meet and greet, and the Dabby Awards at Comedy at the Carlson in Rochester, New York. What a, inspiring song. This reminds me of that movie Leonardo DiCaprio was in called Peach, which everyone hates and says is a bad movie, but I love. Anyway, then I'm going to California at the end of February. I'll be headlining in Pasadena at an Elks Lodge on Thursday, February 23rd, because that's the only fucking people who will have me, and I'm here for it. Then I'll be in San Diego the end of February, the 24th and 25th, headlining the Mic Drop Comedy Club in San Diego. Tickets are on sale for that. That's going to be super fun. Then I will definitely be at Hyenas in Dallas the first weekend of May. Tickets might be on sale for that. I'll have to double check on that. But Hyenas in Dallas, first weekend of May. I think that's the 5th and 6th. Celebrate your Cinco de Mayo with me in Dallas. And then in April, I will be in Staten Island on the 7th, and then Jersey on the 8th in Morris Plains, New Jersey. And then I'll be in Anime Matsuri in August. That convention is the 10th through the 13th. I believe there will be a SimpCast panel and booth at this convention. So come and simp with us. And then more importantly, come to the secret group in Houston Friday, August 11th. This is going to be like a big old after party. I will be headlining, I believe, and Lila Hart will be opening for me at this Houston show and in California, both in Pasadena and San Diego. So come on out, get your tickets now, go to ChrissieMayr.com, and we will see you at these shows. I want to give another shout out to Flagrant Triggers, the most based t-shirt seller in all of the internet. How do I know this? Because I tried to sell a Rootin' for Putin shirt. Deep Public wouldn't have me. But luckily, all my shit is on Flagrant Triggers now. You can get the You Sound Vaccinated shirt. You can get the Stuttering Johnny Dabbler shirt. You can get, of course, a SimpCast shirt. Make America Great Again. Mayr, Frostbite. Have yourself a Mayr Chrissie'S. I support filing cabinet. Somebody buy a filing cabinet shirt, for Christ's sakes. Then we got this Mayr shirt for all the hard rock fans. Yeah. Also, the Flagrant Triggers carries X-Ray Girl and Lila Hart's shirts as well. So check it out. Anyway, enough of that. Enough about me. This is not about me. This is about this killer panel we have with us tonight. We got Tree, we got Forest Mommy, we got not only Vic, but Vic with pants. We have Mandy Summers.
Hey guys.
And last but not least, I think I need a little bit of a drum roll for this guest. Yeah?
When you've been banned off of Twitter, that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Brittany Venti!
Thank you. Thank you.
You're like legit now.
This is now part of the SimpCast sound effects selection is this song. I like it. It's gonna be my ringtone.
Thank you for the intro. I appreciate it.
gosh.
At least I'm welcome somewhere.
Yeah, you're so welcome here. First of all, Tree, bringing the cleavage. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Decide to bring the coconuts to the, some color to the panel.
Yeah, I am craving coconuts all of a sudden.
Thank you for letting us be. We are ESG and DEI certified because you are here. Thank you.
Yeah. They said you can keep streaming, but you have to have one. So. And I was like, Venti
no problem.
They were like, no. Frankie McDonald is in the chat. He's doing great. That's good to know. What's up, guys? I mean, we're definitely going to get to the Venti ELIZA Twitter drama. We're giving Venti a little bit of a breather. She just did like at least 2-hour show talking about it.
Was this the first time you were banned, Venti? Is this the first time you've been banned off of Twitter?
No. I'm not a first time offender.
And it won't be the last.
A recidivist.
Vic is here with pants, thank God. Although we do welcome you, sans pants. And Vic sent me this awesome. He did a little ditty, and I have to play it because it's just so good.
Oh, are you gonna play it for them?
Is it? Should I not? Was it private?
Want you to. No, I made it just for you guys.
It's so good. Okay.
Carry on my SimpCast girls. Finest in the YouTube world. Speak your mind and have some fun. We all want some more.
Dun, 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 dun. I can't believe you did that.
Oh, I did it in like 10 minutes.
That was great.
I've been binge watching Supernatural. I never watched it when it came out. But I've been binging it, and I went to church this morning, and I was humming that song.
You're like, I have to do something.
As I was leaving church, I thought, you know what? I think I'm going to make up a little parody lyric for SimpCast tonight. And then I came home, and I just turned on my recording system, and I spent about 10 minutes recording all the vocal parts and sent it to you, Chrissy, just because I love y'all.
Wow. It's like when someone who's really good at cooking just is like makes a whole Thanksgiving dinner and they're like, oh, I just whipped this up. And then
there's always room at the bar for a blonde. There's always room at the bar for a blonde. Okay. Like
what about a redhead?
That's legit.
It's all beautiful. This is a beautiful panel right here. A beautiful group.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Let's go through one by one. Tree, what have you been up to since we last spoke? How is your week going?
I was on a week suspension for medical misinformation. Yeah, so and my half of my chat did not notice, and I got mad. And as soon as I got off of suspension, which was last Thursday, I came and cussed them out on Sunday for not paying attention that I was gone for an entire week. But other than that, it was great.
What were you medically misinforming?
I'm gonna make sure I be careful because of your channel. In 2021, there was Philadelphia was going to install a double mask for people in the federal government, and I did not bend the knee to the concept of double masking.
Okay,
I was bad. I did the bad thing.
You're good. That means you're good.
Well, that's why they call you Tree of Logic, and unfortunately, you do use logic, and it comes back to bite you in the ass
every time. Also, be aware that the reason why a lot of people are getting strikes for videos that they did in 2021 or 2020 is because YouTube is hurting for ad revenue. This is the reason why they came out with the new partnership guidelines on who they're going to. If you use too many profane words, they're not going to monetize your videos because they don't have a lot of sponsors during this time to pay people like they used to. So now they're finding little small things to ding you for, so they don't have to pay you for ad revenue. So
this sounds like when it's that time of the month and cops just start pulling people over more left and right. They're like, we got to give out some tickets.
Quota.
Okay, we got to meet our quota.
Yes.
And you're like, I was doing 5 miles over the limit. And they're like, we don't care.
Because normally a video like that of me just basically clowning that policy would not have gotten me a medical misinformation strike. But
I lost a whole Instagram account in March of 21 because I put something in my story about herbs, and they were like, "You're trying to push COVID cures," and I was like, "Wow,
oh my God,
yeah." It's great. You know, you're not, I mean, I think you're not doing it right unless you lose some account or get
true.
It means you're badass a little bit. It means
That's right. It does mean
it
you're
means
badass.
you're hard.
Yeah.
It means you're from the streets. Forest Mommy is here. And
I'm not from the streets at all. Like,
she's from a closet. You look like you're literally inside of a closet.
But I just got off of my second strike from YouTube.
Wow.
So and all I did was I promoted Eric and Eric. We've had Eric on my streams from Eric and Lila. Their documentaries they
Eric
made.
Abinante. Okay.
Yeah, so Eric Abinante, we had him on, and we were just reviewing their latest documentary about the World Death Organization, not the World Health Organization, but the World Death Organization, because that's what it is, right? So I got a strike, so I'm off of that strike now, and that's pretty cool. But I don't know. Like, it's weird. I've been banned off of Twitter a million times. I'm on Twitter still, but I've been banned off of Twitter a million times and stuff. So
yeah,
we're here now, though. We're here. They can't stop us. They can't fucking stop us.
Exactly. They can't stop us.
Because guess what? You're going to try, and guess what? We're going to come back with even more cleavage, right?
I will get crazier and fuck. Like, I can get, like, my life is so good that I can get fucking crazy. And I will get fucking crazy if I need to get fucking crazy. So we'll do it.
Good.
You know?
Good. You know, I got to, you get strike for the weirdest thing. I got a strike for playing a version of Happy Birthday, which should be in the public domain. But since, like, this, I don't know, it's like this version of it. It was cats meowing happy birthday. And apparently that's, even like
YouTube will let you upload shorts and stuff and put music to your shorts. But then that music gets copyright struck. And I'm like, what the fuck? You motherfuckers told me I could put it on this video.
And they know we don't like to read. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to read the new rules. I'm going to just scroll and click OK.
Shit. Does it look like I read shit?
Does it look like I read either? Yeah. You're taking advantage of us. For real. Ghost Crusaders, happy Chinese New Year to all. Yes, happy Chinese New Year.
What is the animal this year for Chinese?
It's the rabbit. Is it the rabbit? Is it the tiger? Is it the, let's see, Chinese New Year animal 2023. Tiger. It's the rabbit. It's the rabbit. Usually it's an animal and an element. So it's like a water
that's like
rabbit.
The worst pet ever to have. That was the only pet my parents want me to have. Yeah. We had fucking 10 acres and they're like, you can have a rabbit. And I was like, this is the stupidest fucking animal pet you can fucking have.
Yeah, but
so cute though.
I feel like this is going to be a horrible year with a rabbit as our spokesperson and our
it's so good though.
Fuck bunnies. Fuck them.
Yeah, you don't want to let your good luck hop away. Look, it's us. It's us, guys. Oh, hurrah! We are so
but
cute.
If you raise rabbits, you can raise rabbits for like meat animals, and that's one thing, right?
Wait,
but like
tiger, but it's a rabbit.
Suck. They're the worst pet ever.
Maybe the population of China will improve now because of the rabbits, because they do produce a lot of babies.
Mixed signals. Because it says tiger, but it's a rabbit. All right, I just pulled up the wrong one without looking. That's my bad.
No, it's rabbit. I got rabbit too.
They say that rabbits are like an in-between dog and cat pet. They have the best of both worlds. That's what I've heard. I've heard good things about them, like especially the big ones.
If you want to have like a cat or a dog, and your parents are like, "You can have a rabbit," that's like the most shitty fucking thing. Apparently,
but I think rabbits are complicated, semi-intimidating pets to have because like you can't scare them because they get like they'll sometimes be scared to death. They'll like shit everywhere and die. So
yeah, all the little and they leave all the little pellets behind them.
Yeah, they're gross.
Yeah,
they always leave a trail so you can find them.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Yeah. Yes. Just. Oh, you spelled out my name. Thank you. So sweet. Look at that. Or just like, oh no, these aren't Cocoa Puffs.
It stinks. Animal. That's like the only. I grew up in fucking 10 acres in a barn, and my parents were like, "You can have a rabbit." Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the worst fucking pet.
With all those animals, you still wanted a pet, though?
Well, I wanted a dog or a cat or some shit like that.
Yeah,
and they were like, "No, we'll just take other people's leftover rabbits." And that's
you know what, Jessica? If you get a good dog, if you get the right dog, he'll bring you a rabbit.
True.
Oh yeah,
that's
my dad's
true. Yeah.
So then you can have the best of both worlds.
Or the right man.
Since then, because I'm very old. Since then, we've gone through that all. So, but yeah.
Mandy Summers is here. Hello, Mandy.
Hey, y'all.
Mandy.
What is up?
Both blonde and cleavagey. What is up? What has been new since the last time I saw you?
Cleavage one.
Get your cleavage. Go, Jessica. Go get your cleavage and come back. Go find some and come back.
I could try. I don't even have it, so if I could.
Oh,
no, it's okay.
Let's see. I've been working on my comic book Gymshock that has just hit 93,000. We're very close to like tipping over to 94,000, which is just amazing. I've been working with like legends like Dale Keown. I've been playing Fortnite with the legendary Shane Davis and stomping his butt all over Fortnite. So, and I'm fulfilling Pirate Queen, another book I'm doing. So I have been like super, super busy the last little bit, like just so busy.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. So
And
yeah,
thank
this
you
is my
for-
comic book Gymshock.
Thank you for drawing this nude image of me. Like I really appreciate it.
I wish I could take credit for that, but that's Dale Keown's art, not mine. I'm the
Nice.
writer. I can't draw very well, but I write like a mug. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, no, Dale Keown worked a little bit with this on me too. So it's been a blast. Like holy crap.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. Oh,
Whoa.
it's check to see if there's nudity. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. It looks like Thor's cousin. Woo! I just got chills. It also very much reminds me of, and I don't know if this was the intent, it reminds me of Gem, like Gem and
Yeah, I know
yeah,
exactly
without-
what you're talking about. Yes, I
And
loved
the-
that
and the
when
what?
I was young.
Gem and the holograms.
The
Thank
holograms,
you.
yeah, that was
My
so
sister
good when I
was
was
a
little.
huge Gem fan. She had a Gem doll that it had like basically it looked like almost like Frankenstein bolts, but they were earrings. And then she had it was like on the back of her neck was like a little switch, and then the earrings would blink, and then I would always turn it on, and she would get mad at me because she'd be like, "You're gonna run it out!" Like we had to ration the time that we could blink the earrings because this is when you grow up in a household with not a lot of money, you have to ration the earring blinkings just for special occasions. You're gonna run it out.
But yeah, so I've been
yeah.
really, really busy. That has been so fun. And I like so feel for Brittany with what's going on. Being a part of Comicsgate, we are constantly dealing with cancel culture over there, like just between Marvel, DC, just Yeah, all the independent creators are dealing with this, so I totally feel for you, Brittany. This is such
Thank
bullshit.
you. Yeah, I want to drink right now. I wish I were drinking right now.
One. Oh no, are you doing
I don't
dry
have any.
January? Or you just
I
don't
don't have.
any?
I don't keep alcohol in the house anymore for the past.
Well,
like,
that's your
5
first
months.
mistake.
I know. It's like, I mean, it does stop me from drinking a lot, but that's a good thing. And also, like, I was kind of red pilled on like drinking alone is for losers. I was like, damn, I do that. And I was like, oh, but they're kind of right though. That is kind of like, ooh, I'm a lonely loser. So I stopped doing that. I didn't want the loser.
Like podcasts. It's different when you're doing podcasts.
That's true.
never
That's a
alone.
factor. That's true. That's true.
We
I
have
didn't
each
consider
other.
that.
Yeah. We've all done it. You wouldn't be here if you weren't canceled to some degree. It's like a fucking badge of honor. It means you're over the target. So
yep.
Which is so dumb because like especially my situation, I'm like not even that like, but people fucking hate me. You know, yeah. I mean, I am scandalous, but like not really. But like, you know.
Initially I wanted to hate you. I was like, wow, look at all those shoes.
Isn't that great?
Who needs 4 pairs of beige platform heels?
I'm like, just fucking, we don't have kids, so you're gonna turn one of the rooms into a fucking closet for me.
Listen, you have like multiple copies of the same shoe. Like, look at that.
What's sad is with COVID and all that shit, I stopped wearing it all because I didn't have anywhere to fucking go with it all. But
throw a pair on right now. You could wear heels and stream.
I should actually.
I was going to ask you why you were broadcasting from Payless.
Zing.
Buy one get one. Buy one get one free.
I miss Payless.
Like a wall of
We're the only store that had big size shoes. Like Payless is the only
I'm
one.
a cheap ass motherfucker.
Did you break into a DSW? Ugh.
She does. I mean, it does look like a Just Fab commercial with all the shoes. Like another one.
Hey, Jess, I have.
Like the
I
whole,
do.
like OnlyFans shit. There was dudes who would like find me online and be like, "Can I buy you shoes?" And I'm be like,
"Yes,
yeah." Like, I'm not gonna say no, you know. So,
but then make sure there's no catch. Make sure they're not like, "Yeah, you go step on my balls when you wear them."
I wouldn't even do some of that shit, but they didn't even ask me to do that shit. So whatever.
Hey,
Jess, trust me, they're out there. You just have to just say who wants me to step on their balls, and your DMs will be filled up.
That's the thing with the Forest Mommy. When I got the Forest Mommy pseudonym, I was like, holy fucking shit, especially from the liberty and like conservative side. There's a lot of motherfuckers who want to be fucking like
absolutely. Absolutely. You would think it was the other way around, and I think they're into a lot of other stuff too, because they're already, the liberals are submissive openly, they're cucks openly, they don't care. Whereas the others are on behind the scenes with this.
That's like that's been my whole life too. It's always been behind the scenes. And then I was like, oh, these and then like the motherfuckers just want someone to fucking tell them they love them or like whatever half the time. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you're cool. Like, I love you. Whatever.
Yeah. It's really like the reverse. You're right, Tree. Like the liberals live their lives like open, sort of cuckery, but then behind closed, they probably have sex like, yeah, fuck me, let's have a 401k.
They change shit because the whole swinger thing used to be fucking conservative right-wing people. That's what used to be swingers, and then the whole fucking like ugly poly people took over, and it's a whole thing. Like
like a hot swinger.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're all hot. Like I tell people, I'm like, it's
where
like
are they?
The world. There are hot, shiny, happy fucking people, and then there are not. You know, and then like, but then the ugly poly people were like, you have to accept us, and it's like, we like to get into that shit because you didn't accept us. That was the whole fucking thing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of hot people, Vic Mignogna is here. Yay! Welcome back.
I have no idea what I have to contribute to this conversation.
You're blind.
I'm here. Fingers
like,
crossed
what's
your
happening?
camera's
I
gonna fall
have
down
nothing to
again. That's
say.
my hope. Yeah.
I have nothing to say. I drink alone. and I don't mind that. I don't see that that's a problem. But I didn't know until Brittany just said that
Yeah, I didn't either. I had to ruin it for you too. If it was ruined for me, it has to be ruined for you.
There's always room at the bar for a blonde. Always.
Okay.
Always,
Thank
I thought you were going to say there's always room at the bottom. And I was like, well, that's true too.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah,
And
you're on the bottom.
And you know, I have been eviscerated by Twitter, but I've never been banned. I've never been banned or got a strike for anything.
Really?
Which is interesting because depending on where you find your news, you know, I'm the spawn of Satan.
Fucking patriarchy. That's
You know, and unless you know, depending on where you read your news, I'm the most evil, you know, horrible person that's ever been created. But I don't get it. Anyway,
yeah.
A lot of good things are going on though, Chrissy Mayr.
Other than you making songs for me in your spare time.
Oh yeah, well,
that was a nice song, by the way.
Cast Girls, finest in the YouTube world.
I'm gonna fat to this later,
Speak your
Vic.
mind and have some fun. We all want some more.
Nice.
No, a lot of stuff is going on. I'm very, very grateful. I'm working on a new audiobook. I'm directing an original animated series that I cast and directed, and I'm also playing some roles in. I'm working on some new music. I've got several events lined up. In fact, I paid close attention when you said you were going to be in Dallas, Chrissy.
Yes.
Because that's where I am. So I want to come see you perform. That would be awesome.
Ooh, yeah. Lila will be at those shows too, so we could do a hang.
Oh my gosh, yes. And let's see. I'm doing some on-camera work for some films that I'm going to be working on in the months ahead. What else? Oh my gosh, I should tell you guys. I was so excited about this. One of the characters that I played for many, many years was a character in a video game series called Persona, was the name of the video game series. And I played a character named Junpei, and I just loved the character. He was really fun. And a fan wrote me last week with a link, or I should say a video attached to the email. And it was the new Persona 5, what is it called? Persona 5 Royale. And much to my great appreciation, they didn't recast my role. They didn't kick me out and recast it. It was my voice in the role again, which I'm incredibly grateful for, because I just figured everybody had jumped on the same, virtue signaling cancel culture bandwagon and dumped me. But the fans are very excited about that.
Like
and
a black handicapped lesbian or something. Yeah, like something more modern.
Even though some of the haters, did what they do, and I can't believe you didn't cancel him. The fans
are
very.
You be canceled for? I'm. It's nice to meet you. I want to know, like, you look so nice and innocent and, safe.
Yeah.
So
well, Tree, I would like to tell you something in front of.
He's a white man. That's why.
In front of all of you lovely ladies, I will tell you that I am the least offensive, least aggressive, least forceful kind of person you will ever meet. But I was apparently
this out of the bottle. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Vic. I've had this drink that Mandy has.
What are you drinking?
It is concentrated. It's like a concentrated pink vodka.
Okay.
It's so good. But you're going to get drunk. Mandy, you want to get drunk tonight. You don't drink that shit unless you want to get hammered.
Mandy's taking it to the head.
Out the bottle.
Well, I saw some people in the chat like, well, I'm drinking alone. And I'm like, no, not on my watch. I'll get shit-faced
vodka out of the bottle.
I'll get shit-faced with y'all. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Shit. I just gained a lot more respect. Anyway, continue, Vic.
Well, Tree, in a nutshell, I was Me Too'd. That's all that
What did
means.
you do? What did you do? Did you jack off in front of someone?
Oh no.
That's
You had
Louis
sex.
C.K.
You had actual good sex with someone and they Me Too'd you over it? That's what I don't get. I'm like, these motherfuckers.
No. He had sex with a girl and he didn't call her the next day.
Bitch,
to invite her, and then she
yes,
Me Too'd,
there
right?
are people who don't know that, like, you know what I mean? Because you think, oh, like everyone knows the deal. Everyone has heard the horrible, fake news.
That
Isn't
makes
it
you
so
like
nice
even
that people
more.
who have no fucking clue? You're like, what? You're great.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well,
If you're weird
supposedly,
about sex shit, I'm down. Like
supposedly, Tree, I am some sort of a sexual predator. I'm every bad word you can think of, even though there's no real reason to believe it. I'm all those bad things.
Patriarchy, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because
Blonde.
honestly, like
Never
the fact that
blonde.
you're a white male veteran in a business that is slowly being taken over
The
by
fact that he's a
people who are
white male
not.
makes him
Yeah.
enemy number one anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
And it doesn't help that I'm conservative. It
Yeah.
doesn't.
Oh, yeah. Well,
help-
there you go.
It certainly doesn't help that I'm someone of faith.
And a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah, they
That's
hate
4
that.
strikes against you.
Yeah, I've got lots of strikes
Yeah,
against
you
me.
have great hair. You don't look great.
You do have great hair.
Great
Thank you,
shape.
Except you're pretty blonde. They
Yeah,
hate pretty
there you
blondes.
go.
They
Jake
hate
should
pretty
be-
blondes.
Vic was canceled for hugging his fans. Honestly, it's so fucking sad, the things that people are saying. And it's like, you meet
Hugging.
Vic, you go to these conventions, he's the most gracious, most patient, you know what I mean? And you go to all these conventions, you see celebrities like kind of, they get checked out. It's like kind of like this, conveyor belt of fans. It's easy when you go to all the, I can see these other celebrities being like, yeah, hi, hug, bye, signature. Vic takes the time. Like, he spends time with them, like they've known each other. He like lets them out. He really is thoughtful. Like, we met for the first time. We were having lunch, having like a deep conversation about like faith and philosophy, and it's just how he is, which is why it makes me so mad when I read shit online. But it's like, like any of us, the people will write if you Google me, horrible shit comes up, all the worst words. So,
and the worst stuff of all is from people that have never met you.
Always. It's always
The
them.
people that have the most to say are people that have not spent 30 seconds in your presence. They don't know you. They have nothing to do with your life or anything, but they appropriate it for their own, just to try to get some attention on it.
Yeah, what happened with Vic was actually like one of the most disgusting shows of cancel culture I've ever seen. It was so disgusting what these people did. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, Vic. It's so
it's
so
like they
horrible.
want to punish you for your actual strengths, which is like that you're thoughtful and you pay attention to people.
That's really what it's really about, though, if you really think about it.
Yeah. And like, how many celebrities that are like a dime a dozen are like, yeah, whatever. You can tell they don't care. They're looking over his shoulder. Who's more important? And it's like, Vic's had fans write to him like, I was on the verge of suicide and your stuff helped me, or that conversation we had really made a huge difference. Like, this, it's not just once, but like constantly he gets messages like this, and people drive hours to see him.
Yeah,
And,
he's really nice in real life too. Like, absolutely just so nice and hospitable. Yeah.
Thank you, Britt.
So we're doing a reverse cancellation here. No,
Yeah.
you're fully uncanceled.
You're
as far as
pretty.
I'm
Like,
concerned.
you're
And
pretty. You can't be wrong. You're pretty.
This is a reinstatement.
It's punishment for having great hair, and it's I won't stand for it.
That's what it is. They're against the hair because a lot of them are probably balding, and they're like, "Look at him with this hair," and they're
how dare you?
The whole package.
Right? If you
my
would just shave,
my hair guy is
a
almost
spot.
70 and he has the most beautiful blonde hair ever. And I'm
Who
like,
is?
I love you. Like,
who
does?
The guy who does my hair. Like, he's almost 70 and he has beautiful blonde hair.
These guys that I play racquetball with at the gym a few times a week were giving me a hard time. They're like, how can you be this age? You don't have any gray hair. Like, I don't know. It's lucky, I guess. But I mean, I didn't have anything to do with it.
I would
How
love
old
to
are you?
see you
Did you
in
say
a
how old you
racquetball.
are, Vic?
I
You
want to
said
see Vic
you are?
in a racquetball costume with like a racket and then like a sweatband and like a 70s like high
Oh my
socks
God, I
and
want to
little-
see
I want to
this.
see that.
I want to
Okay.
see this like a
Okay,
windbreaker.
I'll set up a photo shoot right away.
Please do.
Now, Jess, what did you ask me something, Jess?
I just said how old you are, but if you don't want to say, you don't have to say either.
Why
A
not?
lady never tells. Oh,
What the hell? Well, what the heck?
you're
I'm
only gonna get a lot of compliments. So
I'm 60.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
no
you're like
way.
my hair guy. My hair guy is
Yeah.
a beautiful blonde man like you, and like beautiful blonde men. What the fuck are you supposed to do?
whatever
Like
you're
a
doing,
beautiful blonde
keep
I
fucking
mean, I
doing it.
feel
Well,
30.
that's the
I
reason
feel
they're punishing him
35.
because he is attractive and he's white and he's a male and he has good hair and
Mhm.
he's a
Yeah.
Christian. So
It's too
how
much for
dare
some
he
people.
exist?
Yeah.
Dude, that is it. Way to go.
It's like
Like when I'm
reality
telling you,
TV.
people with pure hearts, they age slower. They
Yeah.
do. They do.
It's
If
like
you have a lot
God's
of
way of
hatred
saying
in your
thanks.
heart, you age faster and you turn into like really ugly as you get older. But if you're pure hearted, you end up like
Yep.
big. Holy
Well,
shit.
you
Dude.
know, it's
That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm saying too. Like, that's
Nunya Business says I was recently diagnosed with Guillain. How do you say that? Guillain-Barré
Guillain-Barré
syndrome. SimpCast is one of the few things that I look to that helps me forget the constant pain. I'm in. Oh, you are all beautiful people. Peace and love. Nunya, we'll pray for you and
you know,
hope
there's
that you're.
so many people out there like that. You know what I mean. That we have the opportunity to to help in some way. We don't even realize we're doing it. But there are people out there that really need a connection, and
you can be pretty. You can be pretty. You can be pretty. You can be pretty.
And Brittany Venti is here. Speaking of pretty and good hair, Brittany Venti is here.
Uh-oh. Now it's real.
I get dancing for my intro. I feel special.
I hope you weren't trafficked here against your will.
Chrissy, it must be so
It was
nice that you can get it
consensual.
on top of your chair.
Yeah, I had to practice a few times. I used to have it before this chair. I had one with no armrests, and I fell out of it a couple times.
Oh, I bet you that was fun to watch.
Learned my lesson. That was early in the streaming game for me. So you need armrests to like keep you from falling out when you do chair dancing. But Venti is here. Other than your recent drama, what have you been up to? What is new? What are we working on?
I did a cooking video with Glenk yesterday. We were doing a competition of who could cook better by doing something similar to a show called Chopped. I've never seen it, but he explained it to me. And we each had to pick 4 ingredients 3 times. So one was the appetizer, then the dinner, and then the dessert. And we had to each pick 2 ingredients each round, totaling 4 ingredients. And then we had to use those in the dish. And it was a close call. We had someone be a judge, and I don't know if I want to spoil who won, but
what did you make?
So the first thing was, I forgot all the ingredients because it was like 12 ingredients, but it was the pork belly. Like we had to cook pork belly, and I've never cooked pork belly before, and we had to use a couple of other like strange ingredients, and he made something from it. He like chopped his up. I had mine just kind of like bacon in like a fancy shape with like mushrooms in the middle because that was one of the ingredients we had to use. And he made his into a taco. And then the second one I made like a cream of fish. You know, it's like creamy sauce. But then you put a meat, and I made it with fish with pepitas on the top.
What kind of fish?
It was a white cod. And then the third one was like this weird peak. No. It was a fig triangle thing. Like imagine like kind of like a fruitcake, but it's just like fig. And we had to figure out how to make a dessert from that, plus this like Mexican chocolate, and then raspberries, and then like another ingredient. So it was really hard because it was this nasty cheese that did not go with the rest of the ingredients. That was the hard part.
Wow.
Does the nasty cheese have a name?
I don't remember the exact name, but it was like a mustard seed cheese. The cheese tasted good, but just not with a dessert. It tastes like it needed crackers.
Cheese
not
for dessert.
like
That's
ice
like
cream.
Nasty.
Maybe just brie. Other than that, I don't know.
But if
Cheese
there were
dessert.
raspberries involved, then it was a success.
I was surprised I was able to make anything from that one because I've never worked with like making like a cream before, and I saw there was whipping cream, so I did that and put sugar in it. I actually managed to do it, and I mixed in the raspberries and made it kind of like purple, so it kind of tasted like yogurt. It was really good. And I put that on top of the fig thing.
Ooh.
Well, I hope you won.
So that's what I did.
I know
Yeah.
you can't tell yet, but I hope you won. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
Sounds creative. Sounds delicious too. Actually.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you
we're
need a
hoping to
taste
replicate
tester, I volunteer.
Oh yeah,
So-
we definitely need judges. This is in Austin. Took a little road trip yesterday. That's why I didn't say much.
Cool.
In female bimbo news, I was delighted to find out that Alec Baldwin has been in the news because he and the armorer are finally being charged for involuntary manslaughter. But I was delighted to learn that the armorer was a female. So
Yeah.
I feel like that's. I mean, there you go. I don't know that
she's
any of
not
this
only
would
a
happen.
female, she's a woke female with color hair. And her father what's so crazy is her father's a conservative the guys who teach you how to shoot. I forget what their titles are.
Female armorer.
No, her dad actually owns a
shooter
gun
guy?
range, and he I'm so bad with names, but
Like a shooter guy.
he's a shooter instructor, I think what you call it,
Okay.
something like that. So but she tried to turn it into like more of a woke type of thing, and as you can see, it didn't, because when they showed her TikTok video, and the first thing you recognize is the black lipstick, the blue, pink, and orange hair, or maybe it was blue, pink, and yellow hair. And she was just so libtard written all over her face. And I was like, oh, this is your armorer? No wonder you shot that woman.
Ugh. I mean, it's not going to be good. You're already starting out female. Like, you better really impress the pants off of me to get my respect.
Right?
Get these females away from these guns, please. Like, what was going on? So a lot of people seem to think that Alec is going to completely avoid all jail time. He's going to get big fancy lawyers and just weasel his way out. I don't know if the female armorer will be as lucky because they might get 18 months. They might get 5 years if they have the secondary, misuse of a firearm charge. But
I think they're both going to get. Let me tell you why I think Alex is going to definitely be found guilty. Now, whether he serves time or get probation, that's up to the judge. But what he did wrong was he had an interview with 2020, and that interview is going to bite him in the ass. So with the confession, where he voluntarily talked with the police without a representation of a lawyer. You guys should never do that, but he's a libtard, so he can do that all he wants to. So he gave a written testimony, a sworn testimony to the police, what happened. Then he gave a different testimony on 2020 in front of when he was being interviewed. And now, if he doesn't take the stand, he's fucked, because those two, and if he takes the stand, he's still fucked, because those two contradictory confessions or interviews will be used against him, whether he gets on the stand to testify or not. But knowing Alec, he is so arrogant. If you want to know what's in his best interest, it's in his best interest to not take the stand. But I'm sure his lawyer is gonna. His lawyer is going to tell him not to do it, but his arrogance is going to say, I need to redeem myself and explain why I said this in the interview versus what I said in front of the police officers.
Wow. He's so arrogant. Yeah. I mean, that's just the first thing I think of when I think of him.
Yeah, but star power goes pretty far. Look how long it took for him to even get charged. That makes me less hopeful. of him actually getting charged for what he did.
Wow. And of course, Alex Baldwin is saying, "Oh, this was a very flawed investigation." I hope he does sometime. I hope he does, like, even a few months would make me happy. Like, just drop the soap a couple of times, Alec. You know, like, get down with the people, get a prison tat, and then come back to reality.
I couldn't believe he said, "No, I didn't shoot her. I pulled the trigger, but I didn't shoot her." Like,
the gun just went off. Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Like, okay.
One of those guns with Tourette's.
Somebody sent me a meme today. I don't know if you guys can see it on my phone.
Yes,
but
I stand behind Alex.
I stand behind Alex.
Oh my God!
Literally, I stand behind him. Literally.
Can you put it up to the screen again?
I
so I can do the
retweeted that
boomer?
myself. I retweeted on my Twitter.
Boomer.
Like,
Stand behind
that same
Baldwin.
meme. I got that same meme on my Twitter. I said, yeah, I stand behind Alec. I ain't gonna stand in front of that fool. I ain't trying to get shot.
Nope.
Trucker Rob. When my friend first sent it to me, I read it and I'm like, why would you stand behind Alec? And then I'm like, oh,
it's a thinking man's meme.
Yes.
Trucker Rob, thank you for the super chat. Hail all, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you.
Hey,
Thank
Trucker
you,
Rob.
Tony. Trucker Rob, choo choo. Wait, that's a train. Dalamar for 2. Thank you. The super chat was docked for being late. Uh-oh. Well, thank you for sending that one. Fair and Balance, what's up, Faran? We were trying to get you on here. Because I know she had a lot of thoughts about all the drama. Appreciation super chat to these beautiful women and Vic, who not only are going to war for Brittany, but for holding Elon Musk accountable as well. Love you, girls. Have a great show. Farron, jump on if you want.
Hi, Farron.
Thank you.
JP, thank you for the super chat. Leave Brittany alone.
Yeah, that meme started to go around on Twitter as well.
Oh,
with
it
that
did?
guy. The guy was underneath the sheets, crying with the run mask.
Yeah.
Leave Brittany alone. Yeah, that started.
Sparkler Gate was way sexier than those music videos, Venti. If you want to bring this to rap beef level, I'll compose the beat. Yes, I think you should do that.
I agree.
And who should I have like spreading their ass cheeks? Like who would be the Eliza in the video? You're volunteering,
We
Chrissy?
gotta volunteer.
Only for you.
Thank you.
Only for you.
I think it should be called Twitter Gate though, because this actually is a conflict of interest.
I'm obsessed. I'm really like I go to bed every night with that song in my head. And by every night, I mean like the last couple of nights. Appreciation super chat. Wow, thank you, Farron, for Brittany Venti. Digging for the truth better than most journalists out there. Get it, girl. We're behind you. And I was complimenting you, I think, on one of my morning streams. I had heard people like throughout the months being like, I don't trust her. I don't. And at some point you hear that about like most people who are online. Oh, I don't trust this person. That person. Honestly, it takes the power of an autistic person to really like do the extra work, look into it, like do a deep dive.
Or hatred. Because you saw how deep dive I went to Candace Owens. It's like straight hate her. So, you know, so it's like, that's how I was able to keep all the receipts of everything, every evil thing that she has done.
But it's easy to get distracted and be like, all right, well, you know, carry on with the things you have to do in your life. But
I'm kind of curious about those receipts. Are they anywhere?
Which
on
one?
Candace? On Candace?
Oh, Trio. All you got to do is go to my. I left the channel because it has so much. After doing 3 interviews with Mr. Jared Taylor, YouTube just basically just put it shadow banned, but just type in you have to go to Google and put Tree of Logic YouTube channel, and it has the entire archive of everything you could possibly have that she has ever done is on that channel, and it's on a playlist it's actually Tree of Logic channel, not my current channel right now.
That's what I learned from my our podcast together, Tree, is like that Candace used to run a full-on doxing website.
Doxing site, yeah.
Yeah. She did a debate with Blair White on it.
Yeah, and she was saying that even children as young as 9 should be doxxed to teach them how to not be hateful on the internet. So,
Yeah, see, I think that people can change and genuinely have a change of heart, but I'm starting to be less of a I'll give the benefit of the doubt for these types that flip. Like when they go from like left to right or like Bernie bro to conservative, it can happen, but it just seems like a lot of the time it tends to be people who have inconsistent morals. In the case of Candace Owens, the reason I was asking is because I saw a clip of her a week late because nobody brought it to my attention and told them.
Of her defending Andrew Tate?
Yeah, of her saying that it was the girl's fault. It's like he literally admitted
You want to know why?
Trafficking because she hangs out with him.
No, honey, it's the money. Okay, who you think financed Parler?
That's a good point
Finance
too.
who?
Parler.
Oh,
Sorry.
Parler.
Sorry.
Who financed Parler? I thought Kanye was gonna buy it.
No, he doesn't have any money. He broke as hell. He went from a billionaire to a millionaire to a thousandaire now.
No, he's on our level. I could get him on.
I'm still trying to get out 100 air.
Oh, but Brittany, if you found that to be awesome, did you see the videotape of Paul Joseph Watson sitting in a room looking at the cam girls that Andrew Tate was pimping, and he was like, "Oh, that one on the left is rubbish. What will you do for me?" And it's like he did not care that the camera was on him, where he is actually telling these women to do sexual things and what they will do sexually. And he's in the same picture with Candace Owens and Andrew Tate. And guess he's the one who's also defending Andrew Tate. So these people hang together. And
I know.
And a part of me think that that's part of the blackmail that Andrew Tate have on Paul Joseph Watson, because he has done some, messed up things with his girls.
Good theory.
And when it comes to Candace, it's all about the money. She's just, hey, she got the money. I mean, he got the money. He paid her, and to get investing into Parler, which is basically dead at the moment.
A lot of these people are dirty. A lot of them. I mean, I don't know. Sounds like something an addict would do. Like to be that way when someone's recording you and talking about this one is trash, give me that one. That's something a drug addict would do. Huh? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Weird. It might be a coincidence though. I don't know.
Well, up. Thank you for the 2. I made it into SimpCast intro. I hit the big time. Yes, you did. Good job. Torgo the White, thanks for the super chat. Hit the like button, you bunch of bingers. Don't be a binger. Hit the like button.
I'm just saying really quick though. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people, like on the right, there's a cocaine problem. A lot of them are on coke.
Why is that? I noticed
that. Anything
done? They are. It's an alcoholic problem and it's a coke problem.
No, she's right. Cocaine is huge on the right, and I don't do anything. I'm probably the boring person here. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I don't even take prescription. I don't do any of that. But no judgment. You guys get your drink on. You know what I'm saying? Take it to the head. Whatever. Do your thing.
No poppers. Nothing. Wow. You don't even see how long you can hold your breath. Nothing.
See, here's the thing. I lived in Germany for 5 years. And it's customary for them to drink with lunch and dinner. And then, of course, my girlfriends and I would go out every weekend and we would drink. And I just got so burnt out on alcohol that when I came back to America in 2016, I don't want to touch another drop. So it's not a religious thing. It's not even a moral thing. It's just that I've been alcoholed out. It just disgusts me now, because going from a culture to where I would drink occasionally to where I would drink every week, and it was a social thing, I had to come back and I just said, no, I don't want any more.
What were you drinking in Germany?
Wine. Always wine. And they also have a different type of beer. I think they have well over 100 types of beer. So I don't like beer because it's bitter. But there is a particular beer over there that I do like because it has a little lemony taste to it.
Ooh,
so I would drink that. sometimes too.
Hefeweizen, isn't that? No, they have what is it? There's Belgian beer that I really like. There's a couple of different Belgian ones that are like very boozy. But overall, I don't like beer.
What's boozy?
Okay.
Like it's high in
high alcohol.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I love Chrissy's little like bimboisms, like schlocky, boozy, like
Schlocky.
and like early aughts. Like I always get these fun lingo terms.
How did
from
you
her.
not? Same thing with Frank. Never heard anybody say early aughts till I came around. I'm like, this is a common phrase.
Wait, so what phrase?
What is it?
Aughts. To talk about the aughts, like the early aughts, like when you talk about between like 2000 and 2005, I guess. Like those are the early aughts. Like, you guys know what the fucking aughts are?
Not a clue. Not a clue.
See?
That's some of your stuff.
I'm with Mandy. I have no idea. What you're talking about.
What? Have you been living under a rock? What do you refer to that decade as?
Hey, it was a really nice rock. All right.
It's the aughts, man.
What is early aught? What is that?
I've never heard that before.
Aughts.
You mean like I ought to do this or I ought not to do this?
Frankie, sure. Frankie can say it. Look at this. When I finally DuckDuckGo aught, it says anything whatever, which is not the right aughts. Aughts is the way of referring to the decade 2000 to 2009 in American English. The equivalent term used in British English is the noughties.
The
What?
noughties.
The noughties. We're so naughty. 2004 was naughty. These arise from the words ought and naught, respectively, both meaning zero. In the English-speaking world, a name for the decade was never universally agreed. Yeah, you're telling me it was never universally agreed on.
Yeah.
As it was for decades such as the 80s, the 90s, etc. The noughties became a common name for the decade in the UK and in New Zealand and Australia, although use of the word ought to refer to zero is not widespread. Clearly.
Obviously.
The use of the aughts to identify the decade became common.
Clearly, they don't know Chrissy Mayr, and you're educating everyone.
Yeah.
F in the chat if you knew about aughts before just now.
This reminds me of Clueless. Like you have to add one new vocabulary word to your speech every week.
Every day you have to have a new word.
That's all I needed. I just needed one person. Okay, I'm not alone. Russell Hall, invite Nick Ricada without pants. Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to invite.
You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
Who knows?
Are you kidding?
All right, Vic, you're the only guy we're going to see without pants on this show. We'll make it every year. We'll have you back on, and we'll have you without your pants.
Yeah, on the day.
Hi,
Yeah.
Chrissy. I'm doing great so far. I'm
Oh,
great.
wow. Hi, Frankie.
Hi, Mandy. Hi, Steve. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, Brittany. Hi, Vic.
Hey,
Hi,
Chrissy. Frankie, how are you?
I'm doing great so far.
Julie's right
Steve
now?
is doing great as well.
Are you at
And
Julie's?
things are going great. Photo side Sydney, Nova Scotia on Friday night. Sydney, Nova Scotia had a lot of snow. But snow clouds went by on Saturday morning and things like this. It's
Look at
around
you. Out on a
13
Sunday night.
has fallen on the ground in my hometown of Sydney, Nova Scotia.
Frankie, are you getting hit on at the bar?
I'm at Dooley's right now, Sydney. Here I am.
Ooh, are you going to play pool?
I'm at Dooley's, Sydney.
Okay. Are people recognizing you? Do you have to sign autographs? Yeah, he's just being humble. He gets recognized all the time.
I bet. I
Get his
bet.
autograph. Frankie, what is the weather right now in Canada?
He just told us.
Oh.
Cold.
There's snow on the ground in Nova Scotia. There's snow on the ground. He done told us this, Chrissy.
Oh, wait. Are you going to show us your pants again, Frankie?
Let's see your pants.
Frankie, let's see those pants. All right. Look at your pants. Down.
You know, I feel like the last time I was on your show, he was in that same location.
Yeah, this is his go-to.
I think he likes to hang out there, don't you, Frankie?
He turns up on Sunday.
I'm having a great night so far, Chrissy.
Love you, Frankie.
Brittany. Have a great night.
Thanks.
Frankie, Brittany's suspended on Twitter right now, so we're gonna show her some love. All right, Frankie, if you had to pick one girl to hook up with from this stream, who would it be? Brittany,
I see
Tree,
why
or
Brittany went off
Mandy?
camera. Sneaky,
Oh.
sneaky bee down here.
Oh, nice shoes.
Oh.
Frankie, who would you
Brittany
pick?
took her camera off. She
If you
cheated.
had to pick right now, Brittany, Venti, Tree, or Mandy, who would you pick? Or Vic? Frankie, Brittany, Tree, or Mandy? Who do you pick?
I wear blue dark blue pants.
I don't think he can hear you.
You
I don't
won't
think he can hear you.
Not a clue.
Wow, look at those kicks. Are those New Balance?
I take up.
I think they're Adidas.
You got a lot of fans in the chat, Frankie.
It's a great story.
I'm wearing very out of date Halloween socks. So that's
Oh, yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah, why should my Halloween socks just sit dormant for 10 months? It's not fair.
That's true.
Yeah. Frankie,
I should pull back out my Christmas ones.
You should.
Where in Canada is Frankie?
He said Nova Scotia, so I don't know where Nova Scotia is, but he
Nova
said
Scotia, it's deep
Nova
Canada.
Scotia.
It's like the upper very right hand side of Canada.
Is
It's
it
like
the
by
French
water.
part? The French part of Canada?
That's a good question. What's up, Az? Thanks for seeing that.
Shoulders back, sir.
In Asbucks. Hey ladies, Vic, mad love for your dude, although I'm confused as to why you decided to point your cam at your face this stream. I almost didn't recognize. Oh, shit, that's so funny, man. Gotcha.
See, I could make so many jokes right now, but I'm controlling myself.
Wow. Why? What fun is that? Let's get loose. Loosen up that camera. Loosen up. Come on. Let's go.
Sorry,
Thanks,
nothing to
Az.
see here. Just nothing to see. Normal jeans, normal, nothing special.
Az, we gotta get you on SimpCast sometime. I know this is past your bedtime, but
Who?
I mean you're up now. Az is Heels versus Babyface.
Oh, okay.
He's not FNT, but he lives in I don't know, the UK.
Only old UK.
Somewhere far away. Yeah. he's
Wow.
alright.
Well, mad love for you too, Heels and Babyface.
Your Heels and your Babyface. All right, I'm gonna fly through some of these super chats and then we will get into the Brittany ELIZA drama. Ooh, thank you, Allie Drummond. Brittany is better than the CIA. For real. For
Yeah, and I
real.
don't even see they pretend to be a woman online. I am a woman online. That's why I
That's
can get
true.
things done.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you so much, Allie. Okay. When is Allie coming back on? We gotta get her. And I interviewed your boy Ryan Stone, and it was a good episode. Slag less for two. Whale sided Amanda Jean in the chat. Is that the ELIZA Bleu friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have confirmation if that's the like actual person or someone imitating, but they've been harassing Anna nonstop. Like anywhere I go, they're there. They're very obsessed, whoever they are.
Jesus. People be obsessed with you. Sean Green, Crowder versus Daily Wire contract. Oh, did you want us to talk about that? Are we sick of this topic? I mean, I think overall I would have preferred not to see how the sausage is made on that. Like I'm so nowhere near that level of like I don't even think, have I ever had a contract for anything I've ever done? Maybe not. But it's something about you when you see how much money other people make, it's like this very humbling moment of like, oh, okay.
Which is nothing to Crowder. 50
Like
million is
I'm like hearing
nothing
about that
to
like
him.
as I'm clipping a coupon, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like I'm sniffing my deli meat to see if it's bad. I'm like, is it shiny or is it too shiny? And I'm like, oh, $50 million. Okay. Enjoy. Have a good time. It was messy, and I would have preferred not to see any of it, and I feel like he burnt a bridge. Front porch conservative. The term aughts is not confined to just the early 2000s. I have heard the term used for the early 1900s. Chrissy and Mandy, have a drink for all of us.
I can say
that.
This is all I have nearby, so I'm gonna join. I'm gonna join you guys. This is all I got.
Get it. Water.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Jake CB, Frankie's feed on his PH is delayed by about 2 minutes. Yeah, well, it's Canada time. The internet needs to process between Canada and here. So,
well, they have to vaccinate the stream too. So,
I don't think that's how that works at all.
is that not? Meter. St. Michael, Forest Mommy is love and rebellion. She rebelled so hard she left.
That's true. That's true.
Patrick Bowser, hail SimpCast, love Vic, but Joe Manganiello when? Also free Brittany Venti. I would love to have Joe Manganiello on. That would make my
sounds
day.
like a good Italian guy to me.
Deranged lunatic, free Brittany from the Twitter gulag. Yes. Vic, Joe Manganiello is one of the stars of Magic Mike alongside Channing Tatum. He's married to Eva Longoria. Is that true?
Joe Pesci?
The other one? The other one that was on Modern Family. What the fuck's her name? With the accent?
Gloria. Her name is Gloria on the show. I don't know what her real name is though.
What is her name?
What is her name?
Sophia
Vergara.
That's it.
Yeah. She's like a mega bimbo. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the attraction personally, but that's just me.
To Joe Manganiello or to Sophia Vergara?
Sophia Vergara.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Wait,
Rabbit tried too quick.
Who's that?
What's up, It's Nina.
Nina Infinity. What's going on, Vic? I got a question
Nina
for you,
Infinity,
Vic.
how are you?
I'm good, Vic. Are you wearing pants?
Look at his name.
Yay! Good job, Vic.
What kind of jeans are those?
I
Are
like
they
the
diesel?
pantless Vic better.
I mean, I think everybody does.
Well, I do have Snoopy boxer shorts on, so there's that.
I don't believe you.
Is this
There you
male
go, Trey.
lingerie?
There you go, Trey. Call him. Call him
Hi,
on it. We don't
Tree.
believe.
Lingerie.
Tree, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Nina.
Hi.
All right,
And
I'm gonna blow through some of these really quick. Hold on. Ghost Crusaders, Brittany's Amanda is in the chat. Okay, we don't know if that's really her. Shaqui Doge, thanks for the super chat. Love everyone on this panel. Love Venti, love Vic. I remember the Full Metal Alchemist days. Those were some good times.
Shaqui, thank you.
Queen.
Love you, and I love your puppy dog. What a great picture.
oh, it's a little pitbull. So cute.
Push-ups. Everyone tweet free Brittany Venti at Elon. Good idea.
Do it.
Yeah, good idea.
I did it at Twitter support. I guess I should have done it to Elon. I don't think
could
he
tag
even
him,
paid attention to it.
James Shart, thanks for the super chat. I need to walk back something I tweeted last night after reading Crabman's tweet. I no longer think Brittany's question was meant as gotcha. Simply came off that way. Didn't see Crabman's post till later. I did not know Crabman sent me a bunch of messages. I'm like, I didn't know who he was until like your whole drama, Venti.
Yeah,
I kind of still don't know who he is, but
he did a lot of he's done a lot of journalism, a lot of good work. He did really good coverage of Andrew Tate in terms of like, here's basically everything you could find on this person.
Yeah.
And like, here are the receipts. He's very good at cataloging receipts. And I got a lot of my stuff from him actually. And so actually what he's talking about, by the way, is that I'm going to be specific here. I went off about it on stream. You saw Chrissy. Cassandra Fairbanks, who is the booker for Tim Pool, who once was a Bernie bro and flipped to be conservative. So she's supposed to be a free speech advocate. She's supposed to be a free speech advocate. And she's defending ELIZA and basically assuming that I had bad intent based on no evidence whatsoever. Like she just contacted me, what was it, like a month ago, a few weeks ago, to be on Tim Pool. Like she contacted me and she was nice and everything. And then now it's, oh, well, Eliza's my best friend, so I got to defend her even if she's wrong. It's like, so our free speech principles are based on who we like and don't like. It's
Right.
not
What did she
based on
actually
consistency.
say? Like, what did she say that made you feel like, oh, she's defending her or she's friends with her?
I have 4. There's 10 different screenshots. I will give you the 4 most important ones. Okay, so screenshot 1, screenshot 2.
You want to share your screen? Okay, let's see. I can just bring it up. Oh, look at you. You're so organized. Okay.
3
Here we go.
and
in order?
4. Yeah, that should be
in order. Okay. Okay, I like
That's kind of how
Eliza.
it started.
She does good things.
Oh, her. I didn't know
She
you were
does
talking
do good things, it seems. I think some of the people involved were concerned trolling.
Some people.
To take a shot at her while playing dumb about what they were doing, which is petty and lame. I also don't think a video proves she wasn't being trafficked.
So that's where it
First of all,
starts.
Venti, you're bringing up concerns. This is not you just trolling and being shitty. You are bringing up concerns that I have heard people bring up for months now, and it's what you kind of represent what other people are thinking. And I don't think let's say you were playing dumb. Let's say you were being a total troll, which exists on the. Guess what? As a public person, with a very public origin story, you should be able to rehash that every day. This is what we do. You know, you don't have to be an online person. Okay, you can work behind the scenes. You can help abuse victims without being online. But you decided to be an online person, so it's like I think you should be okay having to retell your origin story over and over again. So. And that was my point. I'm like, if the video was a being trafficked situation, then explain that. Then be like, yeah, I know I look like I was really into it, but this video was against my will or whatever. Like, please educate us because we don't know.
People are coerced all the time, but now she's muddying the waters. Now people are going to just go, oh, it's another ELIZA BLEU. Anytime someone says that, they were coerced into it. And it's really doing her victims that she represents as well a disservice, because she was talking about working with Andrew Tate's victims, if I heard correctly on the SimpCast episode.
Yeah.
Also, the other screenshots get worse. In case you guys are like, oh, well, you know, she's being like not direct. Like, if you look at the other screenshots I posted there, it gets to a point in one of which she says, and I quote the third link. It says, my principles involve standing by my friends, especially when they're getting kicked down. Oh, Eliza's the victim. She's getting kicked down, even though the person who can tweet and defend herself, she's the one getting kicked down. Not trashing people to appease random weirdos on the internet.
Can I just ask, because I joined kind of late, have you guys gone over why everything started?
We haven't yet. I want to try to blow through a couple of these. It's going to be like almost. I'm going to blow through a couple of these super chats just to get them out of the way, and then we'll do a full like TLDR for people.
Okay.
Because this is a lot to catch up on, and
yeah, because
Vic
a lot of people were asking me.
I was trying to explain it to him, and he's like, "What?" It is a lot. It is a lot.
No, yeah, because Chrissy, a lot of people were asking me what's going on, and I've directed a lot of people to tonight's stream. I was like, watch SimpCast if you want to know what's going on. So
just watch it. I'm gonna blow through these. Russell Hall, I was banned from Twitter in less than a month. Good for you. Sibling rivalry. Thanks for the super chat. FMU represent. Hashtag Brittany did nothing wrong. No, she did not. Push-ups. My one Twitter strike was because I said I wanted the Punisher to off Tony Soprano. That was wishing harm to someone. Neither exists in real life. Not even two fictional characters.
Oh my gosh.
Daniel Vargas.
100 people wished harm on me. Why aren't they kicked off Twitter?
I know.
Right? Because they're on the right side of the political aisle.
Exactly.
Yeah, straight white men are exempt. Vic, which character did you voice in P5 Royale?
In the Persona games, I voiced Junpei Iori.
Junpei sounds like an Asian word, like an Asian toupee. Junpei. Think before you sleep. There's a picture in Vic's attic that is getting older. What?
I see what you did there.
I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Oh, like Dorian Gray.
Okay, I got you now. Okay, I got it.
Is it like an inside joke? Uncle Sam, thanks for the super chat. Has anyone seen Vic and Jason Bateman in the same room? Free Brittany. Wow.
Hey, you know the difference between me and Jason Bateman?
You're not
Probably
a psycho?
$25 million.
Oh. Yes, we cut coupons. What? Why? What's in my Twitter DM? From you? Is it another nude?
Oh, he's sending
no.
news.
I
That's
know.
so sweet.
Sweet.
New crime, same tools. Horrible bosses too. Wow.
Oh. Wait, what's happening?
Oh, wow.
That's you,
Oh my
Vic.
God. I can't
Who's
wait to
that
see-
moron in the middle?
That's you.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Who made this? Did you make this? Frank just made it. Oh,
Man, Frank, you are fast, bro. I thought I was quick on Photoshop. Dude.
Yes, that Frank, he's got some fast fingers.
Hey,
Yep. That's why he's all mine. Okay. Gun mode dude. Why is Venti angry all the time? I don't think that's true.
Because she's a
Yeah,
woman.
that's true.
Yeah. Push-ups tree. That was a good British accent.
Thanks.
Russell Hall. Yo helps you get the job done. Matthew Picard. Hey Vic, glad to see you doing good. I know you're a fan of the original series, but what is your opinion of Deep Space Nine?
Well, thank you, Matthew. I am. Yeah, the original series of Star Trek was my jam when I was a little kid. I mean, I'm okay with all the Star Treks, but I feel like each series got further and further away from what made the original series so special. So I don't have a big passion for any of the subsequent series. I'm pretty much an old schooler. Sorry.
Vic, speaking of that, my friend Script Doctor wanted me to pass on a message and say thank you so very much for Star Trek Continues because he is a huge fan, massive fan of yours.
Thank you,
and,
Nina.
and
please
that
thank
show.
him for me, please.
Wait, so your
will.
friend is literally had you hand deliver what could have been a super chat?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
We were streaming together right before the show, so I'm sorry. If you're listening, Script Doctor, I delivered your message.
Wow. Discount super chat there.
Hey, Nina. Hey, Nina.
Yes.
Tell him he needs to go to neutralzonestudios.com because they are the people that curate our studio that we built, where we shot our series, and we open it up one weekend a month to let people walk through it for free and take pictures and videos. And anybody that's a Star Trek fan needs to check it out. It's beautiful.
Neutralzonestudios.com.
Yes.
Yep. I
go down every month and give the tours myself personally because it's kind of my baby. So we have hundreds of people come from all over the country one weekend a month. I was just there last weekend, going again in February, March, April. So tell them to come down and join us.
I will definitely let him know. Thank you, Vic. Sorry, Chrissy.
I'm gonna go grab another chaser. I'll be right
Yes.
back.
Yes. You need a chaser. Joshua, thanks for the 2. Summer shandy is great if you like a lemon flavor. Yes, it's definitely not shandy weather right now. Jonathan, thanks for the super chat. Hi, ladies. Hail Niners over Cowboys. In addition, I'll take Mandy over Venti. Wow, and they're both gone, so neither can react. Adam Coit.
Good timing, bro. Good timing.
I'm just leaving my friend's place. Was watching football, picking up sushi now. Looking forward to meeting you at Elks Lodge, Pasadena, Chrissy. What up, Forest Mommy? Y'all are cool. Thanks for the fun contact. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, Adam is helping me produce my show in Pasadena. He's the fucking
cool.
Nice.
Mikhail Johansson, thank you for the dick dollars. DKK. Star Trek continues.
Yeah, Kyle, come join us. Dude, thank you. Come join us at the studio.
David McFarland, thanks for the super chat. Few buckaroos to show my appreciation. Thank you. Metastab, thanks for the 5. Brittany, I'm so sorry you're going through that crap. I didn't like you at first. I thought you were too stuck up, but you grew on me, and I love your sarcasm. What do you think of that, Benji?
I'm an acquired taste, you know? It's like you have to develop the taste for it. Not children just can't eat it. You have to savor it over time.
Yeah, it's a fine wine.
I love it.
Bushin Ryu Cat, thanks for the 5. Vic, if you ever want to do a live action Josie and the Pussycats fan film, the CHRISSIE'S is perfect. And did you enjoy the Chronicles of Narnia books?
I did, and what a great idea. Oh my gosh, you are so right. You guys would be a great cast for that.
Wow.
Is anybody here old enough to remember Josie and the Pussycat?
Oh, I used to watch it.
Yes.
I used to watch it. I used to love it.
Mandy,
Love it, love it, love it.
Yep, I can
Trucker
see it.
Rob. Hi, Nina.
Hey, Trucker Rob. Honk honk.
Honk honk. CMDR, thanks for the super chat. Blue showed up on TimCast like she was just getting out from auditioning from Michael Jackson's third tour. I still have to see that whole episode. I've seen clips of Eliza on TimCast. I want to watch the whole thing now. Milo Practice, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Chrissy, big fan of your show. And shout out to Tree of Logic, OG Tater in the building.
Milo.
Aw.
What was wrong with Michael's third concert? I'm sorry, I have no idea what was wrong with his third concert.
I think
Because I thought every concert he ever did was like just on point, like perfect.
Yeah. And except for the one where he burned.
What that was a commercial though. That was Pepsi,
Yeah, that was
right?
a commercial. That was a Pepsi commercial. Yeah.
Did you ever see him in concert, Mandy?
No, I wish I would have though, but no.
Yeah,
I was too little.
What?
My parents wouldn't have took me.
Eliza went to Cassandra's wedding. Oh, this is personal for Cass. All feelings over principles, not to mention her own porn past being outed publicly. Oh, so they're like very different. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I saw that too, and I was talking about that on stream, and I remember because I saw it with my own two very far apart eyes. Kathy Zoo had tweeted a photo of Cassandra Fairbanks, and it was a photo. It looked professionally done. Cassandra, from my memory, was I think like bondage to a chair and had a gag, and it was like, but it was like a professional looking shoot, so it looked like a porno. And that was, I think, the only photo I saw. Maybe there was more, but Cassandra claimed that that was CP from my memory. And then Kathy Zoo got deplatformed because of that. And then she posted about it on her Telegram. So I don't know if there was more photos, if there was one that was CP and then she just claimed all of them were. But the one I saw did not look like Cassandra was underage. It looked like a professional pornography shoot to me. But it was a while ago, so I'm going off of memory. But I do recall that happening.
Baron Balance is here. NVIDIA super chatting for Nina's friend. Thank you, NVIDIA. All right.
Aw,
okay.
thanks, NVIDIA.
Those. Okay, Farron, come in whenever. Okay, good. So we got through those.
We're back. Hi.
Hey,
we're here just in time, Farron. So we're
Just
gonna
in
help.
time.
We're gonna help to give people the TLDR on the Eliza Brittany Twitter drama. So Eliza Bleu is someone who has presented herself to the internet world as a public figure who is a survivor of human trafficking and also an advocate. She had done my podcast at least like 3 times, one time with Venti, like specifically both of them on together because I knew they were both passionate about human trafficking.
Awkward.
Awkward. This was like in 2021. And then, went through the ranks, right? Like got onto Tim Pool's show a few times.
Dr. Drew.
Dr. Drew became somebody that Elon Musk began working with, which was great because there was, of course, a huge problem with CP on Twitter. There was no way to really take it off right away or no proper channels to quickly submit it. And she apparently did really help a few people who, what was it called? John Doe, this kid who's his, I don't know. I guess kids get on Snapchat and people send them nude photos and then they send them back. And I don't know, like apparently she's genuinely helped people. And it's, this is this post Me Too era and she seemed to know what she was talking about. So no one's really, months and months are going by. No one's like questioning because you figure who's going to lie about such a thing, right? She does my podcast a bunch. She does everyone's podcast a bunch. And then she's been booked to do the next Minds Festival, right? Dr. Drew, Tim Pool. She's like really doing great. She's getting too busy to even come back on my show, which is fine.
She's speaking in February at a human trafficking awareness convention in Cedar Rapids.
Isn't she a politician's daughter as well?
An Illinois politician at that. Shout out to Illinois.
Later. So what a few people have done is put together a timeline. And this all, like, I had heard and seen of people questioning Eliza in months. Oh, I don't trust her. And I kind of overlooked it because I'm like, I don't know. People say they don't trust me. People say they don't trust a lot of people on the internet. So whatever. And then a few people put a timelines together. And of course, like, she's an internet person. A lot of things she's done are still on the internet. And Venti just this week asked, like, hey, actually, Venti, you can describe it better. Like, starting from your tweet to you getting, I guess, suspended, and like where things are at now.
Okay, so let me go ahead and pull my tweets up here so that we can take a look at them. And let's see. Share screen.
Present.
Present them like you're presenting in the wild, like you're in a desert presenting your butt for a music
dear,
video.
I knew you were going there with this. I know.
Okay.
Oh my.
So I received a notification that my account had been locked because
Oh, yeah.
I'm listening now.
because I had tweeted ELIZA BLEU. People reached out to me, and I had heard about this before, just like how Chrissy had, but I hadn't looked into it. And because people say that about everyone. And so someone DM'd me, and it caught my eye, and they were like, well, here are the receipts for it. And it was a whole compilation, an entire thread. And they specifically linked me a few rap music videos she was in as well. And so I took it upon myself to ask about it, because as someone who also is against trafficking and is very vocal about it, and I have been for years, I wanted to know what was up with this, with ELIZA, who's claiming to be both a free speech and anti-human trafficking advocate. What's going on here? Because I felt like what I was seeing was really conflicting with her messaging and could confuse a lot of people and overall kind of hurt the cause to help people. And so I had actually DM'd Crab Crawler about it to ask if he knew anything about it. And I was like, this is my first time seeing this. And he posted the DMs too. And you can actually see that I was saying in the DMs that I didn't want to step on any feet. And then after he had said, well, he doesn't know much, like just a general response, I went ahead and I posted the thread, and I linked the thread I went through, and I linked one of the music videos with a couple of screenshots from that music video, the rap music video she was in, where she was like dancing around in lingerie and like cupping her ass and everything.
She's got a juicy booty.
And so then I tweeted her asking her, and it was not malicious. And you can actually see in the Crab Crawler one tweeted out the screenshot of our DMs, because I can't access them right now because I'm locked. And you can see it right there. I specifically said, I don't want to step on any toes, but I would question this if this were anyone with all this that I'm going through in this thread and through these music videos and interviews she's done. So they're kind of conflicting with some things she said. And so there's literally proof it wasn't malicious. But then I got locked, and I didn't know who did it. And it was over this tweet, which is saying, if she's addressed it before, let me know. But I'm just curious because I came across videos like this. Maybe she was trafficked via being coerced. I don't know. Because it confuses anyone. If she's very vague about her story and she never like really goes to details, never really names names. And people are very confused about that. And she just always says, oh, well, I don't want to talk about it. It's too traumatic. But, you know, she's also proclaiming to be a survivor and an advocate. You have to expect people are going to ask you questions about the basis of your story. I think that's fair. And I think it was fair for me to ask questions. So
here's the music video. It's just like, it's basically like, I'm sure you've all seen it at this point, but it's Wish Eye Candy. ELIZA knows it's not like she is a girl in a music video, you know, among other girls, among other subjects. It's literally the entire video is about her. It's like an homage or something. It's like just her. It's all about her. She's got a grill. She's like, you know. But again, I was like, I don't know about trafficking. Maybe this could be trafficking. I don't know. She seems into it. Maybe she got paid. Is that pink wall in LA that was very popular a few years ago? Who knows? Butts. Everyone looks great. Very jiggly, very fun, very much like she's a wild cat in the desert. But again, this could be trafficking. Who knows? She's selling me on it, but this could all be against her will. Thank you playing it again? All right.
Well, and here's the thing: it's not non-consensual, and the reasoning, as you can see in the tweet, it says privately produced / distributed intimate media was the rule I violated, apparently, without their express consent. And obviously, you don't need consent to post screenshots of a rap music video, especially not public ones with multiple thousands of views that are up for 6 years. So immediately red flag. And the second tweet says, I saw this tweet just now. It was like a screenshot of one of her tweets about trafficking. And I said, but I think it starts to blur the line about what is trafficking versus what was voluntary. I think it's fair to ask questions when things like this distract from the anti-trafficking messaging when it's not clarified. And then that's when I posted the screenshots from the music video that at that point. And so my account was locked. And then shortly after, I had messaged Nina about it, as well as you, Chrissy, and Lila. Those were like the first people I had reached out to about it. And Nina tweeted about it and then spotted someone who was claiming that they were the one that got my account locked. And it was this Amanda Jean person that I'm showing on the screen. I don't know why it's not showing. I think you have to click show. I don't think I have the authority to do it, Chrissy. So this Amanda Jean person is claiming that they're the ones who got my account locked. I'm reporting you for non-consensual image, the same reason I was banned for. You didn't have to post that screenshot, you salty hoe. Apparently, I'm the salty hoe. I think she's real salty after Free Brittany Venti's trending. But
Venti, hold on. I'm gonna pause you for one second. I'm gonna bring this back up, but Vic has to bounce.
Carry on my SimpCast girls, finest in the YouTube world. Speak your mind and have some fun. We all want some more.
Wow.
Is it Vic singing that?
Yeah, I just did that.
Really great. It's really great. I like it.
Carry on my SimpCast girls.
Now I want the rest of the song. I'm gonna get greedy.
Right?
That was awesome.
Okay, maybe I'll have to work on it for you, Chrissy. Hey, you guys, you're awesome, and thanks for letting me join in for a minute. All the best to you guys. Brittany, I certainly wish you the best with what you're going through. It's a crazy world out there.
He's like, I don't fucking understand it. I don't like it. And I'm getting out of here.
No, it's just I wouldn't wish it on anybody.
Yeah.
But thanks so much for letting me join you guys.
Good to see you.
Hope to see you all again.
Nice seeing you.
Follow Vic. Follow
Infinity,
Vic,
Gina, Faran, Britt.
Good to see you.
At Vic Mignogna on Twitter. And okay, he's gone now. All right. And we're back.
All right. So Amanda Jean, pay attention to the name, said that they are the ones who got me deplatformed, right? And at first, Nina saw this when she sent this to me, and we were both like, oh, who's this rando, right? And then midstream, I find out through my chat, because people are saying, she's friends with ELIZA, she's friends with ELIZA. So I go up and I pull up ELIZA's account, and ELIZA was saying on her account how much she trusts this person. And it was like multiple tweets of back and forth and saying how much this person means to her, this Amanda Jean person. So then like Anna, that Star Wars girl, starts arguing with her, and so does Raw Alerts. And they just basically start fessing up like, well, she posted non-consensual nude images. First off, libel. Second off, not nude images. They were screenshots. They weren't nude. Not a non-age restricted video on YouTube. She'll be
Do these
lucky.
people know what fair use is? Like, what the fuck?
No,
and that's what's ironic. Is like ELIZA Bleu is supposed to be a free speech advocate.
Thank you.
Like, for example, hypocritical.
I'm so pissed
off
about that.
Obviously, obviously it seems like you're triggered and you want people to see this very public video. So you're gonna use this Twitter loophole. It seems to,
I'm so confused. Why do they not know about the Streisand effect? Like
they don't apparently.
This is the reason why so many people know about that is because of this. It's because of the blocking and everything like that. I don't agree with. When I found out that Brittany was, locked out of her account, and so was the quartering. I did add Twitter's support because I was like, this is crazy. I will say that I'm just gonna defend Eliza just a little bit, is that when everybody comes at you one time, she's not confrontational like me, and I've seen Brittany. I guess it's safe to say that Brittany's confrontational too, but I'm very confrontational. So I take on the fight. So is it possible that she does not know how to react?
I thought that until she blocked me. And I was like,
Well,
wow, I'm not a
yeah.
stranger just trolling you like everybody, not like everybody else, but like what seems like perhaps to her, like most people are just like anonymous trolls attacking her. It's like, I've had her on my show 3 times. I like literally text her to say, hey, you're on Morning Wire. What's your work with Elon and Twitter? And you're, like, is it dumb to say like I maybe thought I was definitely friendly with her. Like, was I friends with her? I don't know. Maybe an idiot. And I think, maybe I need to redefine what like friendship is. But I thought we were cool and friendly. And so when I tweeted out like, hey, Venti just took a screenshot of a public rap video. Like how explain to me how this is you being trafficked unless you were drugged and taken out to a desert to shoot a world star hip hop video. Mm-hmm. This doesn't seem non-consensual. Venti did nothing wrong. I hope ELIZA BLEU can see that. And then I woke up the next morning and I was blocked. So I'm like, if she's blocking me, someone who's worked with her, someone who's giving her the benefit of the doubt, someone who was like said to Venti, like, maybe her fans are the ones who reported you, Venti. Maybe it wasn't her personally. Like, let's see if we can work it out. But no, I get blocked like a total fucking stranger, which to me means like, oh, you're nobody to me. Like you're, like I used you, it seems, for what I maybe needed you for at the time. And now I'm done with you. And so that kind of hurt,
Yeah.
Let me show the tweet that I had.
And Chrissy, that's what happened with me too. Yeah. Like when I saw, because I saw her response to you, and like I thought that her crazy fans, like that one, like that girl that Brittany was showing earlier, and this other screenshot, I took a couple screenshots. There was a few people claiming victory over getting Brittany banned, and there was several people in the other chats, and so at first I thought it was her fans doing it because a lot of fans do that kind of stuff. But then she blocked you, and then she put out those string of tweets. And that's when I was like, well, clearly it was her. And that's, and the fact that she's so like, I will die on the hill of free speech and I will do this and I will do that for free speech. That really pissed me off, because if you're really like into free speech, maybe don't block your friends and maybe don't overreact when somebody asks you a basic question about your online personality, because that's what we're all wondering about. Like we're all wondering, and that's the other thing, right? Me Too has caused everyone to question women and the credibility of women. And at first, nobody dared question anybody. And now like all these people are coming out of the woodwork and they all turned out to be liars, like Amber Heard, and using that movement to get their own grift across. And I would hate for ELIZA to turn out to be somebody like that. I would hate that for the movement.
It sucks.
The part that was always weird that got my antenna up around Christmas, and especially even during the Twitter files drops when I covered it, was in the Twitter spaces, whenever she would come on with Elon, because at first everyone was like, get ELIZA BLEU. And I was like, who is this chick? And then when she came into the spaces, she would like completely dominate the conversation, and everyone is talking about all of that she was doing. However, in my career, I've lived in 2 cities, living currently right now in the city where there is the most human trafficking, including the most underage human trafficking, Washington, D.C. But I also covered a lot of it in El Paso, Texas. I even have a personal friend of mine whose daughter was trafficked. And I can get into that a little bit later of how some grooming works from his experience, but he had to hire his own private investigator, and it took him 3.5 weeks to get his daughter back. He was in Houston.
Oh, wow.
And and like I said, later on, we can get into it a little bit of how she was trafficked and how it happened through her school, actually, believe it or not. But anytime you talk to him, I've talked to other survivors. I've talked to people that are heads of organizations. They're always giving out the national hotline, always giving out websites you can go to, always telling you, like, you know, call these people, go to this website. If you need more information, you have the stuff that are in the airport bathrooms. Are you being trafficked? And telling people to look at those and look at those numbers. You never heard that from her. She never gave like numbers, websites. And to me, as you know, like a reporter, when I would talk to these people, that's the first thing they do. You know, first things first. If you need help, this is the number to call.
This.
Right.
Yeah.
And you never saw that with her. And
That's true.
I even threw you the tweet that I did earlier because I was doing some digging with her on Dr. Drew, where he asks her specifically.
Oh, this clip
for
me did it too.
I've never seen this clip.
With me neither.
Oh, is this the whole one?
It's not the entire one, but it's
Okay.
the clip where he specifically asks her, "What do you do? Like, and how does you rescuing? How do you find these people?" I guess.
Yeah, and Dr. Drew, this is like as legit as it gets. This is
on
a big time
HLN.
appearance.
Yeah.
This is a huge appearance for her. And I think it was that guy Manuel or somebody. He's like a smaller Twitter guy. He's the one who did one of the he's like, fuck it, I got blocked by her. I'm doing a whole thread. He may have posted the whole ELIZA BLEU appearance on this show, which is for me, it was very telling of how I'm like, wow, she can't back up. She can't answer these questions. But here's like the snippet.
And when you say you're an advocate for human trafficking or rescuing people from trafficking, where do you focus that? Where is that going on? How do you find out about it? This kind of thing. And what sort of organizations are available to help people?
Yeah, so I'm a survivor advocate for those that have been affected by human trafficking. I always let folks know, because we always say advocate for human trafficking. I don't advocate for human trafficking. I advocate for survivors of human trafficking. Also, I like to steer clear of the
Always start out with a human trafficking joke. That's always
that really riles up the audience a little bit.
People
you know?
love a human trafficking joke.
Good human trafficking joke can set the whole mood, you know.
Word rescue. I'm one of those survivors that, and actually we can talk a little bit more about this as time goes on, but I'm one of those survivors that prefers given the opportunity to be free.
And when you say you're an advocate for human trafficking or rescuing people from trafficking, where do you focus that? Where is that going on? How do you find out about it? This kind of thing. And what sort of organizations are available to help people?
Yeah, so I'm a survivor advocate for those that have been affected by human trafficking. I always let folks know, because we always say advocate for human trafficking. I don't advocate for human trafficking. I advocate for survivors of human trafficking. Also, I like to steer clear of the word rescue.
Why?
I'm one of those survivors that, and actually we can talk a little bit more about this as time goes on, but
delay tactic. Basically, like, oh, I want to find the full clip.
I can link it to you.
But yeah, and she says, like, and we can talk about that as time goes by.
No,
but it's like,
it right there.
It's that's the equivalent to we'll circle and come back.
Yeah, we'll circle back to you. Exactly,
we'll circle
Mandy.
back to this. Yeah.
But not even that.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Trafficking as well. That's how I became a survivor advocate after I had the opportunity to be free. I went back and volunteered and then decided to become an advocate in 2 states. I was sex trafficked in West Hollywood before I turned 18. So I was still a minor, unfortunately, when I was trafficked.
And what people have been criticizing about is that there seem to be some discrepancies in her timeline. There's people who have said, hey, it looks as though she's perhaps lied about her age a couple times. She perhaps said she was one age at one time, but then we find an appearance of her doing Blind Date, which is a show that's popular, I think, through 99 to maybe like 2004, 2006, where she says she's 21. So there's been multiple instances of her dates and her ages not lining up. There was at one point, she said she was born in 85, and then another point on another appearance, she said that she was like 41 or something like that. So
well, and then she even says, I don't like to focus on the word rescue. Isn't that what you do, though? Like, that's what you're telling people you do?
Rescue is for dogs, Faran. These are people.
Okay. I think that, that's like one of those word plays where they're like, we don't like the word victim. Like, you got to use another word.
I want to see if I can find the moment where she's I'm gonna like click through this a little bit.
Traffic. I was sold for $500. They used force, fraud, and coercion. So unfortunately, That is my story. And also, unfortunately, it is the story that we see predominantly in the United States of America when we're talking about human trafficking, is we can get a grooming process.
And the more of her stuff I listened to, and I didn't really find this true when she was on my show, maybe it's because it's earlier on, but she sounds so rehearsed and like.
She sounds like that beauty pageant woman we make fun of.
The Iran.
Yeah, that's
For
how.
example,
Wait,
the
what?
Iran.
That's what I think of.
But
she's also- she's
not
also-
the France lady. Y'all have another one. That's...
Wait, what? What is about this Iran movie? What?
Yeah,
Oh my
what is
God.
it? What is this?
All right.
I think I have a
Frank's
clip of it.
the link.
So I have a question because we got to still educate the audience because I'm still in the dark with this too. Okay.
All right, we're doing a bad job
Where
at
is
explaining.
where? Don't worry, I'll help you guys get on track. So she said she was trafficked when she was underage.
Mhm.
Help me in the audience see where there is concern that could not have happened.
Because she also says she was trafficked later in life again, and also her other timelines, as Chrissy was talking about, weren't adding up. And also now we know she's a liar, so liars tend to lie about other things. And she's also making it hard for other victims. Even if she was actually trafficked, it's kind of hard to believe anything she says at this point. And also,
Okay,
as
this
for
is it.
the...
I think this Manuel thread
that's-
does
oh,
a very
yeah.
good job of bullet pointing it. Okay, so I finally got blocked. Fuck it, I'm outing her. ELIZA BLEU claims to have been trafficked in LA as a young girl, but forget she was well known in the My Chemical Romance scene at that time. She was like a scenester. She was like an emo fangirl. Supposedly, she dated what's his name, Gerard Way, who's the main singer of My Chemical Romance. She lived on MySpace and hung out with Jeffree Star around 2007. The date she sets the alleged trafficking. This is a video of her like being drunk and hanging out, and this is around the time that she said she was trafficked. So she seems like she's just like
How
a
old is
girl
she in
out
this one?
having fun.
Never
it's
really says.
It's unclear and it's age restricted. When did that happen? Oh, watch on
Very
YouTube.
recently. It wasn't before, I don't think.
Because she says in it my N word to Jeffree Star.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Oh,
yeah.
Can't play that.
I also hung out with Jeffree Star. This guy did from 05 to 08. Again, this is part of what, Brittany?
Oh, what is that?
The aughts. This is part of the aughts. I don't know what's causing that sound. And was around when she first showed up to the crew. Back then, she was a silly fangirl of My Chemical Romance and gave two shits about trafficking.
How will I
And
know
it's-
it's recording?
This is her just like hanging out.
What am I here for?
Yes.
I'm here to see a show.
Wow,
No,
she
you're-
looks
you're
so
supposed to
different.
say-
I'm here to see.
You're here to bask in my awesomeness.
I'm here to bask in your awesomeness.
How does it feel? Is it warm?
It is warm. Dude, my favorite thing you ever did was when you were.
It does seem like a different person. So here she is. Doesn't seem like she's under duress or against her will. Just hanging out, right?
She just looks like a happy teen. Like she doesn't
Just
look,
a happy
I don't know.
teen living in the aughts. You see, in 2007, when she claims things went down, she was rolling between LA, Phoenix, Chicago, and didn't drink or do drugs. She was a straight edge girl who traveled all over the place and had a mile-long internet history of daily posts. It's hard to figure out like how old she exactly is at all these points
That's
because
what I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, okay, I see exactly where he's going, but I need to know the age. And I totally get it. She's not telling people her real age, which is concerning, very concerning. So this is when I'm looking at this, I'm like, I need to know the age. What age am I looking at in this girl in
Right.
this video?
Right. See, ELIZA BLEU had years to stand up for sex trafficking with her massive, I think he meant to say MySpace presence and never did. She was friends with many dudes that later got added for being pedos, and she did nothing. I'm not even going to touch that right now. From MySpace, ELIZA was also popular on live stream platforms. Stick'em had a front page, Friday night show every week with Cyber54, and regularly interacted with ELIZA BLEU, Jeffree Star, Matthew Lush. Completely different person. Again, it's hard to know how old she is. The only thing that we really know the age she is when she appears on Blind Date when she says she's 21. I don't know if we could figure out what date.
Oh
that
yeah, what
Blind
year
Date
was
show
that?
came
Yeah,
out.
you can do it. Sure.
Yeah, because I feel
You
like
can
to
do the math
TV,
on that one. Yeah.
you're gonna lie to do TV. Maybe.
The problem is, though, is even somebody in the chat is saying that, like, what years was she trafficked? You don't know.
Right.
You just know the years of what she was doing, but she never comes out with the exact years that she was trafficked. She
The
just says ages, but
the chat is saying that she was arrested, so they have her real age, and it's 41. I mean, I don't know anything. I don't know, but
Tony did a deep dive on this like at around New Year's, and like I disregarded him because he didn't present his facts well, or like what I'm not saying it's I just maybe I wasn't in a place to like hear it, or I don't know. I don't know. He definitely knew a lot, weeks ago, and he definitely has.
And you want to know the craziest thing? I've known Tony for almost a decade. And when I saw all of this stuff go down and I see his Twitter, and I was like, wait, he was one of the guys that was onto this. And Tony and I, years ago, there was another girl that was claiming to help victims of child sex trafficking around the whole Trump era and all that, and saying that she actually was like a cop and kicking in doors. And we just asked her a couple questions, and almost the exact same thing happened, where we said, like, well, where's your license if you say you're licensed in child sex trafficking, coppery or whatever the hell you're claiming? And she went nuts, went after him and I, and immediately the grift was gone. And it was just a simple question of, well, what kind of a license do you need to do that? Boom, doors, floodgates opened. So it was funny.
Nina, you just sent me something called like Pop Creep. It says like, her birthday is September 85. I don't know if this is something I should like.
He was born
show
on
up.
Mars, so
who knows?
That's because that's what's in her profile. It says
There's
like
so many
Mars on
opportunities
location.
to like have different ages on different profiles online. You see in 07, Eliza Bleu was busy claiming to be engaged to Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance. During the same time, she now claims to have been trafficked. This, coupled with the fact she refuses to name her abusers, and now you see the big lie. So it almost makes it look like that this Gerard guy was one of her traffickers. I don't know if this is like a video she made, or I guess there they are. Okay, I can't listen to that music without getting angry, but this looks like I don't know, a
that might be
little
fan
collage
made or something.
Yeah, maybe who knows, whatever. But people are thinking that this is around the time she claimed to have been trafficked, and she just seems to be just like living her life, being a fangirl. Don't you think she would have been writing about it on her live journal, talking about it to her fans, raising awareness? Nah, because she had it made and figured people would be too stupid to research it. So this is someone who is posting a lot. She's doing a blog. She has, MySpace. She has these public platforms that she's posting on regularly. One would think if she were in duress, there might be she looked stressed on this video, or she looked like she was somewhere against her will, or
and those were the emo days. That would have been a perfect topic to grift on back then. Where everything was my soul is a rainstorm.
Last year, someone compiled the MCR story to show Eliza Bleu was a crazy stalker of the band, threatened to unalive herself. The trafficking story is just made up entirely, probably to get back years later at the MCR band members. Why she doesn't name anyone. Oh, and this was a fan fiction. I guess she wrote a fan fiction. She was a huge fan of this band. Apparently just was like, made herself very available to the band. I think at one point ended up cutting the hair for the band, ended up dating the lead singer. So she was like fully in there. Now break into now with this teaser trailer from Sex Trafficking Survivor interview. She was a farm girl. She wanted to be famous. See, things aren't adding up, and we have only used her own words.
Case looked like an abuser finding out my vulnerabilities. He knew I wanted to be famous.
Finding
he knew I
out,
wanted
she
to get
announces
out of
them. She
And here
constantly
she
says,
is.
"I'm big on trust. I have trust issues."
And you couple this with the fact that she has reinvented herself, renamed herself like 3 times at this point. Like her real name is like Eliza something with an M. Her dad is like this Illinois politician, right? And then she's Eliza Seep, and then she's Eliza Nose, and then she's Eliza Bleu. So now she's
Eliza
fully reimagined Eliza Bleu, completely different hair, different look, and now she's an advocate, survivor, victim person. And this is after I wish I had that clip of the blind date. And
I saw that one.
I can say this because there was a point in my life where I would have done anything to be famous. It was like my in between improv and stand up years. I hadn't found myself yet. I was on the fucking Travel Channel. Like I would have been on TV for anything. And I saw that clip of her on Blind Date. I was like, I had a point in my life like that too. You know, you don't just like trip and fall and wind up on Blind Date. Like you have to, you know, submit for that. That's like you're very much on purpose trying to be on TV. You know, you don't just like accidentally get filmed doing that sort of thing. So when I saw the Blind Date appearance, I'm like, okay, she looks like she might just trying to like, you know, poke and see where she can kind of rise up and be
Which
famous,
is especially
right?
disgusting to use trafficking victims as a means to do that.
Well, it sucks because you can help people and have a pass, and that's why.
Yeah, but she
it's
wasn't honest
upsetting
about it.
to see. You know, she could have like, why can't you, you know, why can't you say, hey, I had this past, I was promiscuous, whatever. I did a music video. It's not who I am today. What I'm about today is I'm very passionate about helping victims. Like, you know, whether you yourself or you don't. Who knows if she's lying about the trafficking thing? Like, you know, that's just not necessary.
God,
Like,
I hope not. I really, I hope she's not. I'm just so honest here. Just
yeah,
like
I know it
and
sucks.
the reason, and it does suck because I don't like the deplatforming, but I also don't like the avoidance of answering questions. Like when people ask me questions about my past, and I have to be fair. I'm fine. I'm proud of mine versus, but then we're totally two different people. With her, I don't know. Like with me, it's just, you know, beating men, making them bleed, choking them, all this other stuff. And so with her, it's dealing with exploitation. I don't know if it's porn involved. I'm not sure. But if that's not who you are today, would the conservatives give her a second chance? Would they take her seriously as a, I'm just asking questions like, would they do that?
Well,
Would
what's
they be like-
interesting is that in 2016, when that one music video came out, there's now like 4chan threads coming out of people who were with the Andrew Yang group, when she was, I guess, coming on the political scene, where she was getting in with the Andrew Yang group and going and hanging out at all of the different rallies and whatnot. They said that she got in, like, I guess, with his media guy, who was 19, and like messaging him, and then people saying that they were dating for a little bit, and then when Andrew Yang dropped out of the race, that she dumped him, but that she at first was on board with the whole universal basic income, with all of the stuff that Andrew Yang was putting out there. And then when it was all over, she went back to her Twitter and removed a lot of stuff, because they say that a lot of her initial followers were all Yang Gang people.
Oh, okay.
And that, like, said that
that makes a big difference to me right there.
Yeah,
because
and
when
then
I
she,
start,
like,
when I
her
start
follower
seeing
count
you,
went insane.
when I start seeing you moving from one scene, I'm gonna just tell you right now, and I don't care if anybody gets mad. You cannot go to bed a centrist or a liberal and then you wake up a conservative, just like you cannot go to bed a Christian and you wake up an atheist. This stuff takes a process, you know what I'm saying? I became a conservative, and now I'm a right winger. That, first of all, I had to go apolitical for several years first, because it is not something that people embrace. When you leave a liberal family or a liberal environment, you're going to be ostracized. You're going to be talked about. You're going to be belittled. You're going to be banned and banished from a lot of things. You're not going to be free to say, "Oh, I'm a conservative. Oh, I'm a right winger." That's something you're not going to break into. These people, and I've seen this so many times on the right, and it started to happen when Trump became president, where people who were were Bernie Bros, or they were pulling for Hillary Clinton or Andrew Yang. Okay, let's not forget we had some people who go Yang Gang, and the next thing you know, Trump 2020, and I'm like, dude, you was pulling for Andrew Yang not too long ago.
And I'm sorry, I meant 2020, not 2016, when that all went down. My apologies.
Yeah. I know what you was talking about. So it's like when you flip like that. Okay, now I'm beginning to see the grift.
Okay, I did some math while we're talking. So if that thing that we looked up that said in 2023 she is like present day 41, or let's say she was 41 last year, right? This was posted. This is the Blind Date episode from 17 years ago, which puts us at 2006. if I do the math, she's either 24 or 23 years old in this appearance, but she says she is 21. So already she could have, it's possible she could have subtracted a couple years on this blind date appearance. But here's like for context, yeah, like let's say this aired in 2006, but who knows? YouTube is tricky. Like this could have aired a few years earlier, and you know this clip just didn't make it onto YouTube until 2006.
Let's move on. Now, ELIZA lives a rock and roll lifestyle. She says she's pretty exciting, but she still has problems when it comes to men.
I'm self-seeking, self-centered, and fear-based, and I have high expectations. As far as sex goes, sometimes they ask me.
I had that
"Do you
same
think
exact shirt.
Is that real?" And I'm like, about the hair. It was black one, and it was blue and pink. I think it can be really sexy, and it just takes a certain type of guy to appreciate it.
Well, who better to appreciate ELIZA than her date, Mike? He's an artist who says that when he's not in the studio,
Let's get Mike
he's
on the
living
show.
life in the
Where is Mike
Danger and
now?
adventure after I've done it. I didn't
Mike
like
knows
it
her
as I was
better
doing
than
it,
everybody.
But after it was done,
I can't believe I forgot about this show. I used to watch it.
I used to watch the good show. Yeah.
I don't care if it's a girl, if it's a guy. I don't put up with crap. I like a girl that can kind of bring out the wild side in me.
Well, I've got good news for you, Mike, because nobody knows more about the wild side than ELIZA. So let's brace ourselves and see where this date takes us and them.
This is what I loved about the 90s is that like they could have honest commentary, and like even these thought bubbles that they would put onto this show were like
they were so
really
based.
funny and like sometimes offensive. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I love that pop one.
Oh, yeah?
Remember
Yeah,
pop?
that's cool. What do you do?
But again,
I
like
do computer animation.
you don't end up on a show like Blind Date unless you're, you know, maybe dabbling in like central casting, or you're like submitting yourself for things like this. You don't just
it's like
date
people that
somebody
go on The
and then
Bachelor.
you don't just like sign up for a blind dating service and then a camera crew shows up. It's like this is intentional, and this makes me go, oh, okay, this is a person who wants to be like noticed and famous. This is pre going viral, but it's like you do this shit to kind of make a name for yourself.
I'm from Illinois. Where are you from?
Virginia.
Really?
Florida, yeah.
So what do you do like when you're not working?
What do? I hang out with friends, go to the pool, go to the gym. So where do you spend most of your time?
I'm a survivor advocate. Oh.
Vague as always.
She should mention that she's a survivor advocate.
I like how they have the clock ticking.
No, it's just like a long day, especially for a girl that's not used to like doing much.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Look at this. ELIZA panics when she's out of her element. It's interesting to watch this and be like, oh, it's like a
Well, that's why she has to be so rehearsed, right? Is because that's kind of how she is in her route.
Slightly fast.
By the way, we didn't get to the premise of why we're talking about
because
her.
I also want to ask another qualifying question, but I have
Hi,
to listen
Lila.
to listen to what Brittany said in reference to the girl who. How can she get away with calling you a hoe? I don't understand. Isn't that against Twitter terms of service?
Yeah, people got locked over that. Anna got locked over that for doing it as a joke with someone else.
But how come she can get away with that though, calling you, doing that to you?
Because Amanda Jean, people were saying that this is actually ELIZA's manager. I haven't gotten a chance to verify that yet because I've been busy all day these past like 3 days. But she does confirm that this is her bestie and she trusts her, and she was there when she needed her the most. I have the tweet pulled up here if you want to share my screen, Chrissy. But yeah, this person is the same person. Like right here, I got your account locked. Same person within a day, by the way, it was like within 18 hours when it happened of each other. And then they were both tweeting this same, talking about, oh, a new Twitter rule was added where you can't post people's stuff. And then it became more suspect. And then we find out, oh, well, guess what? It's ELIZA that was actually behind it the entire time and getting her bestie to do her dirty work for her. And she says, I'm going to address this one time and one time only. A non-consensual photo was posted of me yesterday on Twitter, which is obviously a lie because it was a public video. The photos have been removed. They weren't photos, they were screenshots. The source of the photo has been contacted, and I'm preparing to escalate to the fullest extent of the law. And then she follows up with, Twitter did an outstanding job. So she's applauding exploiting this system that she helped create, because she was talking to Elon about this whole CP problem on Twitter, helping things get taken down. So she's utilizing her system that she influenced Elon to make against me, to censor me from posting screenshots of her, because how dare I ask a question? And she says,
who are an ally in
Yeah.
this movement and have basically stood up for, you know, child trafficking, CP, like all that kind of stuff to bring attention. You know,
That's the most
you're an
ironic part
ally
of
of
all.
hers.
and she's not, and you can't think she didn't know, by the way, because as Chrissy said, we were on an episode together. She knows.
Yeah,
She's fully aware.
you. And you know what? Now I'm doubting the fact that other Amanda girl, like I don't know who, if she's real or not. Maybe that's Eliza's alt account, and she's just, you know, pretending.
I saw a
that
picture
Didn't
of
they
her.
say she's on SimpCast manager? Or am I confusing them?
No, that's Cassandra
No.
Fairbanks. We're going to get to her.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
I'm going to read this. Okay. So Twitter did an outstanding job. She's applauding them for censoring me, and they will be excluded from legal action. There won't be anyone else involved spared, meaning me and the person who uploaded the music video, which also is on World Hip Hop. It has 500,000 views, by the way.
and the quartering.
Yeah, and she also lost the quartering after this.
Welcome back, Chrissy.
Welcome back. And she said, I take things all the way. I have no chill. Okay, she's a badass. She's an advocate survivor. I'm an advocate survivor. And that doesn't stop with advocating for myself as a survivor. Okay, take a shot every time she does this. I'd encourage my enemies, meaning me,
Mandy.
to study the law, which, by the way, I wasn't an enemy. She made me into one. I have been for many years.
Yeah, is an enemy anyone who asks one question? Because if that's the case,
Apparently
I
you
guess I'm in
too.
it. I'm in that group now
In that
too.
case, I have
You better study the
thousands.
law, Chrissy. You better study.
I don't
up
have time
like
to
Eliza
study the
did.
law.
on that.
I don't even have
Where's
time to open my
Nick
mail. I can't study the law.
That's why we have Nick Ricada.
Yeah.
She's such an expert at studying the law, yet she thinks posting screenshots of her from a rap music video that's been public for 6 years is against the law. Okay. I have been for many years, which is pretty sad if that's the case. It might stop you from making rookie mistakes in the future. She's calling what I did a rookie mistake. What she did right here was, in fact, the rookie mistake. Little did she know. So she admits to basically getting my account locked, but not only was my account locked, but also Jeremy from the quartering had his account locked. And he says in his video here, he DM'd her about it. And he basically says, to surmise it, at 12 minutes and 11 seconds, she replied to him after his account got locked on something and said, it was because Jeremy did not ask Eliza's permission before basically criticizing her. You need Eliza's permission before you criticize her, or she will lock your account, okay? Using Daddy Elon's silver keys, all right? So
Wait, stop. He just typed criticism. That's when he got his account locked?
Look, here. I'll play the video since I have the timestamp. Let me just reshare the screen so I can share the audio.
And somebody in the chat said last night, I guess, Uncivil Law, who like autistically knows every like the Constitution back and forth. They said in the chat that he's wondering what laws she's talking about because it doesn't make any sense.
Is it true that Elon gave her a Tesla?
No.
I saw that.
Got a free Tesla. I don't know who else would have been in a position to who else is giving out free Teslas.
I don't believe that.
All right, so here's I'll let him speak for like the exact verbiage.
Okay.
We don't no sound.
I invited quartering.
No
on too.
sound? I enabled
He doesn't
it.
stream on Sundays.
You not hear it?
Is your volume? No.
No.
No. Okay, I'll link you it.
Turn
and
your
I
volume
will,
up, or send it to me.
It's all the way up. I'll send it to you. But I did enable the audio. I don't know why I did that. So that video at 12 minutes in, around 12 minutes 5 seconds. It's where you want to start. And he says he talked to her, and you'll see why that's very funny in a second.
It's 12. You said 12 something.
12:05.
I can't get out of my head. All
Yeah,
right,
thank
here we
God
go.
it's in my head too. Thanks.
Boom.
Thanks, Alexa.
Yeah, thanks, Chrissy. Fucking goddamn.
Now you've threatened to sue. You've threatened to sue me. And people say people won't make it this far in the video. Why don't you talk to them privately? I did.
Sorry.
I DM'd her immediately. And
She wouldn't answer my
she
text.
didn't like the fact that I publicly backed Brittany Venti before asking her permission.
Oof.
Oh.
That
She literally told me that I was supposed to ask her permission. I'm dead serious.
Oh, that's so cringy.
Oh no.
I know.
Of course, I could share the DMs, but I won't right now. I don't need to because
Oh, my internet. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet.
I know I have your trust. She asked me,
Oh my God. Why does it always happen when it's important?
That's why it happens. 'Cause
said
it's important.
that Brittany Venti and I were supposed to ask her
Every time it does this, I'm just going to go.
permission to post a image that was monetized YouTube video right now.
But yeah, that's
if you
the
have
gist
a
of
problem
it.
with this music video,
He says if you have a problem with the music video,
Eliza,
then
I
you should
suggest
take
you take it up
down.
with them.
Yeah. So
Okay?
yeah,
This
here's the
is
ironic
a public
part.
record of a public person. What
Yeah.
you're doing is you are now costing me money, Eliza. So if
Damn.
you decide that you would like to see me in court, I assure you, you are costing me potentially tens of thousands of dollars a day
Me
in
as well.
marketing by locking my account.
Wow.
It seems like it's going to be a very expensive lawsuit for you, my friend.
Yeah. And
Sounds
please
like
don't
Jeremy
feel
has.
for her.
Sounds like Jeremy has no chill.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a lawsuit, though. I mean, it's a toss out immediately, right, Faran? I mean, it's
I gotta say
bullshit.
something. Hold on.
Can you
I
share
gotta
my
make
screen?
this. I gotta make this racial. White people love threatening people with lawsuits.
That's what we do.
That's all y'all do is say, "I'll sue you."
I've never threatened anybody with a lawsuit.
I mean,
That's like that's our go-to, our first go-to every time.
That's like I will call the manager to the nth degree.
I thought that was an American
every white
thing.
person who threatened to sue me, I go ahead. Nothing has come of it. I don't give a shit. Go do it. I dare you, and then nothing happens.
I will call the manager on crack.
Yeah, she was trying to intimidate me by saying, "Oh, I better study the law," and then she looks like a moron. And here's the best part: she says, "Oh, well, they didn't contact me first. I've been following Eliza, and I had seen this tweet in my feed where it says, "Please don't DM me. I'll speak to you I'll contact you. Nothing
Wait, this is just
personal."
generally, she tweeted this.
Yes,
Like,
and
this
it was
is
on the
out of
7th
nowhere?
of December. It wasn't long
This is in
ago.
December.
Yep, it was
This
not
is
long
like,
ago.
No
I saw it in my
photos,
feed.
please. Everyone, be gone, peons. Don't ever DM me.
She's
That's
too
part
famous.
of Twitter.
Nothing personal.
Yeah,
You know, you can
and,
just lock your DMs. Like,
I
like,
know.
or
Just
like,
don't
get
look
the
at them.
fuck out of
Don't
here with
answer
this.
them.
And
And
then
all
she's
she
like,
had to
I'm going
do-
through my followers list tomorrow, and I'm going to start unfollowing individuals who aren't my close personal friends that are DMing me. She's like making a huge deal out of it, like an entire thread about how famous she is. Don't DM her. But now quartering, oh, well, you didn't DM me before. You went and criticized me. So here's your account
Right.
lock, sweetie.
Good point.
And for those of you wondering if that music video she was in was consensual or not, here's the thing. When I was looking through the stuff, I was inclined to believe it was because of videos like this one. Chrissy, I'll link it to you since my share sound doesn't work. But if you go in around 30 seconds of that video, it is a video of her being on the phone with her mom, asking her what she thinks about her being in rap videos. And you can see her general attitude about 30 seconds in.
What are you doing? I just got off work. I thought you tried to call and sent me a text message. So I thought I'd try to call you back.
Well, yeah, I was just calling you because
I'm just calling you so you know I'm now.
And this was 10 years ago. It's
Survivor.
in the same time range, by the way, of her doing these music videos. The other one was 6 years ago. And there's another one from 6 years ago where she also kind of doubles
because
down.
I wanted to get your feedback and see what you thought about me being in music videos.
And she didn't tell her mom she was being recorded for a YouTube video. Like this was just like
Just
I don't know.
exploit your family. No
I
big.
don't like recording. Like I don't know. It's like a gotcha.
Yeah, about me being in music videos. You know how I started being in music videos and I started a blog about it.
Hold on. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, this is called Phone Call to Mom About Being a Video Vixen. So it's like someone who calls themselves a video vixen like does so when they are proud of what they're doing, when they're like, this is my new identity, this is my thing now.
I
Not,
also like the video too, where she's sitting there with the white background and her voice is completely different. She sounds like those white chicks that like want to be in with the rappers, and she's like, "Yeah, you know, like when I was flowing," and you're just like, "Wait,
she was definitely she was definitely 25% more urban in that particular video than I had previously seen. But who knows? Like Madonna has shown us that your voice can change depending on the city, the circumstance. So who knows?
I think I had to turn my phone off. I couldn't hear you.
Did you turn it up?
Yeah, I turned it up.
Okay, I just wanted to see what you thought about me being in music videos.
It's gonna be my like, what's it called? A ringback tone?
That's fine. You've done music videos before.
I know, but what do you think about it?
Aren't you pissed, Mom? And then she ends up being like, no, I'm fine.
I enjoy it. I think it's fun. You've always loved music. You love to dance. You like to have fun. Right? It's fun.
God.
See, she's smiling.
Have you watched a couple of the music videos that I was in?
Yeah, I've watched a few of them.
You told me that you thought they were funny, right?
Well,
yeah, and until I saw this clip, I was like, who knows? Maybe she was trafficked. Maybe she was forced to do that music video in the desert. But then when I saw this clip, I'm like, oh, she's like obviously proud of it. So
she seems fine.
That story goes out the window that she was forced to do that music video.
Exactly. And if people say, oh, that's too old, I just linked another YouTube link. It's from an interview from 6 years ago. Same timeline as the music video where we were playing our lovely intermission music from. And in that video where I linked, I don't know if you want to let Nina share it. Maybe it'll work for her because internet.
I can do that. Wow. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, mine's not working either. Like the audio.
You're having sound.
Yes, this one. This is my favorite.
At 350, yeah.
Well, we had one relationship, one serious relationship since I've been a model.
She calls it modeling.
Trust is the main issue.
Again, with the trust.
And I think men are a little bit jealous.
They're just jealous.
Man, I don't want to speak in general. I think some men are a little bit jealous of a woman who has their own passion.
She calls it a passion.
Who has their own. God forbid we be out there in a physical context, like making our own thing.
The music videos.
And sharing it with the world.
Maybe she was
sharing it with the world.
This
Wait,
video.
no,
She's sharing
talking
it with the
about the
world.
music videos here. Like she's talking about that.
Yeah, it's the same time period, and she had been doing these music videos for 10 years. There was 3 different ones. That wasn't the only one. There's 2 others too.
Very
that I found.
intimidating for a man to know that his woman could potentially have more power than he does.
So she's
And,
bragging about it. She's like, "Oh, men are
If
just
I feel
jealous.
that way, I will feel
You
that
know, I
way
want to
as
share it with the
well.
world."
If my man had more power than me, I'll feel that way.
Hi.
So,
Hey, Anna.
Hi, Anna.
Hey, Anna.
it's a
Detective
normal
Anna's
feeling,
here.
But,
Anna, wait, were you trafficked into this podcast, or did you come here of your own will?
I came here 100% of my own will, but
We're not-
I haven't watched this video.
Were you in traffic at any point today or this
I
week?
was actually in a lot of traffic today. It took me forever to get home. All the
Well, guess what, Anna? You are now a survivor, a traffic survivor.
Wait, I think I was groomed into this podcast then.
Oh my
'Cause I got a
God.
random message.
You were all groomed into doing this podcast, I guess.
And if you truly
comes
weren't
to
convinced
me-
by this, by the way, there's another link I just linked you if you want to play. We already played the relevant part of that video. But in that website, there shouldn't be anything that you can't show on YouTube. I checked it. But
we'll find
on
out.
that website, she has a bunch of photos of her.
He looks amazing here.
It doesn't look like it's non-consensual. Is she gonna call this non-consensual
What
too?
website
or
is this? What
It's
website?
on livehiphopradio.com.
Okay.
This is an interview.
More fancy music.
Different next. Like if you look at my body of work, I've done every photo shoot possible to appease my personal taste of what I want to accomplish as a model. There's only a
Is
few.
that part of the music?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's part of the.
I thought you were playing another one.
No,
I was like, what?
no. I only had time
No, it's
to-
just her taste.
Goals I haven't accomplished as a model that I really, really want to. And I mean, there's very few. It's like, what are those? I would love to model for CHR magazine. It's not even a new fashion magazine. It's basically like Vogue, but on awesome.
Do you think she was trafficked into doing this interview?
Yes.
It's basically like Vogue on Awesome. The editor-in-chief, French Vogue. She was the editor-in-chief of French Vogue for 10 years. She quit and started her own magazine called CR. Actually, you could see like Doug Conway. Kanye has been writing and doing his thing with old vampire, and nobody knows. I just on some cool, like on some.
Okay. So the Eliza Knows name was during the time that she did that desert music video, because it was also, it was called this Eliza Knows Wish Candy time.
Can I say, just as a Chicagoan born and raised, who she also claims she's from Chicago, that is not a Chicago accent at all. I don't know what that like cadence that she's doing with her voice, as you said, much more urban back in the day. Very odd though. Like when people change their voices and stuff over time, that to me just screams weird.
Well, you know,
I mean, this whole episode screams weird. Yeah.
It's LA. It's like the ghetto part of LA accent.
I spotted some
gosh.
cultural appropriation on this.
But why can't you be like, hey, I was a model, whatever that means to you. I've done music videos and now I help abuse victims. Like, why not weave that into the story of who you are?
This is why this whole thing is so bizarre to me, Chrissy, because if this was true, that would be part of her identity. And that's something that people would love to basically relate to. Like it's a real story and people like that.
I think the conservatives would have rejected her.
It's because I think
so,
she's
Tree?
hiding something. I think that when a person like this is so secretive and talking about they're big on trust, clearly there's something she doesn't want us to see, and she tried to censor when you even talk about this. So imagine what else she's hiding. Imagine what else she's not being honest about.
I mean, I don't love this photo. This photo to me says, push me back into the ocean. Take the harpoon out of my
That's my least favorite photo.
I don't love this. I would not have put this on my website. Just saying.
Yeah, agreed.
Beached whale. It gives it a whole new meaning.
I still think that not justifying it, but I think the reason why is because she's not liberal minded. She's probably centrist or right-leaning centrist, and she did not think that they would embrace her past.
But that's, I don't know. I feel like there's so many of us in this internet realm who don't fit in a box, who aren't like poster boy for conservatism, who aren't poster boy.
I don't know. I have to
You don't have to
disagree,
be
though.
religious. You don't have to be trad. You don't have to be squeaky clean to like get followers and, you know, be known and have an influence. I don't know. Maybe she felt she had to.
Well,
I
here's
think
the
it's
thing.
also-
I have a point. I have a point I have to say. So it's not accurate to say, oh, she's not a confrontational person. That's just benefit of the doubt. And people who deserve benefit of the doubt are not people who go around shutting people's accounts down like this, who claim to be free speech advocates. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. This window over here with this tweet. Like, does this sound like someone to you that is like a shy wallflower? This sounds like a confrontational person to me that's talking about, I'd encourage my enemies to study the law.
No,
I
it
have
sounds like
many
she's trying
years.
to intimidate. This
No.
is-
This is a cowardice. She's hiding behind Twitter's TOS. See, confrontation is, you all know I'm proud of my past And some people think I don't brag about it, nobody talks about it. So when people say, oh yeah, Tree, you used to beat up men, you used to whip women, you did, and I go, yeah, so what? I don't do it anymore. I retired in 2020. I actually confront them, and I actually say, hey, you're telling people stuff they already know. This is nothing I'm ashamed of. So what? You want to turn? I got some women I know I can refer you to. That's confrontational. I would not. And to this day, every last one of those guys have not been banned. I have not reported them. I just confront them head on with what I've done and what I'm proud of doing. And because listen, the internet is forever. There's no way you can do something and it's not going to come back. It's going to always come back. You cannot hide from your past. And I just, to me, y'all know I take people head on. This right here, this tweet I'm looking at, she's using Elon, the Twitter, TOS to punish Brittany, to punish Jeremy. That's cowardice.
I agree. I see what you mean in terms of confrontation means like literally to confront rather than using systems to abuse and blocking people. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
she's being an SJW here, man. She's just like, oh, whatever. I like this is my truth. And how dare Jeremy, the quartering, that fucking asshole, how dare he message Brittany or
have an opinion without consulting me
before
first.
consulting me. What kind of person does that? What a narcissist.
Brittany, what was the chemistry between you and her when you was on Chrissy's shows together?
It seemed like she was kind of resistant to what I was saying about trafficking funding a lot of pornography, and it was odd, and it struck me as odd because it's so obvious and out there, and like minimal research, you could kind of figure that out. That it's like, well, where are you sourcing a lot of girls
you know
from?
what? I rewatched part of it like very recently because I was like,
she's very
surface on a stream together. Normally when I have two people on a stream together about a common topic, there's a mingling, there's a vibe, there's a yes-anding, there's a finishing each other's sentences, like a comfortable interrupting that's happening. And then when I rewatched it, I realized like, oh, like Eliza is very comfortable being the only person on the show. Like it seems like now looking back and looking at these other appearances, I'm like, oh, her comfort zone is to be the only person, and like she's got her things.
Just a thought. Does she think that Brittany is going to get into that?
Like her space, like be a competition.
That's a good point.
And this was a long time ago. This was like, well, not that long. I mean, it was 21.
Was it a SimpCast?
No, it was a CMP. I just had both of them on, and the topic was literally human trafficking.
Wow.
Yeah, well, and that's one of the things to answer the question, I think, of why people were like, well, why would she make this up? You know, if you look at a lot of, human trafficking advocates that have not been trafficked themselves, they're kind of just like middle of the road, like, hey, I advocate, but I don't have a past. What gets you even more noticed is having your own personal story tied to it. And if there's one thing that not just human trafficking, child sex trafficking, that is going to get not just Democrats, Republicans, everybody pissed off to the point where they're going to say, look at this poor person and look at her now, her strength and her passion for this. And then
everyone wants to support someone who is advocating and supporting kids that are victims.
Absolutely.
Like
when they weren't victims themselves.
Well, and the part, Faran, that I don't understand a little bit is when a lot of people say like, why would she do this or why would she fake something like that? Why does anyone fake anything that they do like that? Like why did the creator, one of the founding members of Me Too, end up being like, harassing a minor? And we all know how that turned out.
Have you heard of a guy named George Santos lately? I feel like him and her are brother and sister at this point, Eliza.
Oh my God.
Good.
Brittany, let me share this screen here.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go over this one part because I kind of touched on it when we were talking about it earlier, and I just wanted to like show the full thing. So this is my DMs with Crab Crawler. I had to screen cap it because I can't load tweets on a normal browser because I'm locked. And he shared the DMs between me and him. It's timestamped. And I was messaging him about it. And I said, I'm the grave messages. Not everyone's going to know the different forms of trafficking. So I guess she was coerced into it. And then, you know, he responded, he says, based on her response, maybe additional things happen in the background. And he says he supports the organization she was promoting against trafficking. And then I said, she does have to go in depth, but the thing is, if you're going to speak up about being trafficked, it's fair if people want to know at least who, give some legitimacy. She doesn't owe her business to others, but she chose to speak on it. So it's fair if people want to clarify the basis of the story. I'm not trying to step on toes, but I'd ask this about anyone in this position. So it's timestamp. I asked him about it. It wasn't malicious. This is timestamp proof. It was not malicious. Okay. He's friends with her. I asked him about it. You can see it here. Right.
So this dispels the idea that you were just doing this to troll.
Yeah.
And
then, you know,
something that many people.
Well, her tweet wasn't trolling. I actually read her tweet before Twitter removed it. Actually, she was still online, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, this is." It was a nice. I've seen Brittany troll before. I've seen her troll. That was
it's a sight to behold. But that
that was not a troll tweet.
It was a fair question.
And the part that's so funny is I mentioned before how I had a friend of mine whose daughter got picked up into human trafficking. When you ask him how did it happen, he is like, sit down, let me tell you how it all happened. And basically the TLDR is that they were these young kind of poor older guys that were out of high school. They go and they find these high school girls and they're like, hey, you want to come to a party with us? And they're like, we're gonna have, you know, booze, maybe some weed, whatever. And these girls are 14, 15, and they're like, oh my God, this is older, cute guy. He likes me. They go out, they stay out all night. And then they don't come home. The parents are freaking out. Where are they? They call the cops saying, my daughter's missing. All of a sudden, she strolls in at 2 p.m. They do this a couple of times. So the final time when they don't come home, the cops are like, she's probably just going to turn up again. You've called us 3 or 4 times about this. And then they're gone. And that's why the cops never really went full force in finding his daughter. And he went, not Liam Neeson route, but he had to get his own private investigator. He's a guy down in Houston with a ton of oil money, so he could afford it. But his whole thing is that when this happened once, and he's currently in the process of writing a book about it as well, to warn parents, when this happens one time, do not let them go out with these boys ever again. Make sure they're meeting the guys that they're supposedly going out with. Because it's like the whole plan is to, when it's young girls in the suburbs, you know, they want it where the cops just totally she'll turn up again so that they, you know, there's no alarm bells going off. He sits down and writing a book, putting this out there, telling people how to be, you know, on a high alert. You would think she'd be like, you know what? I get where some of you guys are coming from, but this was kind of the process of grooming. They got me to do videos like this. They got me to do stuff like that. The fact that there was no answer, a complete attack, questionable, very, very questionable. And most people that have gone through this, they want to sit down and actually advocate and help others learn how to avoid things that like this. Like
especially if they're an advocate and they're like, hey, I'm the advocate, that type of thing.
Hey, don't do this. And when Dr. Drew said, hey, where do you basically find victims? She couldn't answer that question. And you think
Leanne can answer that question better. Like Leanne was out here doing more.
Legitimately done that kind of work too. Leanne Starr, who's been on the show a ton. You would say, you find them on Twitter, you find them on Reddit, wherever. Like, I know these pages are where people go. I mean, you go to a fucking truck stop bathroom, there's a sign up that says, are you being trafficked? Call this number. Give that number. Go to any truck stop and write down that number. Like, give us something. But I want to know, Anna, you went off. You were in defense of Venti, like hard. You did a whole stream about it. So I want to know your thoughts.
I'm going to DM really quick the national hotline, by the way, so you can pin it.
Yeah.
So that we can say that we've done it. We've done our advocating.
But Anna, like any extra thoughts you want to add in, or if there's something that you think we may have missed, or
I mean, just as an outsider looking in on it, like I didn't know anything about this chick before. I think I only became aware of her because she was on Tim Pool. I didn't watch the episode, but you see it show up on your feed. Mm-hmm. And I think I saw like one tweet from her that was clever right after her appearance on Tim Pool. And so I didn't know anything about this chick. And then I see, the tweet about Brittany being banned on Twitter. And so I decided to look into it. And I mean, just looking at all of it from face value, it's just like, okay, so this girl has lied about her age how many times, which I mean, most women lie about their age. So I was like, that's not really a red flag to me. But the fact that it's like, okay, she's stalked My Chemical Romance. She's got the most cringy My Chemical Romance fan fiction about her dating Gerard Way. She's been on every single like reality show. So I'm like, okay, this just seems to me as someone that was trying to get famous and trying every single way to get famous. And then she said, oh yeah, I was trafficked. Kind of like, I don't know if you guys had to deal with this, but when Me Too started happening, I feel like every single person was like, oh yeah. And I was like, really? What happened? You know?
Yeah. And I was over here going, no, I liked it. Some of us had fun.
Well, one of the things that really pissed me off, so one of the first people that got Me Too'd was John Lasseter. And I know John Lasseter, so that really pissed me off. John Lasseter, for those that don't know, he's the guy that basically helped create Pixar, and he was the creative genius behind Pixar, and then he was running Disney Animation. And Me Too, he's one of those people that, like, you know when you meet a hugger? Like, he's a hugger. But
We're all
when you work
advocates
with
now.
him, it's a complete
SimpCast is
different.
now a human trafficking advocacy show because there is the hotline number right there.
Oh, there you go.
Survivors.
We didn't need any training at all, but we've all just become advocacy abuse people.
I have you know how to get the Me Too for women against men. How come there's not one for women? Because I'm surprised there hasn't been any about me. You know, with men complaining.
Men Too. I think that's a hashtag, isn't it? It's called Men Too.
I don't think so because this is a true story. Last summer, a fan, I didn't know he was a fan. He came up and he asked if he can take a picture with me, and I'm very tall, so of course he's short. So I looked at him and I said, "How tall are you?" He's like, "I'm 5'6". I said, "You can only because you're short." You can only take a picture with me if I can grab your ass. And he was like, oh, really?
That's funny.
And long story short, we took a picture. I didn't grab his ass, and he was very disappointed. So it was like, because he complained why I didn't do it. But I was thinking like I'm sure there are women who have done some things. And
the most recent.
Oh yeah.
The most recent one that I saw, I want to say it was last week, was Mindy Kaling, where it was that she kissed somebody on set and then told people if they went and told people about it, that she would fire them or something.
What?
Oh,
bad.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't
at least be hot when you're doing that.
No, remember that one girl from the show Girls? How she like tried to kiss Brad Pitt, and he was
Lena
like,
Dunham, right?
Yeah.
Cringy
Well,
girls
that's-
do this shit.
That's funny, Anna, that you bring up Brad Pitt because Margot Robbie also said that she kissed Brad Pitt on her. I think it was Margot Robbie or the other chick, the one that the one from Man of Steel that's played
Amy Adams.
Amy Adams, that's right. I think it was her, and she said she tried to kiss Brad Pitt too, and like they made it up, like you know she put it in the script basically for herself. And she did.
No.
I like that she has no shame in admitting that.
Yeah, she was like, she's like, this was my only chance to kiss Brad Pitt. I wasn't gonna lose it.
Yeah, but see, she's got a sense of humor, and like so does Brad. But like the Lena Dunham thing, it's so cringy and uncomfortable
gross.
when you actually watch it.
She's gross, and she has a long history of being gross. She gets made fun of plenty. But
yeah,
really quick, I just want to like wrap up the point of me bringing up that previous thing was to bring up this thing. So could you share my screen for like 5 seconds? So my point in bringing that up was, as you saw, I didn't have malicious intent. It's literally timestamp. And so I just really didn't appreciate Cassandra Fairbanks. And this is relevant. This isn't like petty drama. This is someone who books for Tim Pool, a free speech advocate, one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest one on YouTube, right? So he has a huge influence. And she's talking about how I just did it to be malicious. She's saying she will side with ELIZA because she knows her in real life, and basically that's her principle for free speech here. Her principle is involving standing by friends, especially when they're getting kicked down. It's like, yeah, not me though, the person who literally can't defend themselves and tweet, not trashing
Send me that link, Brittany. I'll tweet at her.
Okay, I'll send you in 1 second. And then there is this one. I'm just showing you the important ones. And she talks about how I was just concern trolling.
It was a dirty move to do the fake nice concern. I mean, it almost sounds like she's assuming your intent with your
based on
tweet, which is
nothing,
not
though.
fair.
I have no behavior to assume that off of, regardless of me
But
trolling.
you didn't
like,
attack her. She says you attacked her. You didn't attack her.
I was very nice about it. And
you even said, I don't know if she has addressed this before. If she has,
Right.
let me know somewhere else.
You were fair.
You were
in
being
your
genuine.
wording.
And
Yeah.
here's the thing, Cassandra writes, she's supposed to be a journalist, right? And she's assuming this on what? Of some sort of bias she has against me. And she says that I think the attacks on her are really excessive right now. Like, as if it's not a big deal. And then she follows up with, if you think so, like if Eliza is wrong, just don't follow her and move on. Who cares? So when it's her friend, who cares she's deplatforming? When it's her friend who's a free speech advocate, who cares deplatforming? So apparently some people are allowed to deplatform. If you're buddy with Cassandra, you get a pass. And she didn't just make those, she made like 15 tweets about it, guys. Like,
I can understand how she's friends, she's good friends with her, good enough to go to her wedding and had her on Tim Pool. So she's probably feeling like, I have to defend my decision of having her on a very huge platform, because I'm sure she is getting a ton of DMs, and this is coming out of a feeling of, feeling defensive. Maybe she feels, I don't know,
but
embarrassed
then
or whatever, like, oh shit, this came out. But yeah,
she can't call herself a free speech advocate either. Then she can't be like, oh yeah, I support free speech, I'm gonna write articles and be a journalist and book for Tim Pool. Then you can't do that, because this is not a consistent principle. This is, if I'm friends with you, you can get away with anything. And it's like 15 different tweets. These are just a few of them.
And I think it's interesting. Somebody asks in the chat, what's next for ELIZA BLEU? Like, does she come out and with these lawsuits, does she come out and start saying names? Does she act like this never happened? Like, I'm going to be very interested to see what her next move is and how to handle this, because
how do you come back from this? Like, she's blocked so many people who were kind of in her corner.
I can tell you a good way. I don't think she would do it, but the best way is to unblock people like you, Chrissy, and Venti, and just unblock everybody who was not attacking. Now I have to defend her on a couple of things I've seen her attack with, like the what's his name with the beard?
Jack Murphy.
The Jack Murphy beard on her butt. That was a little mean. Okay.
Well, she deplatformed me and it's affecting my income. It's like fair game now. Now I'm gonna make jokes about it.
The meme. So that was a joke that happened on Flashcast. So Nick Ricada came on and he's like, I'm surprised the memers haven't done that yet. So that is why that exists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And if she just basically just come out and say, first, before I explain my past, I need to apologize. I was irrational. I was emotional. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm not good at confrontation. So I just decided to lock down and to lock people's account and to get people's account locked. I'm sorry. I'm only human. This is how I react in fear. And I do, some people fight, some people flight. I decided to do the flight and use TOS to fight my battles and my connection. And here's what happened. Boom, 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 boom. I'm sorry I never explained it, but I don't think she's going to do that. If she just basically just apologized, now would you accept her apology if she did that, Brittany and Chrissy?
Here's the thing. It's really hard to say with confidence, yes, because it was clearly malicious. Like, and she wouldn't have said sorry otherwise if she didn't get caught, like if people weren't calling it out. Because, usually people get away with this because people like, for example, Cassandra, who will just defend their friends on the premise of friends, rather than, if you actually care about someone, tell them, hey, you're wrong here. You need to improve this because you care about them. You want them to do better. You want them to do well for themselves. But in the case of Cassandra, it's not the case. But it was overall the case. Most people were supporting Jeremy and I with being deplatformed. But it's hard to say because it's like, it's already so far gone and she wouldn't have apologized otherwise. She's just abusing system, and also leaves the question, so is it going to get abused again by who else? There's no ID verification, is there? Because that would be an easy fix.
There's no ID verification.
Yeah, so it'd be an easy fix, but she's using the system to exploit the one she helped create.
I mean,
So
I
it's
think
hard
it's
to say.
interesting though, Brittany, that she right now, as of right now, I mean, you can't see it because you're blocked. But as of right now, like she hasn't blocked me, so I can still see her account. That tweet is still up. She hasn't deleted it. She hasn't like really added to it, even though it got fact checked with. I thought it was pretty freaking funny.
Yeah, I
Like
would have
Who
deleted it.
that
if it got
there?
fact
Like
checked,
that's
yeah.
It's when enough people comment on it, Twitter will fact check it.
Like I'll go to it right now, but like she hasn't changed anything and she hasn't addressed like anything new. And you would think that if if she was gonna say something else, like she would have by now. She's kind of like going on with her life like that.
Actually, that I hate to say it, that is what she probably will do, is not address
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Because this is the most interesting thing, and I would like people's on the panel's opinion about this. Who's bigger, this scandal against her or her and her advocacy work?
Right.
Because the
I mean,
biggest
she's gonna
one will
ignore it and
win. The
just
biggest
pretend,
one
but
will
she's
win.
gonna wait for it to go away. I bet she's gonna think that it'll be silent. But
is it
I
still
don't really
good, though?
think. Well, I don't think that she understands the magnitude of dealing with Brittany Venti and the quartering. You know,
Well,
Like that-
especially the quartering. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Well, and I saw the comment in the private chat about Tug, that umbrella guy, was doing a live stream and that got nuked. Okay, Tug's talking about it. Ricada's talking about it. I mean, heck, almost all of LawTube is talking about it. This is going to bite her in the ass. And this is what happens when like normies don't understand how to deal with YouTubers. And once the internet sees something, that's it. That's done. Like, look at Amber Heard. She can do as much PR as she wants. The internet never forgets, and all the evidence are up there. The internet's not going to forget this. And anytime she does anything, she's going to get Jack Murphy photos of her on her ass.
Right. Because if people have not heard of her work, a lot of people are going, this is the first I'm hearing of her. And then the first they're hearing and seeing of her is, okay, it looks like maybe she lies about her age. She gets triggered when asked questions about her origin story, blocks people she's worked with, blocks everybody, won't answer like simple questions. And even she was on like a Katie Herzog interview. She's like, oh, I thought I was here to talk about Twitter files. And then I guess Katie asked her about her trafficking timeline and got triggered and ended the
Anytime she does anything on YouTube, that's going to be all the comments. Anytime she does a live stream interview, that's going to be the comments. There's going to be super chats asking her about that. This is never going to go away. And I mean, she can try ignoring it, but that's exactly what Jack Murphy is doing. And look at how that's working out.
Yeah.
And then anytime, right? Because like what he is doing, he is posting like it never happened. And the engagement is just not there from when before all that stuff happened with him, with the heartfelt and with Sydney Watson. And you just can't pretend it didn't happen. It makes you come off like your head is in the sand and you don't care about the audience. And you're like, I'm doing my own thing. I'm over here. Like, la, 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 la. It's
I think this is, I really wish I could believe that this will come and bite her, but the reason why I don't think so, and I'm going from personal experience, what Candace Owens has done was horrific. She would have been thrown underneath the bus if she was white and did what she did, right?
What did she do?
I'll tell you in a minute. But because she's black, and what conservatives will say, well, we don't have that many black people here. She's doing good for the community, and
we need one.
We need them. We need her to be the black voice. And what does Fox News? They always bring her on, okay, to talk, to be the black voice. They always have her. I think that's what's going to happen with ELIZA, because they're going to say, well, look at all the advocacy work she's done. Well, look at how she's got CP off of Twitter. Well, look at how she's basically helping spread the message. I see the same thing happening with her, but that's happened with Candace.
But Candace has kind of a shield, doesn't she?
Whereas
Candace
had a doxing site, whereas ELIZA never had a site, like never. Her past was all just like her own personal shit, her own personal.
Does ELIZA, is she like a right-wing person, a left-wing person, a middle? What is she? I don't know.
I think libertarian.
Yeah.
She was right. Then she was with the Yang Gang in early 2020.
But ELIZA never had as part of her past, like victimizing, you know what I mean? Like she lived her own life. The music videos, the scene girl stuff. It wasn't like with Candace where she had a doxing website.
Right.
Yeah.
What
So
did
her,
Where she wanted to dox
herself
little
only.
kids. When she's on video, I have the receipts. If anybody need a receipt, I'll give you all the receipts. I'll give it to Chrissy if she needs them. Where she's on video saying, yes, it's okay to put kids as young as 9 on the site so that it'll teach them at a young age how to properly speak without using hate speech.
Yeah, she was original, like OG Gamergate, Anna.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
OG. Yeah.
That's not
the
good.
part that's just sad about all this is I like what Anna said, you know, like normies when they don't know how to deal with the internet. Like I think as Chrissy said at the top of the show, like we've all had our own try to get canceled at one point, or we've all done stupid stuff where we've all had to learn how to deal with the internet. As a human, I do feel bad if this is going to be her first and probably last big lesson because I think this is kind of game, set, match for her. But as somebody else in the chat already said too, is that the part where I really feel bad is that for the true victims out there, they are now not going to be believed. They're gonna have to come with receipts every single
maybe
time.
They won't go to her. Like maybe she did have people hitting her up and they go, oh, they see all this like bad press around her and they go, oh, well, maybe, I don't know. She's very splashy. I don't know.
There's reports actually that people did hit her up and that she basically was like, well, like kind of ghosting a lot of people when she realized if they didn't have a high follower count, if they didn't have like a lot of different
So how
stuff.
is that good work then? That's not good advocacy then, or good work to say, oh, well, she did all this good stuff. Especially
Well, you
when
would think
if
she
it's
would have a
bad intent,
website.
Fame hungry.
I mean, this is true. You guys are right though. Like this hurts the victims, and honestly, like that's the part that really pisses me off the most. Is like that
Me too. I know.
these victims are. It's the same thing that happened with Amber Turd. It's the same thing that happened with all these other people that they get exposed like this. Same thing, like even with people like Jack Murphy, like all the men that listen to this dude and now feel kind of completely just ran over because they believe the lie. I mean, it's terrible when you do this kind of stuff.
Legitimacy does not come from your being clean. Like some in the chat's like, oh, no one here has a clean past. It's not about having a clean past.
We never claimed
not
to.
a requirement. That's part of what makes you a real human being is your mistakes and your experiences. It's like, but when you see the internet, which represents a lot of real people with all the same concerns, you have to address it because it's like you're a public person, you're a public persona, and you're trying to put yourself out there. You're putting yourself out there so that victims feel comfortable going to you. You are public so that they don't have to be public. That's the point. You're the PR person for the victims. So
100%.
If you're going, I'm public, but I'm going to completely dismiss and put my head in the sand about concerns, not just like trolls, but like people you've worked with, people that also have large followings, people that would platform you in the past and would in the future. And you just pretend like, so it's like, oh, you don't want to acknowledge reality. You don't want to address these things. It's
the reality is when you talk to many of these victims, I even have talked to, when I was down in El Paso, I did a whole investigation on how a lot of the priests in Boston were sent down to El Paso, Texas, because the Hispanic population is never going to question their priest. And it was a lot of survivors that had been either R-worded or M-worded. And these folks are in their 30s and 40s.
No.
Oh, no.
The other one. By a priest. And these folks are in their 30s and 40s. And they're still dealing with this shit. I mean, when you're a kid and it's anything regards into sex and what have you, I don't want to sound like, they're screwed up the rest of their life, but that is a burden that they carry for the rest of their life. And to play on like these kinds of people who have to literally probably go to therapy for the rest of their life, hopefully to God they can afford it. Having to deal with looking at sex differently from when they were a child versus an adult. I mean, all these different problems that I've talked to victims about that, again, there was even a woman in her 50s still dealing with it. And her husband still had problems from it. To me, it's just, if this is being used, that is disgusting. You're a disgusting individual. And how dare you do this to now have it where other victims who actually had to go through it are now going to have to prove it. because you decided to go out and just say the words.
Because why, like if a victim is listening to whatever podcast she's on where she avoids the question of what's your origin story. Oh, I didn't come here to talk about that. Well, that victim's like, oh, well, shit. And maybe they turn off and they don't listen to another appearance again. Like, aren't you supposed to be speaking on every appearance? Like you're trying to reach that person who has no one, who
Bless you, Anna.
want to give them faith to reach out to you. Isn't that like what your job is trying to be?
Between this and the free speech thing, like I'm gonna die on the hill of free speech, and then like go on fucking
Does the exact
strike.
opposite.
Yeah, like
So
dude,
ridiculous.
it's so stupid that honestly, Tree, I'm kind of like leaning towards what you're saying. Like I don't know if she's gonna recover. I don't know, because I think people are gonna bring it up. If they're not gonna bring up her.
Someone else is going to bring this up. If she goes and speaks at the Mind Festival or something else, she's going to do more podcasts. There'll be people who don't, who just, hey, come on, whatever. They hadn't heard of it or they don't care. It's going to come up. It's going to come up in the chat of whatever next appearance she does.
They can do something with the chat, though. They can moderate the chat.
So that'll be interesting to see.
Well, that'll be even worse if people come in on a live stream and they ask questions. They say, hey, you say you're for free speech, yet you censored Brittany, Venti, and the quartering. And the second that moderator puts that person like in YouTube jail or bans them from the chat, that's going to blow it up even more. But
or she does an appearance and she goes, hey, can you censor anyone who's asking questions about X, Y, and Z? Anyone who's bringing
also
up
depends on how much money she has behind her, too. If she has money that...
Oh, speaking of which, I can answer that question. She was actually funded, or at least they tried to, by a groomer. Check this out.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Oh, and then also the Sandra chick is saying that she's got a normie job. But guys, I actually have to pop out. I know I was only here for a little bit, but I gotta go.
Nice meeting you,
everyone. It was nice meeting you.
Hey, everyone. Love you, Anna.
Oh, she's going. Yeah, I was gonna say go to Anna. Anna did a long live stream about it. So she's been very supportive. And
actually, Venti, I was gonna ask you about that, and Faran, because that was something that was brought up like later on when I found out she's related to like the congressman or whatever. I'm like, see, none of
this now.
None of this adds up. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. None of this adds up. It's like, okay, if she was a freaking trafficking victim of a politician's daughter, like why didn't he go out and be like, why did my daughter get trafficked? Like, I don't understand. Like, nothing is adding up to this. What? Like, you would think some politician would be against human trafficking and the fact that, his daughter got trafficked. Like, that's fucked up.
Let me share this really quick.
I'll get you his
Wikipedia because
too.
Tree's losing it. I gotta show this.
I am losing it. Y'all gonna say the most
are we just describing
right
this
now?
Oh
my gosh.
Let me share it.
Layers. There's so many layers, Tree.
Yeah, it says here, ELIZA received funding from Felicia Killings, who was arrested and charged with several felony counts of unlawful sex of a minor. Killings received a plea deal to avoid having to register as a sex offender. ELIZA received funding from a literal groomer, says the tweet. And here's the screen cap. She's thanking her for the promotion. So as a anti-trafficking advocate, that's definitely not good to take money from someone who groomed
we have
a child.
Like what the fuck?
And I checked the woman's name. This person actually was arrested. I did fact check that. And here's the tweet. So there you have
Here's
it.
another question that I would want her to answer too. If you go into that tweet, Chrissy, and I know we're like bombarding you with stuff, but it's her event that's coming up. Barriers faced by sex trafficking survivors. It's presented by Mercy Health, Chains Interrupted, and another one that I can't read. It's actually tomorrow.
What?
9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central Time. It's being streamed live, so good luck.
I can't see it.
At the
open up the incognito tab.
What is that?
I can
like
share
the private tab.
Boomer.
You know what incognito is, girl.
I have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
I don't even go incognito.
Shows up to that fucking event.
So here you can see, and it says, let's go, says every advocate talking about something completely serious.
Let's fucking go! Yeah.
And so here, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central on January 24th, which is tomorrow, Monday. And here's my question, because it's being...
Where is that? Where is
It's
that?
being
Iowa.
presented, okay, by Chains Interrupted Mercy, all that. Are you getting paid to do that? Are you getting paid to come speak? And
Yeah,
is anybody
of course she is. Yeah,
going to
absolutely
show
she is.
up? Anybody going to show up and heckle you? Because there's a lot.
Will they though? Will they? Will they? Tell me that?
Well,
I don't.
here's the only question though. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if there's anybody in Iowa who may have seen any.
Yeah,
I don't think so in that area.
Well, here's the only question though, is that people are saying, oh, you can register, and then she's already getting ratioed in the comments.
no.
Are we going to show up and hoot? Can you explain the inconsistencies in your
shoot.
story? Didn't she lie about getting R-worded by that one My Chemical Romance back in the day?
And these are gray squares. These aren't even real people.
Yeah, exactly.
They are real people.
Is anyone planning
Gray
on being
squares.
there? You should own up to the lies. No longer the longer you wait, the worse it is. I mean, people are starting to ratio this announcement of hers.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like everywhere she goes, she's gonna people are gonna follow this, and then like if it's gonna be live streamed, I really hope Mr. Dick and Balls gives another $2 and
I mean,
asks the right questions.
hasn't Mr. Dick and Balls done enough?
We're all Mr. Dick and Balls, Chrissy.
I wonder if there's a Mr. Dick and Balls in Iowa. I don't know. But I'm definitely not advocating for anybody going and disrupting this event. But I'm just saying it's like
Definitely not.
Very possible that people will have questions at live events if they have heard any of these live streams. Or
that's what I worry about tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the result too.
And streaming live, so you can watch it live.
Brittany, have you heard back from Twitter yet?
No, I haven't. Despite all the warning posts they put on all her posts saying that she's wrong,
So
I have
basically,
not
what,
heard back from
Venti,
Twitter.
the deal is what you have to delete your tweet and then they'll let you back on.
That's right. Same with quartering. We're both not deleting it. I'm not deleting it for multiple reasons.
You cannot delete it. This censorship. Okay, this censorship is coming for everyone, and we need this. In moments like this, is where we all need to band together and say no. So I applaud.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have a moment during you're thinking, okay, what hill am I going to die on? And you think about like, okay, I have this many followers. Okay, is it a net positive? I just delete it and then I can keep tweeting and promoting myself and whatever. But it's like, how did you come to the conclusion of like, no, this is the hill I'm going to die on. I'm not going to delete the tweet.
Now that you showed me the response to that event, I think she's going to eventually have to address it. That right there does. Faran is right. That's not going to stop. It's going to get worse.
And a correction, it's Tuesday, January 24th, because I forgot it's 12:10 a.m. here.
Okay,
so
yeah.
you have one more day of travel, folks, if you want to go.
Yeah.
Tuesday, correction.
Well, I decided that I was going to delete the tweet pretty much immediately. Like I had listened to what you said, Chrissy, about like, maybe delete it and then confront her. It's not that that's not a bad, it's an okay option, right? Because it's like, okay, it's one way of problem solving it, but it's not really attacking the root of the problem. So if I just conform to that tells her what? It's okay. That tells everyone, oh, well, Brittany Venti's tweeting, so it's fine. Nobody's going to care about it. And it also puts a strike on my account. It implies I did something wrong. So if I delete the tweet, it's like, oh, if you commit another thing wrong, your account's gone. That enables people to mass report me. So
yeah, that would be
not
used against you. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So I'm not going to delete it.
I didn't even think about that. That's
that's
a really good point.
Yeah, and also you know, like my husband was banned on Twitter for 3 months, and everybody at the end of it was like, oh, maybe he should just create a new account. And it's like, it's not about that. It's about exposing the fact that no one should be censored. We live in America. This is freedom of speech is our right as human beings. And so I applaud you, Brittany. Don't delete it. And we stand by you. Also, by the way, Tree, you look amazing in red.
Thank you.
So fucking hot.
Yeah, dude.
So good.
Oh, yeah.
I want this to be my new outro song, but I was told I can only play it for 3 seconds at a time.
Who has the juicier booty, her or AOC? We need Alex Stein in here.
AOC by far.
I do have a question, Brittany. there's always a time limit. What is yours?
I've been banned off of Twitter for 4 months. I'll sit back and as long as I need. I've been through worse. Like I've been through pretty much almost every bad experience a human could go through in this life. So like this is nothing. I will sit here and wait. And Quartering said the same thing. He will also not delete it and he will sit there and wait.
Yeah.
Why am I gonna bend the knee?
No, I believe you. I don't believe Jeremy. How's Jeremy gonna tell everybody he uploaded a video?
At a certain point, it becomes a net negative on. I understand principle, and that's why I fucking love you, Brittany. But it's like, there comes a point where you're like, "Fuck, am I shooting myself in the foot over something that I don't need to?" But I'm not saying bail and have no principles. But it's like looks like it feels.
Yeah,
like
but they haven't even reviewed the appeal yet, so maybe I can reassess it after the appeal. Sure,
But it's kind of like what
right.
the Quartering said, where he's like, "Give me free $1,000 in marketing every single day. You want to keep this going."
Yeah,
I kind of
that
come
too.
from that standpoint. You know?
Yeah, and you know what? I kind of suggested the same thing as you, Chrissy, to Brittany on the original day. I was like, you know what? Maybe you should delete it and then kind of like confront her about it, like on Twitter, and like make another thread and kind of like, you know, you'll have screenshots of your original tweet and the ban and everything like that. Like, you know, you can kind of go about it that route. But I think you're right though, Brittany. First of all, I didn't think about that admitting fault thing. That's an interesting point. But also this is what this is about. Like you're saying, Lila, like the free speech thing, for example, is what really got me, man. Like I was like, what the fuck? Like this chick's always talking about free speech, always talking about
you'd
this
be
thing.
surprised so many conservatives who are really against free speech. They talk a lot of shit.
They really do, Tree, and that kind of hypocrisy pisses me off. Like I don't like that kind of shit.
I want to share this because me and Frank love to look at Social Blade. So Brittany is gaining more followers on Twitter by not being on Twitter. Right now. This is her Blade. So you've gained, girl, since
get that crown, girl.
What's today? Oh God. I mean 969 on the 21st, 22nd, 2,216, and it's not
the
even
hashtag is working, huh?
I think people are just getting sick of the censorship and people are waking up to it. And so it's like also, Brittany, you have to do this for people who have smaller accounts who don't have a bunch of friends that could back them up, who just get deleted or just get censored and there's nothing they can get about it.
Can we watch it to 87,000 live?
You're in a position where you know a lot of people who will speak up for you and get you trending. And so it's not just, it's about a bigger picture here about the fact that censorship is coming for everybody. I say censorship is like disability. Nobody cares until they're the one in the fucking wheelchair.
Yeah.
So,
you know, watch Brittany get to 87,000 live.
All right, let's keep it up. This
and also Lila's right, and
free Brittany Venti.
Lila's right, and also the fact that this system has not been repaired. Elon has not repaired it. This can literally happen to anybody here. Someone can say, "You ever posted a lewd photo?" Oh, well, guess what? I'm saying that's non-consensual because that's how the system works as of right now. They can happen again and again and again to anyone.
Come on, just 35 more people need to follow Venti
I
on
just
Twitter.
realized. So that means if somebody was to post a bikini, just a bikini picture, they can get that taken down,
right?
Yep. Wow.
I just tweeted out again the hashtag free Brittany Venti at Elon Musk at fucking Twitter support. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. Oh my God, y'all!
And this is Brittany's Twitter.
More.
Brittany's Twitter.
I'll be sure to include Elon. I just tweeted at the Twitter support. I didn't include Elon because I'm thinking like I've been trying to get him to unban Destiny's original account and Mr. Jared Taylor's account. You know, I know those two contrasts. Free Jared Taylor, free Destiny. And I've been adding Elon for several times, and I don't even know if he's seen me. I have a blue check mark, so I don't even know if he's seeing me or not. Or do I have to go to his Twitter to do it? I don't know.
You guys are doing a great job.
No, you just have to add him. I think if he's gonna see you, he's gonna see you. But I don't have the Twitter blue, so I don't know. I think Brittany, do you have the blue yet? Oh, you do, Chrissy,
I
right?
did.
Yeah.
And by the way, important point here. my account is still terminally shadow banned. Like you cannot, Chrissy
Oh,
can't
it's
even
so
add
bad.
that.
I can't even add her
before,
to the private group chat for SimpCast every week.
And the word ELIZA Bleu. Let's go.
So while we're at, can we unshadow ban my account and not have it show warning? This profile may be sensitive, and you can't even see it.
Did you
unless
ask
you're
them
logged
about
in.
that? Did you ask
them? I did. I tagged
what did they say?
Elon. Everyone was retweeting it. Didn't seem to matter.
Come on, boys.
They didn't care.
Yes. One more. Who's
One more.
Typing intensifies.
I want to take that cat so bad.
He's
I
a
love
sweetheart.
that cat.
You're so cute.
Wow. Good job, guys. We did it.
That
pin drop,
I
yes,
said
was on point.
I was gonna get a black cat, 2 of them, and I was gonna name one Tyrone Jenkins and Trayvon Martin.
Oh wow. Wow, Tree.
I had a black squirrel that
Love
used
it.
to come
Wow.
to my apartment and steal all the peanuts, and I called him George Floyd.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Christy's my soulmate, girl.
I was like, all squirrels matter.
His name
Well,
is
so here-
Cookie.
Oh. So here's the elephant in the room. To all of those who are going out now and promoting this, the free Brittany Venti, for those that are digging into ELIZA and all that stuff, they're going to say, even like I've seen it with the quartering now too. Oh, he's grifting off of Brittany, and everybody else is going to be grifting off of Brittany and ELIZA. What do we say to that? Because, I mean, can we grift off the grifter? Like how long can we do it?
I'm not getting paid.
Can I grift? I'm going to grift off you, Venti. That's what this
Amen,
whole
Tree.
tonight
That's
is
what I'm
all
like.
about, grifting off Venti.
Where's my shekels? I'm not grifting, so I don't have no money. So how am I grifting? Give me some money, and then I'll say, "Yep, I'm a grifter. Thank you." You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
I
the thing
mean-
is like she's gonna have to answer it to somebody. There's no way no one else is gonna bring this up ever again anywhere she goes, any podcast she does. So
There's no scenario where she ends up like being correct. Like even if we ran the worst case scenario, if somehow that video was trafficking and not an escort ad, because that's what people were saying. But by the way, that those apparently used to be popular. I didn't even know that. Even if that were the case, how would I know? She's always vague about her story. How would I know that? It's a public video up for 6 years that she obviously did know about. How would you not?
Right.
People are
And if
tweeting
she
at her,
wanted
she's
to make-
blocking them.
if she wanted to make you feel like you were wrong and you were the asshole, she would have been like, I was actually forced into doing that music video, Venti. Like, we really shouldn't have. Just say that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like,
but
simple.
no, because Brittany just showed where she talked to her mama, and then she showed with the white background saying, men just realized that I'm now the queen and I can handle my own and blah blah blah. Well, how she's going to justify those 2 videos?
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I felt like pretty confident it wasn't a trafficking video. She's like, as Chrissy was saying, she was selling it pretty hard in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I believed it.
Farran, to go back to what you were asking about the grift, honestly, like YouTube's a business. So like if you're gonna make content, you're gonna make content. Doesn't matter who that's about. So I mean at this point we know Brittany like personally, so obviously we're gonna make content about what's going on with our friends.
Didn't Nick Rekieta said we should embrace grifting?
Yes, we should
100%.
definitely embrace grifting.
But also, I think it's also if we want to go, you could say, okay, like it's not even about ELIZA Bleu. This is back to the original foundation of why everyone was so happy about Elon Musk taking over.
Yeah,
Is that people in power had the authority to say yes, no, 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 yes, and here now somebody is sucking off the teat and sucking up to Elon
and it's
Musk.
new power. It's new power.
New power, yes. So we could say,
yeah.
oh no, it's not for that. We're trying to keep free speech because with power comes great responsibility and a lot of authority. And she damn well got in there real quick. I mean,
yeah,
it's
Look
just
at you
crazy.
quoting Spider-Man, Farran. Good for you.
No. Right. And what we don't want
I'm
for
learning.
Twitter is like We don't want right wingers, conservatives, libertarians to just be like a flip switch. Now we have the power. Now fuck you, liberals and people we don't like and leftists. It's like nobody wants that.
The thing I find most interesting about this is like all she had to say is that, hey, when I was doing those music videos, when I was participating in that kind of stuff, I wasn't in a good place mentally. I wasn't.
Yes,
good one. Not of that work. And to be honest with you, I would prefer if that wasn't brought up. If I could get that stuff deleted, I would get it deleted. But it is part of my past, and that's not the person I am today. And that's all she had to say. But this complete like when being so defensive and being like so like, oh no, I need to silence you completely is where it's like, you know, that's
treating it like it's revenge porn, treating it like
right
to date, and you're angrily tweeting out news.
Lila, it's like thou protest too much. Like that's based on that whole freaking saying it. She's protesting way too much over
still
nothing.
blown away with the whole telling Jeremy he should have asked permission.
That's that new power confidence.
I'm like, whoa.
Meanwhile, my DMs are closed, then go fuck yourself.
I mean, I go by that old saying, it's easier to say sorry than to ask for permission, Eliza. So no, I didn't have to ask for your permission if I was
You can't call yourself a free speech absolutist or that you believe in free speech and then be proud of the fact that you've gotten people silenced online and they can't defend themselves or speak. It's like we can't have a Discord, a conversation if you're just like, nope, you're out. And her friend to be proud of the fact that she reported you, Brittany. That's like the most disturbing part is that she could just be proud of it, post about it, and then that's okay. That's allowed on Twitter.
Her quote unquote friend, which I'm still, I don't know. Maybe it's her. Maybe it's her alt. I don't know.
Well, I have a question. Yeah. Has the way that they attacked Brittany, has any other woman, including Chrissy, have you been attacked? Like, have you been called a hoe? Have you been deplatformed? Or do you know anyone else? Not you haven't been deplatformed, Chrissy, because obviously you DM'd
I was
me.
Like my account was temporarily suspended for like this was actually a couple of years ago. I was actually retweeting accounts that were posting CP. This is when I was like, I had no idea that if you even like, not that I was retweeting images, but I was like retweeting accounts, and I was like, we all need to report this account, and I got suspended for like CP reasons, and I was like, this system is broken because I'm trying to get this guy in trouble, like this account taken down. And then I think I did delete the tweets, and then that came back on. I had a situation where there was like a leftist comic in like 2018. I did like an impression of her on a Compound Media show, and she came after me and she was like, you're encouraging people to threaten me, and she got the whole like New York City comedy community to like come after me. But that was more like localized and specific. It wasn't like the whole of the internet, like what's going on.
Wait. She got a comedy community to come after you over a joke?
Oh, basically over a joke. Like I did an impersonation of her because she what's the TLDR? She walked off of In Hot Water because there was a discussion about costumes, like what was it, appropriating Halloween costumes.
But either way, it was a joke. The comedy, the comedy community.
The comedian could not take a joke. It was crazy. I did an impression of her being like a triggered leftist, offended, right, one of those, and then she DM'd me and she was like, Chrissy, you don't understand, like, are you making fun of me? People are in my DM. Somebody said I should be R-worded with a railroad spike. And then I responded with, instead of believe all women, oh my God, girl, got your back, I responded with something funny. I said, like, where does somebody get a railroad spike in 2018? And so she didn't like that response.
Oh my God.
I said the wrong thing. I should have just
said the right thing.
I should have just been like, yes, whatever you need. But instead I was like, no, I know these fans. I know these people. Like, no one's genuinely threatening you. And the next day I went on the same show as a railroad spike. Like, I covered myself in tinfoil and I was like, I don't want to be up anybody's keister. I don't want to rape anybody. I have a woman at home and 6 little spikes I love very much. And then that was screenshot, right? It's Compound Media, it's a paywall. So screenshot, how dare Chrissy go on and be this raping railroad spike? She's horrible. Like she's encouraging threats.
Didn't
Like
you say she should be getting raped? But that you said she should get raped.
claimed that is what I was saying when I went on as the railroad spike to say I was the anti-rape railroad spike. That was the whole fucking point of the character. But when people want to purposely misunderstand you to cancel you, this is what happens. So screenshot me covered in tinfoil. I go, Chrissy's raping a railroad spike. I'm like, no, listen to the fucking impression. I'm being a fucking personified railroad spike that can talk, that is against rape. But since nobody wants to hear any of that, they're like, oh, Chrissy Mayr's a horrible person. She's anti-woman. She's anti-feminist. Whole leftist, feminist New York City comedy community wrote me off. And then I voted for Trump January 6th. So that took care of basically everybody else. But
so I think the most important question is what did you name the character of the railroad spike?
Spike. His name was Spike.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, but not different than what's Brittany's going through. But this feeling of like, wow, if you only just watched what the fuck I did. It's like this, and this was a girl taking advantage of the Me Too movement because this was 2018. This was peak Believe All Women. And this was another thing I got shit for. Before that happened, there was a couple of like women, like open mic comics who were like, oh my God, I was abused. I was whatever. I was like raped. And then they would tell their story and I'd be like, it just sounds like you got drunk in a basement and made bad choices. And then I tweeted out like, I tweeted out, and this got me in so much trouble. I said, if you have time to get raped, you're not doing enough spots, which means like you're not busy enough.
Oh,
they didn't like that.
damn,
And I was like,
Chrissy.
hold on. I was like, let's just break that down. It means like, because it's like I'm in all these same places, like, but like I think the busier you are and the more focused you are, the better choices you make, the less likely you are to be unconscious in a basement where you can get fingered against your will. Do you know what I mean? Like that's all I was trying to say. I wasn't like victim blaming, but I'm just saying like if you have your shit together, it's less likely you will be a victim of this kind of shit. And it was more just like, okay, it's like a lot of this could be, you know, you're being messy, girl. You know, that's all I was trying to say. But again, like you say things like that, people start cutting you out of Facebook groups and you stop getting invited to parties. And anyway, now I do this.
What's that link, Nina?
So that girl, that Amanda girl, she tagged us on Twitter.
Just now?
Yeah.
The girl who's besties
hey,
with
girl.
Eliza that did her dirty work. Got my
Should I put this up?
She's watching the show. She's watching the show, clearly.
I blocked it. I was like,
Hey,
I can't have people just who's out here reporting. I had Demi Lovato fans report me once for 12 hours after I posted something about her. I'll show you guys. I posted this thing, and then I'll read it to you. I said, when I knew Demi Lovato, she was a beautiful, talented, and sane. Hollywood is a cult that is destroying souls and wants to confuse / keep people lost, especially young women who have so much potential. Pray for her. I posted that. Her fans went crazy. And for 12 hours, I couldn't respond while they were saying that I should have been aborted. And this is why we had abortion rights. And they were saying all this vile stuff about me. And I was not allowed to respond at all.
Damn.
So
when you told them to pray for her.
I just said pray for her. And they're like, you don't even know her. And I'm like,
neither do you.
You don't know her.
Yeah, I remember when
crazy to me is that you just like with Brittany getting silenced like this, Eliza can just say whatever she wants to say, and then you can't defend yourself and you can't
exactly
back with anything. So that's what makes it not fair. And her friend that's watching, I just went
What
ahead.
is she saying to you two now?
I shared it in the private chat. I don't know,
Oh,
Chrissy, if you want to share it. It's,
Yes, I did. I was going to check and see if you wanted me to share that. Okay, I think it's this here. What is this? Can you explain this to me? Is this a fake tweet that someone made?
No. So this is the same person got my account locked. So it's Eliza's friend who she said she trusts so much. And then, you know, she outed herself a day later. She was the one who was kind of behind it too, having her goon do her work. So this goon, Amanda, who had locked their account. I don't know if this is this the real account,
Which
Nina?
part
Did
of
you
this
check?
is fake?
Yeah, did you check if this is the correct one? Because I remember the initial one
Frank
had
is
locked
saying
her
that this is
account.
fake.
Okay, no, I didn't check if it's a
Oh,
real
that is
account.
fake. Oh,
But
wow.
I did,
that is
but I
fake.
did see that a lot. Yeah, that's what I figured. Because she privated her account. She was a coward, just like Eliza. So she locked her account, and people started coming at her. So, and
Right.
Eliza's a coward for getting other people to do her dirty work and abusing the Twitter system.
Oh,
But-
I didn't know what her real account was then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but people were trying to claim no, it actually
check it.
wasn't that, but
Oh,
clearly, like they
God
admitted
damn.
to it. So
This
They
Pam
made it-
Anderson thing you shared is interesting.
Yeah, isn't it?
What about Pam Anderson?
Pam Anderson alleges Tim Allen flashed his penis at her when she was 23.
Oh,
Remember Home
come
Improvement?
on. Oh, God. Really?
He denies the claims.
The explosive
Okay,
claims one of many.
Even if it's true, which one of us have never seen a penis been flashed? I mean,
Yeah. Have you ever gotten an unsolicited
I've
dick?
never seen
like,
Tim Allen's penis. I have never seen it. Not Tim
I've
Allen.
never seen Tim Allen's penis either.
Who among us has not seen Tim Allen's penis?
I mean,
come
he
on.
he shared a lot of tools on that show, but
Tool time.
This is so, I hate stuff like this. I mean, the
Home
whole
Improvement.
it was just like
Wow. CV,
with-
thank you so much for the super chat. You have DeFango in the chat. Whoa, how awesome is that? DeFango, you want to come on?
Oh yeah, I'm having him on tomorrow too for Hardlands Media.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Thanks, send him the chat.
I'm
Send him the
interested to
thing.
see what he says.
I don't want to take the wind out of his fair and balanced appearance, but
Oh
if he
no,
just
go
wants
for
to do
it.
a quick
It's
hello.
totally different audience. So go for it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a serious audience full of listeners.
He said, "Sure."
Cool. Get him on.
It's like Louis C.K. I was like, I don't know why people canceled him, because my problem with those women was you could have got up and walked out of the bedroom. You sat there and watched that guy jerk off. How are you a victim? You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't have sat there.
I can't cater to the bullshit when you have freedom of movement. He didn't tie you down and say watch. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing is he opened with, "Hey, I'm gonna whip
I'm
it
gonna
out
do
and
this."
jerk off." And if that was me in that situation, find the humor and everything, I would
Exactly.
be like, "All right, sure, whip it out." And then if he actually did, I'd be like,
All right, guys,
"Hey,
we have
God,
a
I'm
very
gonna go."
we have a special guest. We have a special first time SimpCast guest. Please put your hands together. Let's get some respect for DeFango.
Yeah. Oh, you're playing the song. I like that song. I mean, I like that song even before I saw the video with her in it, and I still like that song. But
a good
how's
song.
it going,
That's from
ladies?
Tribe Called Quest.
DeFango, you put this thread out the day after Christmas, so everyone else is boxing up their Christmas, and you're going, scorched earth on ELIZA BLEU, putting out this big.
You're
thread
lighting
thread.
those presents on fire.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really have anything going on, and she had ended up blocking me, so I just figured, you know what, I ain't got anything else to do right now. I might as well just post this out there. And I mean, you could see clearly my grammar wasn't the greatest. I was just on my phone, hey, here's all the stuff that I have in my paste bin over the years about this, and let's see what people think. That's all I was trying to do. So you got to believe whenever I saw Brittany Venti over here, this girl right here, doing that, I was just like, I was like, well, this shit's about to blow up pretty big. Watch.
Vango is just I was just bored, man. I don't know.
I was like, I was pissed she blocked me because she wouldn't answer the question. But there is some backstory. It's I've been trying to get at her for about 2 years now, figuring out what this story was. So when she first came onto the scene as a trafficking survivor after she morphed from the Yang Gang, I was reaching out to her and trying to get her connected with people that would, help her with her story. I got her connected with Gabe Hoffman from An Open Secret. And back then we kind of figured that there was some weirdness going on because she didn't want to talk about certain things. And then she ended up blocking that dude who last time I checked was one of the #1 people in the space to go to. Cause I mean, he's taken out Hollywood people and shit. So
But I think it's important also to note too that in your tweet, because I originally saw your tweet from Brittany when she retweeted it, and you said you actually hung out with her, Jeffree Star, back in the day. You have history
Yeah, I actually have history. You know, it took me a bit to actually realize that I knew who she was. I had to actually go back into like my archives, and I was just like, this chick looks familiar, but like, you know, like I'm expecting black hair or something like that. And then I started actually researching her, and that's when I started being like, holy crap, I do actually know this girl from Stick Am back in the day, and I've actually hung out with her. And that was what was really strange to me, because like I remember who she was back then, and you know, her whole operation was like, I'm cutting hair for these different band people, and then, you know, like I'm acquiring girls and guys to, you know, go hang out with the bandmates or whatever. So
Acquiring,
you know, like grooming or picking them up,
like
making
trafficking.
decisions.
Sounds
Yeah,
what
kind of like
Jiz
trafficking.
Lane- Sounds like what Jiz Lane used to do.
Yeah, so I just kind of was not really happy about that. And, you know, I put that out there kind of in the thread so people could think about it, because there are other people out there that have, you know, come forward and talked about this stuff, you know, specifically in her situation, because she does have such a very storied online past, I guess is what you could call it. Story.
What was the last straw? Like you said, you was tweeting at her for 2 years. What was the last straw that made her block you?
I think it's like over the last couple of months, I was just kind of like making fun of her tweets. I would like quote tweet, and I would say something funny where I'd be like, well, you know, it'd be really great if we knew, you know, who did this to you so we could help you, you know, or I would like comment under her tweets, and she would try to stay nice with me, right? Like she left me around for a really long time, but I think like eventually, I don't know what I said exactly, but like I said something.
Also, probably when she had no more use for you. I mean, it's straight up classic what narcissists do. Like once they don't need you, they just trash you and block you.
Yeah, but somebody she knew, that somebody who actually knew her and was hanging around her, like he would be the one I would just put on mute instead of blocking, because now look what happened.
And then, or at least reach out to you outside of Twitter to be like, hey, like, here's how I feel about what's going on.
Somebody who can burn you, you kind of want to like kiss their ass in a way, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing to note though is that I did get suspended from Twitter. I've gotten suspended from Twitter a bunch of times. I just keep coming back. So my newest account, which is this one that I'm on right now, Manuel DeFango, she was talking to me on the account before that, so I got suspended, and then, you know, like I started trying to talk to her on the new account. So that's probably one of the reasons that she was like, oh, this guy keeps having trouble. But that's just because there's a whole like horde of leftists that don't like me for other things that I've been involved in, like QAnon and Seth Rich. They don't like what I had to say or do in those situations. So I just kind of like leave it at that. And that's why I did a thread on myself like today too. I put out all these like different news articles and things from my past in history, so people can understand that, you know, hey, I'm not exactly, you know, a nice person or whatever. I have some bad history too, but I'm more than happy to talk about all of it.
Smart. That was a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's what you got to do though. That's the thing. It's like you got to do the 8 Mile approach. That's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anytime someone says they have a history, I'm gonna play that. I can't get it out of my head. It's forever.
I've been hearing that song so many times, and honestly, it's just great. Like the guys that own those YouTube channels and stuff are probably just kind of like really trying to figure out what is going on.
There were 7,000 views on that eye candy video, and they're probably like, what? This is popping off 6 years later. Who knew?
Holy shit, did we make it? Did we make it?
Are we making it? Are we going viral? Marcus Henry, I really hope Eliza isn't lying about being trafficked. I found out about her from Eric July's stream. Her doing that questions people's credibility who gave her a platform without looking into her. Like me.
No. I have to defend my brother from another mother, Eric July. I too see. Let me just say this. When I met Eliza, no way would you think that somebody would lie about being sex trafficked or being a victim of that type of assault. That's just something you can lie about. Oh, I have this type of car, or I came from this type of environment, blah blah blah.
Or your age, or
Sean King, your race. Yeah. But the thing about it is that, you know, I would never expect that. So that's my guard was down, and I'm always skeptical about a lot of people. But with her, I never questioned it because like, who would lie about something like that?
It's a lot to keep up.
Like George Santos, like you would never have thought. I mean, and mind you, do you realize how much you have to lie to be called a lying politician when they all do that on the daily? Like this guy, like not only did he like, you know, like cater to the right, he also catered to the left, which is why the media is like, how did we get duped?
Right.
But like never would you think a guy, I'm Jewish, my mom died in 9/11, my grandparents fled the Nazis, I wasn't a drag queen, but I'm gay, but I was also married. You know, I worked for Goldman Sachs. I used to run a yacht company. I helped a dying vet's dog, or I'm sorry,
this is crazy.
Dog.
I'm like,
yeah,
everything the embattled congressman has lied about.
Yeah, it's insane.
Okay, this
and
is
I don't even think that that's an updated one.
Since is a drag queen, I think this came out recently. His
Okay,
mother's
that was 2
death
days ago.
claimed that the mom died in 9/11.
Why would you lie about something like that? Your mom dying in 9/11?
His mother was in the South Tower 9/11, later succumbed to cancer, but on a green card application filed in 2003, she had not been in the U.S. since 99. So lied about a 9/11 death. Who else? A comic lied about that too.
Yeah,
they had a parent who died in 9/11.
Yeah.
He also lied about a hefty salary. Claimed he made $750K.
Yeah, that's common.
But wow, reported making less than he
Goldman
did.
Sachs doesn't have record of him. Mm-hmm.
A career selling yachts. What?
Yep.
That sounds like some Catalina wine mixer shit. A real estate empire, his campaign cash, his inflated resume, an early Wall Street career, an animal rescue charity. Hey, this one hurts.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
A COVID-19 diagnosis. What are you,
give this
Tom
to George
Hanks?
Santos.
That's common too on the COVID.
I will give this to George Santos. In his animal rescue, he did say that he helped spay and neuter over 3,000 cats. So at least he had a number ready to go.
He's like, and I enjoyed it. Ties to the Pulse nightclub shooting.
How?
He probably was
What?
there sucking dick.
No, he said that he said that he lost 4 employees to the Pulse nightclub shooting. When he said he was running his business, that he was very promoting. He promoted hiring LGBT members, and that 4 of his employees died in the Pulse nightclub shooting.
Oh my!
That never happened.
Maybe he got ESG points for that.
Of course.
His Jewish heritage. Why would you lie about being Jewish? I feel like you'd lie the other way.
Yeah,
Why
he
would
needs to do the one instead that everyone else does, that they had a grandpa in the Holocaust. Because, like,
why
it's
would
not
you
that the
lie
Holocaust,
backwards?
and it's not that the Holocaust didn't happen. It's just that for some reason, every time someone's in trouble, they always say they have a Jewish grandpa. Like, okay, you all have Jewish grandpas when you're in trouble.
Free pass. You got the Jew pass. You're good.
Yeah,
no problem.
I'm seeing that a lot too. People saying that
lied
their
about his
grandparents were
marriage?
in Auschwitz.
Not everyone's grandparents can be in the Holocaust. All right, it's just not possible.
numbers
his
don't
marriage,
add
My grandparents were not in the Holocaust. They were not.
I think my grandparents were doing the Holocaust. The more I look into it, the more I'm like, it gets a little dicey.
Oh my god.
A lot of German.
Damn.
A lot of German people.
And canceled.
Oh no.
They were Holocaust
Canceled.
adjacent. I think they might have been Holocaust adjacent. It's fine. We're not gonna
Well, Chrissy, I'm an Aryan, so we
All
got
right.
spared because I was
The original Aryan too, may I add?
original OG Aryan. That's why Hitler said we're sparing you
I
guys.
mean-
I'm a Cancer.
His criminal background. All right, so a lot of lies on this.
Oh, but the worst one though, Chrissy, is that he started a GoFundMe for a disabled veteran for his service dog who needed surgery. He opened the GoFundMe, raised $3,000, and then once it reached its limit, shut the GoFundMe down and completely ghosted the veteran. The veteran eventually had to put the dog down. It was a benign tumor, but he needed the surgery and completely ghosted the guy and had to put the dog down.
That shit's
Wow.
horrible, man.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit.
Well, and that's the thing is he appealed to the right, where he's a wonderkind in the financial industry, was a business guy.
Fair, honey, let me tell you something. It's so if you want to grift, anybody listening to me, if you want to make that bag, come to the right, honey.
Well, no, but so
come to the right.
But here's the thing though, is never ever have we seen where he grifted not only to the right, also to the left, where he was a half black, gay Holocaust victim his grandparents were Holocaust victims that fled to Brazil where he grew up Catholic.
Oh my God.
But again, he appealed to both sides, which is why both sides are like, well, nobody decided to check on him. And it's like, no, you guys are that lazy. That's why they're backpedaling now.
Nina
It's
has
like
to
that for
go.
everybody.
Hold on.
Nobody
Well,
backs it.
DeFango,
checks
you're
it
going to
up.
be the new SimCast girl. Hold on. Nina has to scram. Nina, any parting thoughts, words, and where to find you?
Yeah, again, thank you so much for having me on, Chrissy. It's always a pleasure to be on SimpCast. Sorry I wasn't on camera tonight. But Venti, obviously, man, I'm in your corner. Anything you need, you just reach out. Faran,
you.
always nice to see you. Lila, always a pleasure. And Tree, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too,
DeFango,
Nina.
very nice to meet you. And honestly, Eliza, if you're listening, just the truth shall set you free. Just come out and just let everyone know what the fuck the deal is. People can get it. People can be very forgiving, especially with such a good hip hop video. There's nothing wrong with being in a hip hop video. There's nothing wrong being an advocate for survivors. You're doing important work. Don't let this stop that. And I hope that the victims that are affected get the help that they need. And, just make a website, get people to actually contact the victim, hotline or whatever it is, get it, and that's what's important. So don't let that detract. So thank you again for having me on, and I will see you guys next time.
Nina.
Take
Love
care,
you,
everybody.
Nina.
Love you,
Thank you. Bye.
Which piggybacking off of that really quick,
in the
you
middle.
would think on Eliza's Twitter, okay, if she was a big advocate, she would have the national hotline number and
In
the
her
website.
bio.
Nope, it's her podcast that's there.
Yep. Or
Good
she would have her
advocate.
DMs open and she would, have people DMing her so that she could at least bot reply that stuff to them, right? That was one of the main
Is
things.
that a thing? Can you do? Is there a bot for that?
Yeah,
For
there's
your
bots.
DMs?
There's
a
all
bot
kinds
for
of
everything.
there's all kinds of Twitter programs that you can use that will set up stuff like that. So, you pay $10 a month. I think it's through Buffer. You can have it reply to DMs and things of that nature with like canned messages, which is if you've ever
mouth, no way.
Yeah, that's how the crypto guys get all their information out. Actually, they'll have bots set up so that, you follow them immediately. You follow them. They're sending you a message with some kind of stuff, like that stuff's been around for quite some time. And that's one thing that, she could have done pretty easily. But in her case, DMs are completely locked down, and they've been locked down like that since last year because
DeFango, I have two questions. Number one, how does it feel knowing you did this thread, you did it for yourself, like your own peace of mind, right? You're not like trying to be like, everyone look at me. How does it feel seeing so many people, like so many videos of the past couple of days, and maybe shout outs, respect, people using your thread in their videos and stuff? How does that feel? And number two, if you were to redo the thread today, what would you add in? Would you change anything? Would you take anything away? Would you highlight anything differently?
Well, on the first part is that, I kind of had an experience like this back in 2017 when I was solving some cicada puzzles. Like I got really popular, but that all went away when I started getting banned from YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter for the QAnon stuff. So I just kind of like right now, it just feels good. It feels good that, finally people are starting to notice at least the stuff that I'm doing, because it's been very many years where I've basically tried to get back ahead and then just get completely shut down. And I don't know what's going on right now, but I guess Twitter is owned by a different person, so they're just letting me hang around for a little longer this time around. But it's not like I would have just make another account. Shit, I already got another one.
Your old accounts?
Yeah, well, I still have an account from 2008 that
okay.
nobody even knows that's associated to me, but I use it to follow people and, like do most of my investigations. So, like, I understand. I've been using Twitter for a long time. I mean, I think I was one of the people that actually got the Obama campaign on Twitter and, created part of that monster that exists
Oh,
nowadays.
you're to blame.
Oh,
Well,
so
I'm
you
one of
know
the people
about
that
Big
blame.
Mike.
All right.
All right, tell us about Big Mike.
Big Mike. Well, I don't know about Big Mike. I only ever talked to Obama on the phone.
Big Mike. Big Mike. Tell us about Big Mike.
Are you talking about his wife?
Talk about Big Mike.
You use the right pronouns.
You got to use the right pronouns or whatever. I don't want to get people censored. And then what was the second part of that question? I already forgot.
What would you, if you were to redo the Eliza thread today, would you add anything different? Would you take anything out?
Yeah, I'm actually going to redo it, I think. And I'm just going to be adding stuff. I don't think that I would be taking anything out. I'm going to do it on my computer, though, this time so that my grammar is proper. But I would probably add more stuff because I've been in spaces and talked to a few other people and they're like, well, it seems like you're only putting the negative stuff in there. You should put some of the positive stuff. So I think I would add that. And just to, make people happy and maybe make it seem like I'm not being one-sided. Because honestly, like, I didn't want to like have this blow up. Like, it's surprising to me that it happened. It's only really happening because of what happened to Brittany and the quartering. And in reality, it's like, this has happened before. There's been other girls that have pulled this exact same crap, one of them, Fiona Barnett, another one, Becky Percy. And this is like a regular thing that seems to happen in the survivor sex trafficking community. So like, I think it's important that people at least know, because I've probably been through this at least 5 times already with different people, and it always comes up to the same thing. They always do the same thing, start blocking people, talking crap, getting people censored.
These other 2 women, so they were similar like Eliza. They were not they had a past that they couldn't justify.
Were they advocates
yeah.
also, or just like survivors? Or
they were survivors and advocates. So Fiona Barnett was like a survivor and advocate who had a wild story that she got like sex trafficked by like Ronald Reagan. And like, It was just nuts. And this chick was old, but she was not actually old enough to have been, like molested by freaking Ronald Reagan, right? So this lady came out as like an advocate survivor, and for the longest time she had like a couple of different stories, and she finally wrote a book about it. And in the book she goes into like just so many different situations that couldn't have possibly happened. And she was wrapped up with this other guy, Isaac Cappy, who was also trying to
died mysteriously.
Died mysteriously. And that's a guy that I had talked to before, and he was actually working directly with her. Yeah.
Oh, he's the guy who outed Spielberg. He had like a freaking fire periscope where he outed all these Hollywood pedos and then had a very mysterious death. Like, that is some shit. That's, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, go down the Isaac Cappy rabbit hole. Holy crap.
That was a crazy rabbit hole. I mean, he started off by exposing who he was doing all of that stuff. And then over the year, he just got crazier and like crazier. I spoke to him once on my channel to kind of like figure out what his real story was and, just kind of get a feel for him. And we spoke over the phone a couple of times after that, but like he got crazier and crazier and crazier. And the last call I had with him was 2 months before he died. And he was just like neck deep into just QAnon mythos and saying that, people were coming after him and all this other stuff. And I mean, he just wouldn't listen to reason at that point. And he was wrapped up with Fiona Barnett and like this other guy, Ella High Priest, a bunch of these weirdo LARPer grifters from Australia, actually. And then, he ended up allegedly falling off a bridge. And that was just really sad. But it's like, Fiona's story and the way that she was set up and the way that she operated is almost exactly how Eliza was operating. And I've seen this kind of like act, the way that they handle people, the way that they block people, or how they say that they're going to help survivors, but then an actual survivor will come to them and, want to get some help from them. And they can't even, they just get blocked, or that's not what I do, or I don't care about your situation. So
Look, come back when you've got more Twitter followers, then I'll help you. No,
exactly.
I mean, that's so fucked up if that's the case. But
Mhm.
I know Venti has to go. Venti has had I don't know how you made it this long.
Yeah,
and this
girl,
far,
I know
Venti.
you
Like, I
tired.
give you
I had to
so
take
much
my hair down. I'm getting like a
props
headache. I
and
need to
credit.
eat.
You've had quite a day. You've had quite a week. Parting thoughts, anything any of us can do to help, like whether it's a tweet or anything. Like I think you've got a lot of supporters here, so let us know.
Yeah, tweet at Elon Musk and ask him to unlock both my account and the Quartering's account, because it shouldn't be locked, especially when his own system is showing, hey, this is false information Eliza's putting out there. And just keep spreading the word. Here's the thing, like, if you just let it die, then other people are going to be affected by this. Like, we could just like do a Cassandra Fairbanks suggestion, just don't follow her then. But like, that's not going to solve the issue though. So other people are going to be affected by this until Elon fixes this problem in his system and adds ID verification for when you take down these images. So it's a very exploitable system that needs to be fixed. And I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having me. Everyone here was so supportive and in helping me unravel this, especially DeFango too, with the thread. That's how all of this started. Someone recommended your thread to me. And yeah, I hope that my Twitter gets unlocked, but
Brittany's account is not here
free
to be
Brittany.
for you. Frostbite. Thanks, Jason.
They need to free you.
They need to free you. I'm just to make sure there's nothing Brittany specific in the super chats. This was a good one. Hold on. How about Kaya Jones? Her demeanor was identical. Alleged situation is way different. She put alleged abusers on notice, not people posing questions ever that I'm aware of. Yeah, Kaya Jones speaks about her experience all the time. Thank you, Laughing Dog. It's just that it is a difference, because like Eliza's the only person I know or whose content I watch mostly who's been through this. So it's almost like you don't know what to compare it to, and it's this feeling of like you're afraid to. Why would you criticize? Why would you question? Why would someone lie about this?
Yeah,
it's just I would hate for the good work that she has done to be swallowed up by the concerns people have. And
well, now she's made my life a little bit harder in some ways too, right? Like, I'm sure Cassandra doesn't like me. As you saw, she's like, oh, fuck free speech. I'm gonna support Eliza anyway. So like, in some ways it has made my life harder. I can't access my Twitter, I can't access my messages, can't promote my content. And let's say this goes under the water. Well, I'm stuck with a locked Twitter account, or it's gonna be abused in future and I'll just be locked again. So
this one's for you, Brittany. From Dalamar. Thanks for super chat. Venti, to add fuel to the fire, found a possible connection with Blue and Cassandra. Guess who was a sound engineer for Warped Tour band sometime? Blue was being a groupie and dating MCR. P.S. YouTube went live December 15th, 2005. Okay. Interesting.
DeFango's shaking his head. Do you know something?
Yeah, I know something, because I was actually talking to Cassandra today on Twitter, kind of like, she was talking about, Brittany's running the mean girl shit. And I'm just like, yeah, but it's not exactly like it's wrong for her to do that. That's, I guess on brand for Brittany, because.
No, but there was proof I didn't though. Crab Crawler posted
Yeah.
the tweet of the DM with the timestamps. Like, it clearly
Yeah.
was not.
Brittany
I
was
put it out
not
to
mean. Trust me.
I
on
know
that
you
one.
weren't mean, but I told her, I was like, you're really on this one. And I was like, and I've been on her case about this since, she started really getting in control of SimpCast, because she's the one that's pulling all these people in and not really doing any type of verifications on their backgrounds. And like, this is exactly what I'm doing online, is what you should be doing as a producer, to make sure that you're not bringing on somebody that could potentially be a problem in the future. And it sucks that people have to do that, but that's where we're at.
She's clearly not a free speech advocate either, though. Like, she clearly backed up Eliza, so she's therefore for deplatforming. So why would she do her due diligence then?
No, I agree. I completely agree. Like, I disagree with her on, what she's saying about you. And I'm like, I get her understanding of this, because remember, somebody when posted Cassandra's nudes out there, and there was a whole entire situation. So she's got her own feeling about that. And I think that's where it really is sitting. But,
I agree.
like, she's trying to have. Yeah, she's trying to have like cat hands on this one. She's trying to play it really way too soft, and she shouldn't.
Plus, this is like strike 2. This is like Jack Murphy on
Strike 3.
TimCast. Beloved guest. Multiple
Fresh and
time
fit.
appearances. Okay, now it's gone. And did they address it? I don't know if they did or not. And now it's ELIZA BLEU. Multiple appearances.
She booked me to go on Tim Pool, by the way, Cassandra a few weeks ago. I'm supposed to go on, so we'll see how that goes now.
Great. I hope you.
Now that
And
I've said
I don't
what
think.
I said.
So you're
Maybe
still
this
going to
is
go?
impersonal.
Maybe she still have you scheduled?
Yeah, as of right now, I haven't gotten a cancellation notice, so and we'll see if I get canceled. We'll know why if I do.
That could be very interesting. But like, I can understand the defensiveness of like, oh shit, this is our second guest that's been regular that we've liked. I think ELIZA and Tim are they both from Chicago? Are they both like enjoyed the same emo music scene, so they maybe bonded over that? Who the fuck knows? But like, I can understand as a booker and a friend of hers the defensiveness. I'm not saying it's warranted, and she probably should have said nothing, but
she's defending the platforming, so that's not integrity.
It's not good.
So
I think we should have
needs to
when you go on
rethink
Tim
it.
Pool, I think we should have a SimpCast watch party.
Ooh, I'll be
that'd be funny.
Great.
Yes. And you know what I hope when they bring you on to SimpCast, you know what I hope their intro music is?
Same. Me too. All right, I'm gonna hop off and go eat. Thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it.
Bye, Brittany.
And I hope I didn't like.
Thank you.
I hope with the Cassandra thing too, that doesn't do the thing that I anticipate with the ELIZA of like, oh no, you can't question this person, like that type of thing. But
no,
yeah,
that's what keeps you like a real person. Like it's unfortunately, it's like you can't be liked by everybody and be an authentic person.
Yeah, but that's how this industry is, which is my point. So it's like it's unfortunate, but I gotta get my food.
Yeah.
Stay strong, Brittany. We got
Stay
you.
strong, Venti. We got you, girl.
Thank you.
Brittany Venti, everybody. I only told myself I was gonna play that a few times. All right.
You lying bitch.
Let's blow through. I'm gonna blow through a couple of these supers. Dave Forte, the simulation has been broken. Never expect to see Chrissy, Tree, and Vic on the same stream. And now Vic is gone. But thank you for the super chat. Philip Hoogan, criminals would never act like they care and want to be closer with their victims. Inconceivable. Ooh. Yikes. I really hope. I want the best for ELIZA. I really want her to come out of this and right, because if you still care about doing this work, do what you have to do, which is to be honest and clear up the discrepancies and the concerns, and then you can get back to doing the most good.
Even if Brittany doesn't accept her apology, apologize anyway and just move on. And just, apologize, get everybody unblocked, fix that hole in the wall of Twitter where anybody can deplatform someone over a picture, and you don't even have to show that it's underage or whatever.
Fix the holes in your stories.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Lock that shit up.
Meme. It's like that meme where it's like the click down menu. It's like, I'm in this photo and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick, for the super. ELIZA has ELIZA has pimples on her butt, which only means one thing: she consumes an excess amount of Cetos. Okay, that's not what we're here to talk about, Patrick. This is besides the point.
Is that for real?
Oddly specific.
Oh, no, that's very specific. That's a person who looks at a lot of butts. Inside of the Aegis, thanks to the super chat. The spirit of division is lurking. Disappointing. We don't want anybody to be divided, but we can't pretend that concerns don't exist.
I'm famous for infighting.
Adam Choi, do I need to unlike and unretweet all her stuff? No.
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 Most of the stuff that she posted is good, right? It's just
and the stuff that she advocates for is great too. I've seen some of the stuff.
It's such a shame. I was so disappointed to see it go down like this. I'm like, why? Why did you do this to Venti for asking a non-country?
I know. I felt the same.
Why did you block everybody? Why are we
do
doing
that
this?
bit to Brittany, and definitely not the quartering, because dude, you got CP off of Twitter. That is something that should be actually celebrate it.
Yeah.
And
Don't
you
let this
studying it
bad
with
reaction.
this. Yeah.
Don't let this horrible, like, I don't know, all hands on deck, my reputation, like, don't let that ruin all the good work you've done. But who
Well,
the hell knows?
and not to mention too, like, here's the other point too, is that like when you have people that, you know, have been victimized or abused or whatnot, and they do come forward, they already know that they have a crappy past. So it's like, I'm coming forward, I'm clearly somewhat okay with it. Like, why all of a sudden now would like this be a problem? Like as Tree said earlier, you know, if you already know that you have a past and you've accepted it, you might not be proud of it, or you might be proud of it, you know, now that you've overcome it. But like,
right.
It's very odd for somebody who has been victimized by this so-called event in her life to come out and want to completely try to get rid of it all when you've come to terms with what you had to go through already.
Yes.
You know, just weird to me.
Mm-hmm. Mitchell Fields, read responses in a music video. Some are epic. Oh, I mean, there's so many comments. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. Hold on. J Forte, Mersh and Royce were calling out the ELIZA stuff way before a lot of people like the Sheeter Nickelodeon thing.
Oh, that guy.
Schneider.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Dan
weird
Schneider.
pedo dude with
Trucker.
Ariana Grande and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Trucker Rob, Truckers Against Trafficking is a great organization I support every month, and I've seen some dark things on the road. Wow.
I-80 is the #1 highway where most of the trafficking happens, especially along the lines of the truck stops along I-80.
Wow.
Another fact that, you know, I'm not a full-blown advocate, but
Sounds like you are. Sounds like you could add that to your bio, Farron. Sounds like you go speak at events now.
Strange. I live right by there.
And it's just from covering these stories, you know.
Christian Wolf, is it possible she was trafficked when she was a child, got a lot of attention for that, and wanted more, so she said it happened again, maybe built an identity?
We don't know because she's
don't
not
know.
saying anything. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever know. I mean, based on what she said and done and how she's interacted, I feel like she might just fade out because she has made comments in the past that say that she doesn't have to be here and she doesn't have to be doing this and she will leave if she feels like she's necessary. It's out there on her Twitter. It's out there on her Twitter account.
Like on tweets or in interviews?
Yeah, on tweets. On tweets and then interviews. And then right now, somebody sent me a video today of another interview that she did that's just kind of funny. It's that World Star Hip Hop video where she literally says that like that was one of the main pieces to her like whatever puzzle that she was assembling at that particular time in her life in 2016. It's kind of strange, you know, like the more I look into it, the more I'm just kind of like, oh my God, what have I done?
Like, oh no. War Machine, thanks for becoming a member. Kevin Avenin, Gerard's wife's bandmate is involved in a minor related sex trafficking case with James Gunn. What? Gerard's wife's bandmate. Ew. Sounds icky. Right. And then, I mean, at this point, how could she save herself? Be like, hey, okay, all right, I wasn't going to name my trafficker, but it's all out there. So it's this guy from this band, you know, like, let me connect the dots or something. I don't know. Russell Hall, you wouldn't think that ELIZA Bleu with a haircut like that would care very much what men think. Okay, thanks, Russell. Caleb Lyle, someone could make a movie about her with Rose McGowan. Oh, that's true. Hunter Stevens, Chrissy's the belle of the ball, aka a barbell. She's 21 shots of intoxicating fun. Thank you, Hunter, and thank you for the single rose. That's not sad. Baldo Gagger, 4,000. She showed others how to be eye candy in her blog. I want to read the blog. Stanky Posia for 5. Can we please have a SimpCast episode deep dive into the Michelle Michael Obama conspiracy theory? Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be a real kamikaze for the old monetization. Khalil, grooming and trafficking are hot button issues, so it's ripe for grifting and easy to claim emotional damage or safety risk to provide evidence.
Because who's going to go up to a child sex trafficking person and be like, well, what did you go through then?
Yeah, that's the reason why I
Let's
said
hear it. Detail.
I normally have, I don't trust a lot of people who are climbing fast into the popularity circles in the ladder. And with her, I just like, well, this is something no one would lie about. So I immediately put my guard down. And now it's like all bets are off for everybody. And that's a shame, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to see somebody in a wheelchair and be like, are you really?
Yeah. Like, why don't let's see you hand him a jump rope? Be like, let's see.
That is real though.
You're just like, I'm just gonna push you off over onto the floor real quick, just to make sure. Just to make sure. Not being racist.
Handicap parking pass. Be like, let's see it. What you got going on? Show me.
I want to see the lip. Come on.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
Crash Mono. Anybody know what Jack Murphy's up to these days? He's tweeting and acting like nothing happened. That's what he's doing.
And
he's moved on.
Not married. I told y'all he was not going to marry his girlfriend. I don't know. And I was like,
I think he did.
No, he didn't. He did
What?
not.
No,
I checked
they
into
did.
it. No.
No, I saw her in a dress.
No.
She did an Instagram post.
Ask for look. Marriage licenses are public, aren't they?
What? You looked into that?
Yes, I did.
What?
And I did not
this bitch. Oh, this bitch did.
Wait, I think she was in a dress though.
No. It's the
internet. Follow her.
You can lie on the
why would you do that?
I could go in a dress and say I got married and everyone could believe me. Like,
that's true.
I gotta have
That
the
is very
certificate.
true.
And you know what? I will do that for a post. I will take it with my certificate.
Why?
Just to prove to my haters. No.
Listen, I knew the way he treated her. I said, he has no respect for her. He's not going to marry her. Because he even slipped up and called her his wife. Then he said, my girlfriend, my wife, my girl. He does that to try to
the carrot on the stick.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And I was like, he's not going to marry her. He has no respect for her. He's not going to do it. And, you know what I'm saying?
Come on, just because he peed on her a few times doesn't mean he doesn't respect her. I mean, we all get peed, right? We've all been peed on or peed on someone, right, DEFANGO?
That's the least thing he did to her. Okay.
I've been, I guess, peed on, but
I knew it.
It's okay, boo.
I got stung by a jellyfish. Okay, that's not what you think.
Sure, and that jellyfish was named Jack. All right,
Murphy. Blue.
Jellyfish, old jellyfish Murphy. All right, peanut beans. Eliza is like a canned Docs Owens. Oh,
yes, there you go. Canned
Wait,
Docs.
people don't like Candace. They don't like Candace. People don't like Candace
See?
Owens.
I told you, a lot of people don't even know about her.
Here?
I'm not new or whatever. I just
it's okay.
sometimes I miss
shit.
shit.
I think I just need to make another video because I haven't. I'm so good at keeping up with her. You know what I'm saying? For the fact that she tried to dox me. And just real quick, the reason why people want to know why I hate her so much is because I used to be a police officer. And after I locked up a gang member as well as a drug dealer, and they vowed to kill me when they got out. And the bureau was it the prison bureau? They contacted me, and my docs, my cousin hates my guts, and she put my full docs on there, and I was pleading along. It was a big story. It was a big mess in 2017, and we got her to finally take the site down and not publish it.
What an asshole.
Damn, that's messed up.
But when I
That's
confronted her, I'm sorry, I'm missing the most important thing. When I confronted her, I said, Candace, I said, I have people looking to kill me. I said, if you release the social autopsy, because it had a release date, if you release the date, and I said, and already Kiwi Farms already had everybody doxes on there because they was able to go to the back door. And that's how I saw mine. I said, if you do that, you're gonna set me up to get killed. And she says, oh well, it's not my problem. And that's when it was like, okay, all right, bitch. Enemies
That's
for
fucked
life.
up.
There we go.
That's awful.
I didn't realize you were on Kiwi. Jesus, whenever those guys are
everybody,
awful.
No. If you go to Candace Owens, I shouldn't say this. Never mind.
Tree, now when I see it, I just think Mrs. Officer.
Go to the Patreon for the extended version.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say. I'm not because this is something. It's not me. It's on her and all the fucked up things she has done.
Hold on a second. There's a cat.
Oh yeah, this is Holly.
Hello. He is so done.
He's get me out of here.
Darn, what's his
I don't want to
name?
be here.
So this is Holly. I have two. This is Holly, and then I have Freddie after Freddie Mercury.
Oh.
And then I have my dog Buddy. Yeah, I have a zoo, a personal zoo. So she hops up. She's the only one that hops up. Freddie doesn't do that.
Everybody, get your cats.
I don't have a kitty.
I don't have a cat, but I have a dog.
It's a dog.
Oh.
He looks
This
delicious.
is my lunchie.
Lila, do you have a cat I can borrow?
Hello. He's so cute. He's like a baby.
He looks like my dog, but my dog's all tan. What's his
She's
name?
a she.
Oh,
She's
she.
Lunchy.
Her name is Lunchy.
Yeah, her name is Lunchy. She's angry with me right now because she was sleeping, but I figured
She's
I
a
was
little
like,
lunchable.
yeah, she's a little Chihuahua. She keeps me
normally
honest.
I don't normally like chihuahuas, but I will tolerate this one chihuahua.
She's so cute.
Yeah, she's not like any Chihuahuas. She doesn't sit there and yipe bark. She doesn't bite.
She's a good one.
She's sweet.
This is Biscuit. I have 3 cats: Biscuit, Muffin, and Cupcake.
Okay, I'll take Cupcake.
DeFango, I have to share this thing you put in the private. So I guess you just found this. This is a tweet from Verity and Vidity. What I find really interesting is that in this video, she mentions how happy she is that the video was released. Quote, "I'm really happy that the World Star video got released. That was good. Piece to the puzzle."
When was this?
I don't know.
A couple years ago.
Couple
I
years
think
ago?
2016. Yeah.
Hold on, what led up
This
to
shit
this?
gets crazy.
She sounds more urban here than I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just vibe with his music. It reminds me of everything I've always liked. And because of that, then of course I love Kanye West as well.
Anti-Semitist! No, I'm kidding.
She likes Nazis.
Where I don't really have to think about it too much. Of course, I like.
I just want to know what was leading up to this video
I think
question.
Travis Scott's probably my favorite and has been for a while.
Okay. What do you have in store for 2016?
Yeah, what do you have in store?
2016, meaning this is in the beginning of 2016 or this is late 2015. I did math.
6 years ago,
Either
May
way-
31st.
Either way, this was the time when she said she was being trafficked.
Okay.
Well, this is the most logical time for it. She didn't actually
Right,
say
true.
she was being trafficked during this time, although she does
Yes, you're right.
say that it's a possibility. But, you know, when we investigated her story, it's clearly the 2012 to the 2016 era where the stripping and maybe prostitution happened.
Okay.
2016 is already started, so here we are. I'm really happy that the World Star video got released. That was good piece to the puzzle.
I mean, that's not good.
In store, I basically
To what
for me
puzzle?
right now, I'm trying to get back to basics of like why I started doing everything. And what I'm doing right now is I'm working on a project that's really like social media heavy. I want to have it. It's really hard to explain because it's basically, let's put it this way. I'm getting back to more of the art and why I started like doing everything. Like if it's not going to trip my trigger, and give me like a fire in my belly, I'm not going to do it. Put it that way. So I'm not
So
doing,
no
like,
more
endless
twerking in the desert or more twerking in the
I'm not doing
desert?
all that type of stuff anymore. Like I'm really
Well,
just
if it doesn't trip or trigger.
I'm not even going for the money.
I don't even know if my trigger's ever been tripped.
What does that even?
Go back?
What is that? I don't know what that means.
I think we have to ask Alec Baldwin for that one.
All right, let's go back 15 seconds. Frank says she alludes to getting paid. What's 489 minus 15? Ah. Okay.
Like doing everything. Like if it's not gonna trip my trigger.
The tripping the trigger before or
34.
after?
Like a fire in my
Hold
mouth
on.
is I'm working on a project that's really like social media heavy. I want to have it. It's really hard to explain because it's basically, let's put it this way. I'm getting back to more of the art and why I started. like doing everything. Like if it's not gonna trip my trigger, and give me like a fire in my belly, I'm not gonna do it. Let's put it that way. So I'm not doing like endless photo shoots for BS. Like I'm not doing all that type of stuff anymore. Like I'm really just focusing on stuff that I really like. I'm not even going for the money about it. I'm literally just going for stuff that I really, really enjoy and really.
So does that sound like she just got finished talking about this music video and then she says, I'm going to get back to creativity. I'm not even going to do it for the money anymore. And after she said she's happy the music video was released. That doesn't sound like a trafficked person to me. But what do I know? I'm not a biologist. She got paid for modeling, says Frank. Yeah, it's in the same thought. Right.
She got paid for modeling. She was a model. She did music videos. It was all everything that she's happy about was consensual.
And piece to what puzzle? Like
I don't hear one thing in this interview about advocating for victims.
Not one.
Not one.
I mean, right now she's just dealing with the flow, and she just wants to talk about like how her
Maybe
creativity.
part of the flow is advocating for
artistry.
survivors. Maybe the survivor part is coming later. Hold on.
If that makes any sense.
Well, right after this is when she allegedly goes to the trafficking place that talks about her because, that was 2017. So, like, after this, she talks about being a stripper and finding a Bible with a, website that took her to this place for people that have been trafficked. And
What was the date on this video in 2016? May
31st.
When was she arrested? She was arrested in 2016.
Yeah, but I don't know what day.
Let me look it up. I think Zero Dark Tony had it.
Arrested for what?
It never says.
Something about tripping a trigger. She was
like tripping this trigger and it just happened.
Hold on. Frank is looking it up. She was arrested February 5th, 05.
She was also arrested October 29, 2001.
October 29, 2001 as okay, wow.
And I can't see.
No, there's one more.
All right.
I can't see the other one.
Okay. But we know there was an arrest in 2016.
Yeah. I'm going through Zero Dark Tony's tweets because he has it. When I find it, I'll shout it out. But it is 2016 for sure.
A lot of what my modeling was getting sort of convoluted in money. So money was.
Did she say money?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Yep.
More of the agenda over the last year, and now I'm not even caring at all about the money, and I'm literally just going for what moves me the most. So that's what I'm working on now. It's super bare bones. Like I said, I don't want to be famous, so I'm cool if like this is the level that I stop at, which sounds so weird to most people, I'm sure, but that's because
it's all about the money for her.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And we'll
April 10th, 2016. So this video is after she got arrested.
Hey, okay, so in that mugshot, she says that is where she was at the ER, and that she was arrested by police when she came forward, saying that she was a victim, and it was she also had gotten the number before she went to the ER when she was at a strip club and got it on the back. She got a number off the back of a Bible. You would probably know more, DeFango, but it's something weird.
Yeah, it's just a weird story. And
the arrest. I don't know if you said this already.
Yeah, that's Zero Dark Tony's tweet.
April 10th, 2016. I can't believe they wouldn't let her throw on a smoky eye before this mugshot. I mean,
they didn't want her to be like, that hot. She did. They didn't want her to have that hot mugshot.
She has a look to maintain. She has to trip her trigger.
Well, and then she also says in this mugshot that she's wearing her abuser's like sweatshirt, or it's something like with this. She talks about the sweatshirt she's wearing. She talks about how she turned herself in. There's just this whole weird convoluted story that you're just like, what?
And I know Carol Roth. Carol Roth responded, imagine being upset that someone is speaking out against human trafficking. This is not what anyone is upset about. No one is upset that what she's speaking out against. Like, we're upset about the holes in the story.
And may I add, this was an arrest in Chicago, Illinois. She says in Cordova, Illinois. Then there's ones where it's saying it's in Chicago at Cook County Jail, which is probably the worst place you want to be. But yeah, she was arrested in Illinois.
Not a bad point by Breezen. Are we sure she didn't get caught soliciting and made up a story about being trafficked?
Mm-hmm.
Anything
We don't actually know.
now.
You have to say to that?
Well, I mean, we don't know what the warrant was for. That's the main thing. We don't really know why she got picked up, but you should remember that this is during the time that her dad is he's in the government for Illinois. He's like in the state house, and he has since 2011. So maybe that's why she was able to get herself out of it.
And is it also possible that they could get records buried?
It is.
Possibly, yes. But I mean, when you're booked, you're booked. Could he get them? Could it have been expunged? On like yes. And you probably would know more on that than I would, Tree. But the other thing too is that her father was a doctoral. He's basically a preacher. And she blames the whole sex trafficking of why she got into it was because she was homeschooled and she was so sheltered, inadvertently sometimes blaming her parents that it was because she wasn't taught enough. And then you wonder, okay, so what's her relationship with her family, because she also has 2 sisters and you never see them come up either.
Judging by that call with her mom, it sounds like she has a great relationship with her mom,
right? She
and
knows
her parents.
So much.
And she even at one point was like, I want to thank my parents for, like, it sounds like she has a very good relationship with them, and it was like respects them and like praising them for the job they did raising her.
Yet her mother has no idea what she's doing, because she had to repeatedly tell her in that video, hey mom, remember when I told you this? And she's like, wait, what?
How embarrassing. This is why I don't ask anybody in my family if they've seen anything that I've done, because I don't want to hear like, no, I'm literally busy doing anything else. Her mom, she was like, mom, have you read my blog? She's like, oh, I've been busy. Oh, look at the time. This is like, that's step number 1 of doing anything online. Don't ask anyone in your fucking family if they read or watch your shit. You're just setting yourself up for disappointment.
But then on Dr. Drew, she does say that she lives with her family back where she grew up, which would be near Rock Island, Illinois, which is on the border of Illinois and Illinois and Iowa. Hence why I think she's going to this Cedar Rapids conference, because it's like, a hop, skip, and a jump over from Rock Island, and that they all live on the same farm. They all live down the street from each other.
Nice.
So. And she says that on Dr. Drew when you watch the whole clip. I mean, there's just so many holes in the wall of this story, and you don't know. I feel like Charlie Day in that meme where you're trying to have it all connect
with the red strings. Yeah,
I feel like that's like how it's been trying to.
And then someone barges in and goes, "How dare you criticize someone helping others?" And you're like,
"You mean Greta Thunberg? How dare you?
How dare you?" And she's like,
Greta, what?
Directing her own arrest like a one-woman freaking show. All right, a couple more soups. Magnificent Devil. Dozens of streams about Eliza sprung up overnight. Yes, they did, and everyone's watching that very fappable music video. Everyone's had their fappetites wetted by that music video. All right, Russell Hall. Jane Murphy never
I'm sure she's getting more fans.
Along with World Star.
Probably. Jane Murphy. Yeah, people in her DMs, you could traffic this dick.
And canceled. No.
Jane Murphy never ate the poo-poo, unlike some people. Okay. Patrick Gestalt, great discussions. Thank you. Mike Post, thanks for the super chat. Sure seems like Miss Video Vixen is the Anna Delvey of human traffic. Oh, God, what a horrible thing to be called. I think that was the girl who like faked it till she made it into like upper echelons of high society.
Oh, okay. I don't know who she is.
That Anna Delvey. Yeah. Dan Halen, Eliza is speaking at an event in April. Carrie Smith is also a speaker there. She might be a good person to go to with this. Oh boy. It will be interesting.
I'm putting it out there right now. I might live stream it on my channel on Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central. Because you can live stream the event.
I definitely don't want
everybody, but I might live stream it myself.
I definitely don't want her to be canceled from any of her bookings. I don't want her to lose any work. I don't want her to get deplatformed, like, because that makes us know better than what she's doing to Venti.
But Chrissy, can I just be real with you for a second? Okay, you're a comic, and you've had people come to shows probably and heckle you for supporting Trump or all that other crap,
or try to get the shows canceled.
Yeah, same with you, Lila. I mean, like, give me a break. This is making up that you're a victim of an insane felony charge and using it to get money off of it. I'm sorry. If people go and heckle her, I'm not saying go do it, but I'm not going to feel bad about it either. You know, I want what's best for her, and I would love for her to come out and tell the truth, but comedians get heckled day in and day out. And you're just supposed to sit there and take it. But then this person actually does 10 times worse than telling just a joke about Biden. Give me a break.
Yeah.
You know?
True.
I'm stepping down from my soapbox.
No. Stay on it. Stay on the box. Jacob McQuaid, this is exactly why the DW contract was tone deaf. Oh, right. I feel like we're mixing up our topics. DeFango, hey, you're a new member. Look at that. Thanks.
Yeah, I became a member. Yay.
That's what happens. You become a member, you might end up on SimpCast.
I am now a simp.
Thank you for the $1 raw alerts. Shout out to DeFango, and let's free Brittany Venti. I'm a little jealous that she's trending. No, good for her. She deserves it. Marcus Henry, don't get it twisted. I love Eric July and his comic book series. I just was saying, if she's lying, she's making other people look bad other than herself. Oh, of course. Like I've been tagged. I've been tagged on somebody. Oh, you're so stupid for having her on. Oh, you didn't vet her. And I'm like, I'm not vetting. Like, not that I'm not vetting no one, but like, I guess I'm taking people's word for it. Like,
well, for something like that, though, you see what I'm saying? Like, you would automatically assume that they're telling the truth.
Jacob Rotten, sup, Manuel DeFango, ELIZA BLEU. Now drop that Q-tip vibrant thing. It's like the song is in my head. I don't even have to play it because it's always there. Jay Forte, Gabe Hoffman is a see you next Tuesday kind of cat. Don't trust him. All right. Corporate Journal.
I like Gabe.
Blue claimed she was trafficked on Twitter. Fake accounts that used her photo from the Michael Malice appearance in May of 2021. Impersonated equals trafficked. What? Yes, this is something I've heard a lot of people say, like her idea of being trafficked was someone used her image. That doesn't seem to.
If only if it was that easy.
Well,
and
that happened a lot to her in her MySpace days.
Well, and here's one thing that I have my antenna up on that now is there's a lawsuit that's come down via Twitter where it basically said that is Twitter going to have a part because of Section 230 if somebody shares like a CP video, is Twitter held liable for not bringing that down right away, or should those accounts that share it be charged with human trafficking? And right now it's actually up in the Supreme Court. It's supposed to be heard this session. And I wonder, and this is a big what if that I've been having, is what if this would be the next grift that she's slowly made? And if she's actually following this, I mean, good for her, because not a lot of people are. I talked about it on my locals about a month ago. But if accounts are going to be held liable, or would Twitter be held liable for human trafficking of CP if you retweet it, if you share it, what have you? So like Chrissy, when you said that you'd shared that one tweet and said, get rid of this account, and they told you like, hey, you're getting striked for this. That was around the time, from the timeline that I heard you say, that this case started coming up, and it was brought before the Supreme Court. So that's where I think that they're trying to really cover their tracks. But is this a case where if she's now saying it's from Twitter, that this could be, not brought before the Supreme Court like her case, but she could say, did you not see the Supreme Court decision? You know, I was trafficked. Look at what they just said. We won't get the decision probably until, you know, May or June, but it's going to change a lot of things, how they sway on it.
Wow. Okay. Info.
I know, crazy deep dive for you. Sorry.
And it's also like,
you're right.
NVIDIA sent me like a tweet from ELIZA, but I can't even bring it up because I'm blocked. So it's all like block. I can't see shit. It's annoying. Block. Godzilla or Gojira if you're Asian. Fantastic. You will have the blonde one on. Yeah, Blonde and the Belly of the Beast will be on, I think, Tuesday at 9 p.m.
That's my girl!
Eastern. Really?
Oh my
Yay!
God!
I'm so excited. In fact, I think she sent it Supa. She did. Hey, girl. Hey. Wait, I just jumped in a human trafficking stream to promote my upcoming interview? Well, shit. Thank you, Blonde. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to talking to you on Tuesday.
I have that tweet for you if you need it, because I am not blocked.
I'm looking at it myself
Hey,
too.
see you Tuesday, girl. And shout out to Tree. Hey, look at that.
What's up, guy? I love you, girl. And kiss your baby.
Have to check
and
that
your
out.
man for you.
Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, what
That's
is
my
this
girl. That's Blonde and I.
Mug
Blonde
chat.
actually went out like a fucking soldier when Twitter was just under Jack, and they put her in timeout, and then she just started just going gangbusters just so she could get permabanned. And I tried to talk her out of it, and she wouldn't do it.
Oh man. She's like, nope, I'm going down with the ship.
Okay, yeah.
What is this? Explain this.
Okay, so actually,
Explain.
Tree, this would be a great question for you, being a former cop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she says mugshots. And the first one I had on a sweatsuit given to me by a survivor advocate. I was arrested on a warrant in the ER. I went to the ER after a sexual assault. While reporting the rape, I was arrested.
What? Hold on. Why?
And mind you, we don't know what that
There's some
warrant was
context
for.
missing because she said she admitted that she had a warrant. So if she was at the ER, she was arrested for that warrant.
Oh, okay.
And could it be
Right,
something?
you should say
But
what
she's not
what she's
saying
arrested
what the
for.
warrant is for, though.
Okay,
Right.
so now for you know, folks out there that don't know, could you have like a warrant for soliciting, or do you have to be like picked up right away, like at that
Yes, you
moment
can have
for
a warrant for
soliciting?
soliciting, yeah.
But could she have also had a warrant for like an unpaid traffic ticket or speeding ticket or something small
Yes.
and not a big
You
deal?
can, but it's rare.
Okay.
It has to have you have to have a pile up on it. Because what happens is that they'll send you a notice at work at home to show up, but then you have to prove that you got served if you don't show up. So then the judge is pretty lenient, like, well, we'll I forget the terminology. We'll continue it, and
It could have
then
been a traffic ticket.
Yeah, it
And
could have
the
been a
circle is
trafficking ticket,
Complete trafficking.
or for like a
And we're bringing
DUI
it
or
back.
something.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
Context is missing though.
Yeah, it's
Hotep Jesus said she looked hot in her mugshot. That's
yeah.
helpful.
But again, like my question is though, is that, you know, from what I've seen, when warrants go for a while, they are for something. It's not an unpaid parking ticket.
she could be. Yeah, I doubt if it's an unpaid parking ticket. It could have been a bench warrant for not showing up for court, or it could have been a warrant for an actual crime. She's not saying which one though. That's the thing.
But I mean, like, again, in my, at least there was one time where I can even, I'm coming forward with my truth that I forgot to pay a parking ticket. And I got another letter in the mail that was like, hey, you forgot to pay this, bitch.
Right.
Pay it.
Like,
And I was
oh my
like,
God,
shit, okay.
I moved, I didn't get it.
Yeah,
or
they
whatever.
rarely do warrants, and the
Yeah.
reason why they rarely do warrants is they can just basically just suspend your license. So when you get pulled
Exactly.
over, they rarely get warrants for traffic tickets. That's just something I've never seen. I'm not saying it never happened, but I'm just saying I've never seen it because they can get you in other ways.
My point is that
They do that in Arizona.
I doubt this is unpaid parking tickets. And now, granted, if she was going between Chicago, Phoenix, LA. However, this was an arrest in Illinois. And Illinois, I know, does not do that because that's where I got my one unpaid parking ticket from the fucking city of Chicago. But I there's just so many questions here, and the fact that she's not answering, and she's just the internet is just going to start. They're going to keep digging and digging even more now. The fact that you're not answering.
It's the Streisand effect.
Well,
and it's like
freaking Barbara Streisand.
How many people are you going to keep blocking?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
like also, where's the evidence about the ER? Because hold on, I just hold on. I just saw something. Go back up. Go back up. No. Go. I'm gonna read this out to you. No, all the way. I want to see the words. No. So here we go. Mugshot. I was the first one. In the first one, I had on a sweatshirt given to me by a survivor advocate. I was arrested on a warrant in the ER. I went to the ER after sexual assault. While reporting the rape, I was arrested. How did you get arrested? Because they don't run a criminal background check on you when you go to the ER. You can actually be you can have a warrant for your arrest. You could be actually a mass murderer on the FBI list, and there's no way that the doctor is going to be like, okay, we're going to basically run you in the NCIC, and then we're going to see if you have a warrant on you, and then we're going to make sure you got some insurance. So how do you go from going to the ER after sexual assault to being arrested unless you did something there, which I doubt, because if you're there, I'm now I'm poking holes, because I'm like, we all been to the hospital. We all been in the hospital.
But also, thank God for you, because you were a freaking cop. You know this kind of shit.
Yeah. How do they know you having a warrant for you? How do they know you have a warrant? Because she says I was arrested on a warrant. How did they know that at the ER? That doesn't work. If that was the case, there would be so many gang members that would get arrested.
They find out from like scanning your license or something, or inputting you into the system.
When you go to the hospital, all the doctors want to know is if you got insurance.
Yeah, very good point.
That's all they want to know.
You got that Empire?
You got Empire? You got that Cobra? What's up?
Oh,
you don't got insurance?
Oh, you got Medicare? You got a
You want Obamacare? Get the fuck out.
So yeah.
If you scroll up, she said this while she was being trafficked.
Okay, yeah, they're saying, hang on. Okay, I see people doxing me. Yep, I went to jail multiple times while I was being trafficked. I'm open about this. Not really. I'm not ashamed of my past because it's shaped me into the woman I am today. Anyway, I just remembered today that in jail, we put hard candies in our coffee to give it good flavor. I'm not sure if anyone else has done that in here, but if you are ever in a situation, now you know.
This is crazy.
Fluff.
This is almost exactly 1 year ago.
This is fluff because this is not really telling specifically what the arrest warrant was for, and why would you go to the ER? Why would you get arrested on a warrant at the hospital?
It's also literally a year to the freaking day that she's going to a human trafficking survivors conference to go speak.
Wow.
What do you think of this, Tree? If you report a rape at the ER, they will contact the police about the assault, and then the cops looked her up and saw she had a warrant.
Is that what exactly? Yeah. That would happen. A good point. Good point. Absolutely.
But here's the other thing, though.
Well,
too,
not always, though.
Hold on. 2 years ago.
Not always. I mean, if they would, but let me just say this: by law, you have to give your name and your date of birth. Now, some police officers are going to feel sorry for the victim. Why would you run it? Because you're going to put it on the incident report that they're the victim, and you just want to get the rape kit, and you wanted the results of the rape kit, and you want to also know the perpetrator and the information too. But if they did run her name and date of birth and she had an active warrant, you make a good point. She would have been arrested. Absolutely.
Wow, we're seeing a tweet in action going out.
I know, right?
A live, fair, and balanced tweet. You
I
guys
know.
are seeing it here. Hashtag and everything. Who else is she gonna tag?
Free the
Is she
quartering.
gonna That's an underutilized hashtag. Is she gonna tag Team Twitter? Is she gonna tag Elon? Is she gonna tag me? No pressure.
Elon, Chrissy, I've tagged you every one.
I'm
bitch.
fucking
Twitter
kidding.
support,
I
Twitter
am
support.
so
I know.
kidding. Don't tag me.
I tag her too. ELIZA BLEU.
Well, good luck on that. You're gonna get
I've
blocked
done
soon.
Nina. I've
Enjoy
done
your
Nina.
block.
I've done that Star Wars girl. And
DEFANGO.
Tree, I just followed you, but what's your
Tree _of_ logic. That's me. I don't have.
Let's say.
I don't have my phone with me, but if you follow me, I will
it.
definitely follow you back. Okay.
That's what they all say.
There we go.
Go follow you right now.
Girl, I did that with you. What you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
Chrissy was following me right on. I said, "Damn it! Now I gotta remember."
Oh God,
this,
I
so
forgot
gotta
Lila. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
No.
Oh no. The embarrassed. Wait, you've been muted this whole time, Lila. No wonder you're so quiet.
What?
Everyone's like, Lila's so quiet. You were muted.
Sorry, I muted myself.
Lila's been muted, sitting here muted for like 2 hours.
Yeah, and I was wondering why she was so quiet.
But let me tell you, the most simping. The most
muted.
The most simping in the chat has been for Lila. Everyone calling her a tasty snack.
Yeah,
and
everyone
shit.
thinks I won't let her speak. Everyone's saying, Chrissy won't let Lila speak. Let Lila say something.
Let
She's
her
been muted the whole
speak.
time.
Let's get Let Lila Speak trending.
Let Lila speak.
So, Lila, what are your thoughts on the matter?
I am all about freedom of speech. Okay. I tweeted every day for 3 months when my Jewish husband was banned from Twitter. So I will tweet every day, #free Brittany Venti until she's back.
Wait, is he Jew or is he Jewish?
He's Jewish. He's a Jew.
What's the difference?
Well, there's George Santos, Jewish, and then there's actual like Good Logic,
Yarmulke.
Jewish.
He's
Which, by
really
the way, Good
Casual
Logic's
Jewish.
Twitter is
I
down,
wear
by
my-
the way.
I wear my necklace.
Oh.
Good job.
Which, speaking of Jewish, Good Logic's Twitter is down, by the way. Yeah.
Why?
If you're in the LawTube sphere, no questions yet. Or I'm sorry, no answers yet. More questions than answers this hour, folks.
From Sam Adams, the CAA rep politicians. What if CAA had a way to hear all incoming allegations from a high-profile advocate? Oh my God! I mean, no, they rep actors and musicians, don't they?
So Zero Dark Tony talked about this last night when I was on the Thermo stream about how ELIZA BLEU, I believe, was represented by CAA, or she is, and there's a number of other people where they're all represented by CAA. And it's a number of people that have been caught basically grifting. And he would have to explain it. But yeah, like he because he was in that whole Hollywood scene, and he knows, all the different talent agencies and whatnot. Like I said, we even had Tony on last night where he explained it all. But yeah, it's something where she's represented by CAA, who have also represented, I think it might be AOC.
And they rep all the top comedians. It's like the best
Hanks.
agency.
Yeah.
Nicole Kidman, Sylvester Stallone.
Real weird.
Wow.
Van Jones.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of them.
So are you telling me my way into good comedian management is to pretend to be a survivor advocate? Because I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
I think you'd probably be better off finding somebody at CAA and just going down hardcore.
They're going to Google me. They're going to Google me and say no thanks.
Go down on them.
Got a lot of hard pass email responses, okay?
Just open wide and just tell them that you love them, honey.
Nope. They don't want me. Godzilla. Great to see Chrissy, Tree, and Faran all together. Thank you. Paul Anderson. Hey, Chrissy, I'm wearing a tux. We are now married. Oh, really? Just like that? Just like that, Paul?
It's that easy?
It is that easy. Where's my
I
help?
gotta try that.
Pony up. Trent Rosner, more like blue cheese with how bad her story stinks. Zing.
That's a good one.
Glenn Quaig, thanks for the super chat. I know I'm late, but have you seen the YouTube video for Eliza Knows? I refused a booking request to have 3 stars for $150,000.
yeah.
That's the sex video.
What,
Yeah.
like bragging-ish about being propositioned?
That's
Is
the
that
the
gist?
video. Remember when she has the white background? And
Yeah.
by the way,
can see
like when you suffer from insomnia, sometimes you can just get a whole deep dive into somebody real quick. And it was that white that white background video where they ask her about who slides into her DMs, the percentage of men and women. And then they say, okay, like, what's the craziest? By the way, she says, oh no, it's more like, it's mostly men, and like they and they're like, well, who? Any famous people? And she's like, it's mostly athletes, in her urban accent. And then they
Mostly
say,
mostly mini golf, but yeah, they're
Right.
athletes.
And then she said, they ask her, what's the craziest proposition? And she goes, I almost got off at 150,000 to have sex. And says it openly
Look,
and starts
some girls have
laughing.
all the luck.
And I was like, bitch, you turned that down?
You know what I got offered once? A large Greek salad. That's my story.
They didn't even give you a cob?
No anchovies? Nothing.
What I would have accepted a wedge salad with extra blue cheese dressing. But
how about a steak? Yeah.
But yeah, it's super awkward and weird. And again, it's this weird accent that she has, and you're just like, why are you doing that? But then at the same time, when you think about it was when, what was her name? Ashley Rose was really big. She was coming out and she was like the white girl getting in with all the black guys, and she was also with
Definitely selfies.
Jeezy. Yeah, it's just so weird to me.
Do you know where in this video is
I
the
think it's like 16 minutes or so. No.
Yeah, where she goes like this, and it's the first time, and then she leans down and starts laughing too.
That's the wave that I rode. If I rode any wave, it was like, I'm gonna let the public choose to watch me, choose to follow
me,
and that's what's so dope about Instagram, Snapchat.
Dope.
Is like,
it's dope.
You can pump all day the celebrities that you want, that you
Pump
think
it.
you want to watch, but at the end of the day, we're gonna choose who we want to watch. If it's a dude that's like, damn Daniel, back at it with the back fan, I mean, that's who we want to see. We get to choose. That's a beauty.
I feel like I need subtitles. Anybody else?
Back in
You could
my
put
day,
closed captioning on.
we didn't get to choose.
Did
It was
she talk like
Kate
this
Moss,
on Tim?
No.
She couldn't barely talk, man. She had that lip filler in.
Now we get to choose who sells our product.
It's actually like 19
now
minutes.
we want to see Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner bad.
I got that time.
We want to see Kylie Jenner sell her stuff to us.
Hold on, was she gonna say like
It's like 19 minutes.
Yeah, you got to see where the
Okay.
I don't know. I guess that my main thing with social media has always been like, okay, you want to say that about me, but come say it to my face.
I tried to, but you blocked
In
me.
my whole life, because people started saying about things about me on the internet in about 2005.
2005.
When I really started to notice
Was that when she was getting trafficked?
That was allegedly when she was getting trafficked.
Yeah, it was.
That was around the My Chemical Romance time when she was doing the whole Gerard thing.
to my face. And so that's my main thing is like,
I'm gonna block
if you're
you
bold
before you
enough
say it to my
behind a
face.
computer or a cell phone, like, just come say it to my face.
Okay, bitch.
Now, when it comes to booking requests,
Here we go.
Do you think she's trying to do it looks like she's trying to do that thing when the guys tell dumb girls, but can you touch your elbows together? Like how she's sitting to me looks
Well,
like
I feel like she's also
what's
laughing
been
about
your strangest booking request?
booking requests because she doesn't have any.
Oh my god, I can't believe you asked me this question.
Have sex.
I talked over that. Oops.
I'm dead.
That's so
What's
funny.
been your strangest booking request so far?
$150,000 to have sex. I mean, a nice offer, but it's not me.
Turned it down.
I did, yeah.
That's not strange.
I thought about it.
Was it hard for you to turn it down? Did you think about that one for a
No,
little
it
bit?
wasn't even a question. No.
Oh, okay.
It's just not my thing, you know.
It was my dad's friend. It was.
I wasn't
another
into it.
politician.
I mean, no shade.
No shade.
Not my thing.
It's not your thing.
Now, what about
So,
people?
$150,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I was like, whew, whew. It wasn't hard. It's just the thought of the money. It's just like, whew, whew. But
I thought she didn't care about money.
Exactly.
I'm so confused.
Because literally, yeah, in the last video, she said she doesn't care about the money. Now, elephant in the room. Can we just like be real here for a second? Tree.
Hold on. Let's be real.
When you see these white bitches coming out here being all like, I talk so urban.
No, actually, if you saw my face, when she first started talking, I was really shocked to hear her talk like that. Like you should, if you go back and rewind, my face just dropped. I was like I really was like, because I've never seen her talk like that ever in my life. This was new.
It's called
to
having
me.
range, Tree.
No, it's called being a wigger, and I've never seen that before.
I didn't want to say that, but yes.
Her.
That's her Chicago accent.
And I'm from
She's from Chi-Town, yo.
I am from Chi-Town, and don't have it. No, I'm actually closer to Chicago than she is. She grew up in Rock Island, which is on the border of Illinois and Iowa. I grew up 20 minutes outside of the city, and you know what? I guess I gotta bring back my flow, yo. I gotta bring it back.
You got to bring it back. You know, you got to start hanging out with Q from World Star again. Rest in peace.
Trip your twerk. What was it called?
I mean, I look at
tripping
that
my
money.
trigger. Thank you. You have to trip
Exactly.
your trigger.
Exactly.
That sounds like something a bandit would do. Breaking and entering.
Like what the fuck?
It's like something you do in laser tag.
I mean, like why? Like why? Like
I need an Urban Dictionary just to listen to these old interviews of her.
I mean,
That was
2016,
bad.
2016
That was
doesn't-
really bad. That was
It doesn't
bad.
feel that long ago, but it kind of was that long ago. But then it
was
wasn't.
forever ago. That was a decade ago.
We are closer to 2030 than we are to 2016.
That was
Hey,
like
yo.
still like the glorious Trump years. That was was that pre-censorship? No, that was like
Bitches don't be
beginning.
tripping my trigger.
No,
Okay?
the censorship started right when he got elected. I know,
Okay, yeah.
because I was heavy on Trump train. We wore the hat. Dare somebody say something to me? Blah blah blah. But once he won, that's when Hillary Clinton came out with the Russia. You know what I'm saying? And then
Tripping your
boom.
trigger. Mm-hmm.
This is the new hat. You have to vote for me, landslide Lila. Lila
Ooh.
2024.
Cutie.
I'm running for president.
Are you going to demand a recount?
Well, I'm just gonna cheat because everybody could vote for me. Kids too, everybody.
I think you should do hashtag
What about
tripping your
dead
trigger.
people? What about
Yeah,
dead?
anybody.
You better
could
get
vote.
the dead people. You need those.
You
I'll
need the
vote.
dead vote. The Democrats have taught us you can't win without it.
Yeah, you need that flow to the ballot box, yo.
Yeah. Trip that trigger all the way to the voting booth.
Just hire yourself a really good necromancer and you got it in the bag.
Oh my God. Every time I get a new, there's just more is coming out. I'm just like, oh no, could this get worse? And in fact,
I hope not, but yes, it can.
I'm here for it.
MLK statue comments go. Oh my God. You're about a week too late on that, patriotic.
What angle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It depends on what angle you're looking at. Does it look
You know
like a
what it
turd
does?
or look like
looks
a dong? You know?
It looks like those videos of those like Asian girls who are like sucking a big dick-shaped clam out of a shell. Do you know what I mean? It's like what's it called? It's like a fucking, it's like an arm coming out of a conch shell or something. Looks
Well,
like that.
the best was that when I woke up when this all went down. I gotta give it to my girl. I gotta give the flow to my girl, Chrissy Mayr. Okay, I'm trying to bring my Chicago back. I gotta give the flow to my girl, Chrissy
Yeah,
Mayr.
clearly you're not from the streets.
Because Oh, bitch,
It's streets. It's streets.
But, it's streets. But yeah, exactly. But no, so I see wrong music, but it's fine. We'll let it go. But I see a tweet from you. It was like I forget what morning it was.
No, that's not it. Okay.
This is not Christmas, bitch. Christmas morning.
I do like that
music.
song.
I don't want to delete all these songs.
But so I see the tweet from you, and you're like, I didn't know that fuck.
MLK likes to eat ass?
And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like,
I literally laughed out loud. So I sleep with a mouth. I sleep with a mouth guard because I grind my teeth. Chrissy, my mouth guard projectiled out of my mouth.
That's what I want. That's all I want. All I want is for people to like spit things out of their mouth. Because you're spending all this money. Why not just throw on a couple of heads for clarity?
Exactly. But you're like, I didn't know that.
Yes,
Okay, like to eat ass.
Thank you. The geoduck. That's what I mean. The Asian girls like sucking the clam dicks. That it's called the geoduck. I have to show one just so you guys don't think I'm insane.
There's also the other angle though, where everyone's like, "Oh, it's like a phallus," and I was like, "I see a lot of 2 girls, 1 cup in that one." You know?
Oh my god, this feels wrong to show, but
it looks like a large.
All right, heads up. This is a
shit-long piece of
clam.
glue.
This is an animal. This is something that lives in the ocean. Okay, this is not genitals. That's a geoduck.
Whoa.
That is weird looking.
I've never seen that on Bear Grylls, but yeah, guess they're real.
Regret showing that. Yeah, there's also like there's videos of girls eating it. Oh no, I can't show that one. Yeah. Ew. Oh my god.
I don't think
no.
You show girls eating that, you're gonna risk it.
You get a ding. Here's just a man holding one. All right. I'm better now.
They look like unripened bananas.
Yeah, they do look like bananas. I was gonna say same thing. They look like bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Look
guy's
like something else.
He's like, ooh, that's a big
Definitely look like
geoduck.
penises. Would you eat one for $150,000?
I would eat one for $5.
Come on, you got to have a higher price than that.
It
$5.
probably tastes like mussels or calamari.
I would eat it for a $50 Grubhub from McDonald's.
I would eat it if I was hungry and it was
25% tip to my Grubhub.
I'm all like, we can make this happen. Hold on a second.
Feeding the geoduck.
Oh God!
Although it's a gooey duck.
How far is it? Like genetically from calamari. It's like I eat mussels, clams.
I'm gonna suck on a gooey duck tonight.
Oh,
as you can hear the porn music.
That flow, yeah, you know what I mean, yo.
Oh shit! Yeah, Lila's gonna get it.
Chrissy is determined to play that damn Christmas rap song, right?
I know.
Outlaw. So again, how is she being trafficked while she had multiple arrests? Wouldn't you now be in a safe place to tell police?
No. Because you don't want I'm gonna take it to like a pimp prostitute thing, right? When we arrest prostitutes, they never snitch on their pimps. They never, ever. So once they get out, they go right back to them. So no, not really.
I met a lot of prostitutes when I was arrested. I spent the night in jail once in Oakland, and I was with like 40 prostitutes.
Lila, I didn't know this.
40 of
Oh damn!
In
Girl, what was you in? What was you in for?
Lila, you have a past.
I got arrested off of an airplane because I was super drunk. And it was on a flight from San Diego. The layover was in Oakland, and then from Oakland to Seattle. It was for my parents' 25th wedding anniversary. I didn't make it to the anniversary because I was in jail. But when I got there,
like a fucking OG bitch.
Okay, when I got there,
you're so much cooler now.
They put me with all the because you have to be with everybody. There was one toilet and it was silver, and if you have to pee or shit, you have to do it in front of everybody. I remember I walked in, they all looked at me and they're like, "What are you doing in here?" And I was like, "I was arrested at the airport." And then there was a lady on meth, and she like popped up, and she was like, "You don't belong here." And I was like, "I know, I
Wait,
know."
Lila, is this actual real life or is this a fucking SNL
this
skit?
is real.
Because
It's gotta be real.
Real life. I was 24 and it was so cold in there. I was wrapping myself with toilet paper, and then I made like a toilet paper like kind of bed thing. I was like a hamster in there, and I
see that.
I am amazed with the story.
You're like, I don't take up that much space.
It was so interesting because, you know, all these women are prostitutes. And I was like, okay, so I would ask them questions. I was like, so how much did you guys charge? And I found out it was only $50 for a blowjob. I was like, that was crazy to me. And then,
Yeah, they're relatively cheap.
And
you know
then-
what? And women, you need to remember this when you don't want to give a blowjob to your man. Like,
there's somebody out there willing to give you it for
$50 away from getting it elsewhere.
So
that is a Grubhub order. That is a Grubhub order, by the way.
That's not even a ribeye.
I became friends with this girl, Matika. We're still friends on Facebook. I remember when she came in, she sat next to me, and she was in there because she had fake $100 bills, and she was like, Lila, she's like, it was the camis, the 2 for $10 camis is what got me at Forever 21. And she's like, if I would have left the mall and then I didn't get lured by Forever 21, I would have tops. It was the 2 for $10s. And then there was another girl that came in. Her arm was in a sling because she tried to run over her boyfriend. She was crying a whole bunch. And I was like, just come sit next to me. And then we kind of like, I like led this circle where we all like just told our names and why we were there. Yeah.
Holy you were building anyone a sisterhood in jail?
Yes.
You were in jail.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not trying to be here forever, but I was like, this is like Orange is the New Black, you know? It was an experience.
For anyone that's actually owned a hamster, though, all I picture though is like you in the corner with toilet paper, being like,
yeah.
I mummified myself. I had one of the girls wrapping me up. I was so cold. It was crazy in there. But we had unlimited toilet paper. That's all I remember is that they wouldn't give us anything to wear, but we had toilet paper. So I was just.
And I have had a hamster. They burrow until you see like just a tiny little like breathing mound of fuzz, and it's surrounded by like toilet paper and like did they give you paper towel rolls that you would like quickly like?
Carrots.
Up, so, like,
I ate carrots. That's what I ate. I was eating carrots.
and you didn't like.
Yeah.
I have owned hamsters.
I really feel like
hamsters.
me getting arrested is kind of what led me to do it. 3 months later, I became a stand-up comedian because I was, that's how it happened for me.
The street life is not for me. You realized?
No.
Oh, God.
But it was an experience. Now looking back on it, I'm grateful for the experience, but I would not recommend it.
What was your prison nickname?
Oh yeah.
Please don't tell me short.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Lil Lila.
I was just gonna ask that.
I bet the other inmates were afraid that she's gonna chew through all. She's gonna chew into our beds. She'll chew right through these handcuffs.
But I remember I had
see her
to
stuff
see-
the toilet paper in her mouth.
They probably tried to get you to like chew the wall. You know what I mean? Like how hamsters will chew a wall. Like chew us a hole to safety. Chew us out of here, Lila. Go.
My family, we had 2 hamsters. Mine was named Dallas because it's my favorite city in the country. And my sister's hamster's name was Babe because at the time that was when the movie Babe came out, which if you know, it's ELIZA Bleu this for you. I was born in 86. So whenever the hell that was, maybe like 8, 9, 10 years old. I can't even remember at this point. But we had first originally had them in the cage together, and we learned that you can't do that. So we got separate cages. Babe eventually died by his own fruition. I think he stuffed too much shit in his mouth. My hamster Dallas got out, and we thought, oh, maybe the dogs will play with it. Didn't happen. Missing in the basement for months on end. We're like, it's probably dead somewhere. All of a sudden, my mom is going down to the basement to go change the laundry, and up at the top of the stairs is little Dallas like, bitch.
No way!
I am here alive. Yes.
What?
And if
After
anybody's again
What did it
after
eat?
almost 6 months, I have no fucking idea.
No. What
And
did
if
it eat?
anybody knows owning a hamster, they know survival skills. So I guarantee you, Lila, They
We
were like,
wanted to
oh,
live.
this bitch, she will live in underground basements for 6 months and come out at the top of the stairs being like, yo, I am here.
But I like
and
your
I swear to God,
name,
that's so
Dallas.
true.
I'm in Dallas. That's where I'm at. Dallas.
It's my favorite city in the world. Yeah, that was my hamster's
This
name.
is where Lila reveals the huge like hamster thug life tattoo on her back. Yeah. I had 2 hamsters, or were they gerbils? What's the difference? Sugar and Spice.
Gerbils, I think, have
Gerbils are way bigger.
They were both girls. They had long tails, but like
Yeah,
bitey
hamsters
little
don't have
teeth.
tails. They're like
very
cropped.
bitey little teeth. Every time I tried to pick it up, he would bite me, and then I just get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. "Ah, ah, ah, ah," and then I just it's like I'd be like, I'm your mom. I'm in 5th grade. I'm your mom. Listen to me. But the Sugar eventually murdered Spice, like ate her, like tried to chew her alive. And that was what I learned. You can't have. Sometimes one will eat the other. And I didn't believe
what
my
happens
mom.
in diets.
'Cause
Sugar
I came
murders
home.
Spice.
I came home from school one day, and my mom was like, Sugar ate Spice. I was like, bullshit. Show me. And she wouldn't. I never saw the corpse. Like, she threw the dead one away, and just I went down, and it just like was like the living one that was still in there, like just basically doing snowflakes, like, yeah, I got all this room now. I was so annoyed. And I'm like, did that really happen, or did the cage tipped over and one just escaped? Like,
which PSA, if you're going to get a gerbil after this, you need to have them separate. You need to have them separate. You cannot have hamsters and gerbils in the same cage. They will literally kill each other unless one is a male and a female, but then they eventually kill each other too.
Unless one of the
super
hamsters
crazy.
grew up in Detroit and like, sounds like.
But the hamster will tell you that it grew up in Detroit if it's truly from Detroit.
I had a hamster for my cats, and her name was Hamela Burger.
Oh.
Wait, for your cats?
Yeah, I called it Hamster TV, and they would just sit and watch it for hours.
Oh, I thought you meant like because
I
like,
saw that.
You know
I
they
saw
They're
your
probably like,
hamster.
I'm gonna eat that fucking hamster.
We had it for like 2 years. And it was great. It was like TV for them. They loved her. I mean, I'm sure they did want to eat her, but
Yeah,
we had like
I'm sure they wanted to eat her.
you know there is cat TV, right? Like cat TV on
yeah.
YouTube.
Oh
God, I do that. My cats go insane when you throw on cat TV. It's 8 hours of squirrels, birds doing all their little shit with their nuts and shit, and my cats are just like, oh fuck. it's like. And then there's actual videos of cat games where it's like little submarines go by, little flies, and it's all this. And my cats are like, oh, hit me again. Oh God, oh God, oh God. It's like they took a drug.
To this.
It's hilarious. And then the best part is when you give them some catnip and then turn that shit on. Oh, it's like a fucking meth crackhead bozo psycho where they're
See, I don't know. It depends because we put on dog TV for the dogs, and like Waffles will bark at. She will watch TV. She will bark at the TV like it's a real dog, and then she'll like look around behind the TV, like she'll look for the dog. She'll look out the window. She'll be like, "Where is he? I gotta find him!" And like will bark like she's defending the whole house, and like it will bother her. And she'll be like, ah, 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 ah. I'm like, you idiot! It's a fucking. And then Muffins is just like, let her.
See,
bark.
my dog Buddy. I've tried dog TV too, and he looks at me and he's like, "The fuck is this shit?"
Yeah, it's like Muffins.
You know, I know
That's
this
what
is
Lunchy
fake, you
does.
dumb bitch,
I
right?
sometimes when I'm anxious,
She's
I
like,
just
put on Stargate.
Yeah.
I put
exactly.
dog TV on like for myself when I just like need to relax. Like when I just feel like I need to,
I
like,
did not
have
know
to
that
calm
there was a such thing
down.
as cat TV. I think I would probably watch that just
You
to
should.
see what you guys have
It's
on
not
there.
just for cats.
Well, the dogs, like I said, my dog doesn't like it. He looks at it and he's like, "I know this is fake, bitch," and he does not like
He's
it.
intelligent.
He's actually very intelligent. Little dog found in a box in Juarez, Mexico. I call him my little illegal. But yeah, and it was trained to be a service dog or a service therapy dog for kids in the hospital. So like I said, like, when he looks at that stuff, he's just kind of like, I don't know what the hell this is. But my cats, oh my God, it's like somebody said in the chat, MK Ultra for them. Just all over the place.
My chemically unbalanced romance. Thank you, Jamma Llama. Russell Hall, the censorship started with the gate of the pizza. Aha, that makes sense. You'd want to
Yep,
hide
the
that.
gate of the pizza.
What year was that? That was in 2000.
2016.
Yep. Hey, Lila, cool to see you doing well. See you around.
Hello.
Hello. Taking back toxic. Now you gotta eat one. Oh, what a geoduck. Fine.
Yeah, he gave you $5.
I don't have one here.
I told you should have
Yeah,
went
you
up on that price.
Frank has one for you.
His geoduck is sleeping right now. Russell Hall, the best thing about getting a $50 Hummer from a meth addict is you don't have to say no teeth. True.
Damn, those things are $15 to $30 a pound.
Learning about the blowjobs are $50 is humbling as a woman because you go, okay, you ain't that special. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of mouths out there.
It was the thing that was interesting the most is a lot of them were like coming off of drugs while they were in there, like as they were telling me this, heroin and meth mostly. So I saw
That's a thick cat.
Aww.
Is that a real meow?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Freddie. This is the other one.
Freddie is not happy with you.
He's a big boy, but he's like a dog though. I will say he's not afraid of anything.
He is pissed.
He's pissed.
Yes.
It's okay, boy.
Little pug.
Oh my God. He looks like he wants to kill you.
You hear him? You hear him? Say hello. Hi, buddy. Oh,
you squeezing him?
Oh, it's okay.
He's cussing you out now.
He's lighting your whole room on fire.
Clawed in my sleep.
Batch. I've never seen an unhappier looking cat since Grumpy Cat.
You know what's crazy though is he's the most friendly cat. I think he's like part Maine Coon or
That's
something.
you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody but me. And when I go to pick him up, he's like, "Meow." I'm like, all right, fine. I'm sorry. But yeah, named after Freddie Mercury because he is a little diva, just like Freddie Mercury. So he's got that going for him.
Everyone knows he's gay except for him.
Exactly. He'll eventually die of AIDS, and I'll just throw in an elaborate funeral. But yeah, exactly.
Feline AIDS, though. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, that's fun. Cheekies. Why do I picture Chrissy sitting in the middle of a dark living room watching dog TV? Because I've done that.
Do not describe her last Christmas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Eating ice cream?
Triggering.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't have to educate you. I don't have to describe my life to you. Okay. Not everything is, some things are private.
And also, I'm sorry that's more fun sometimes than visiting my fucking family. So
Yeah.
Sue me.
Yeah.
Literally, sue me. That's what white people do, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm. I'm still
All
waiting
comes
for my
full
lawsuit to
circle.
come in.
Uh-oh. What a day. What a day we've had. My God. Thank you all for staying here for this long. I cannot believe the stream went over 5 hours, but we tackled a lot. Man, I didn't even get into any of my articles.
What were
yeah,
they?
well, Diamond and Silk, the one that died was Diamond, and then so Silk was out being basically like, "Oh, it was the fucking thing," you know? She died from the
Really?
thing. Yeah, she was out about it. So that's interesting.
And I tweeted when everybody was falsely accusing. I said, and y'all go read my tweet. I was like, I said when Trump pushed it, they backed him. So
Because I watched her. I watched part of her celebration of life, and I'm not gonna lie. Trump was sitting there, and I know that he paid for the service.
Oh, I know what you're about to say. Go ahead.
He looked like a fucking whore in church, just like where they're like, "Oh Jesus," and he's just
I
don't know what the fuck
thought
to
the
do.
whole thing of pushing your presidency, come on now, this is a funeral, and it's like this is not the place to do that.
Yeah, and
He
for those
was-
that didn't know, Diamond did die. I didn't find out until like 2 days ago. I don't know if it was
Yeah.
my algorithm or what, but it was a really touching service. But
Trump honors
Yeah.
Diamond at memorial service, claims he didn't know Silk at all. Oh,
oh God.
Thanks, Post.
Wow.
And Mr. President, there are those that
Oh,
write
this is
history.
2020. Hey,
Candace,
you met with them.
And I want you to know that you are making history.
Well, also Candace hates Diamond and Silk. This is the reason why she never offered condolences, because she knew that Diamond and Silk sincerely loved Trump. They were there for him since 2015. You know what I'm saying? While she was supporting Bernie and writing blogs, you know, talking about Trump had a mushroom 2-inch penis, you know what I'm saying? You know, she was clowning Trump, and then all of a sudden she comes out as Red Pill Black and like, oh, by the way, I'm mega now, blah, blah, blah. But Diamond and Silk, I'm gonna tell you guys something. They are not grifters. They are the real deal. When I tell you that those two ladies supported Trump, and like, I think I'm against the whole blindly following someone, but in my opinion, they was like, he could do no wrong. They were, you know, literally ride to die. Donald Trump.
Is a happy little Oreo going on right here.
Well, if you want to look at
That
the history, though, I mean, like, because I remember Diamond and Silk from the very beginning, because I was like, you know what, they're actually bringing really important Black issues to the forefront. One of them being like the HBCU funding, and Trump was one of the first guys to actually be like, hey, like, we're going to designate funding and make sure that it doesn't go away. Whereas a lot of people don't know that most presidents, they have the right to restrict or allow funding for HBCUs, which is the historically Black colleges. And you have not only that, they talked about a lot of Black issues as far as urban kids in the community and how a lot of the plight of the urban child and like what was happening. And you could see like that they actually did care, and
they were sincere. They were
really
sincere.
were,
They were not grifting like Candace, and you know, they were sincere with those two. I told people, I said, you guys know I love going after grifters because there's so many on the right. I said, but you never see me go after Diamond or Silk, because those two ladies were sincere and they really loved and supported Trump.
Wow.
I just really hate that Diamond passed away. Jeez Louise, dude. This is,
and it happened.
That's just really sad.
Suddenly. Yeah. Like I think Silk like witnessed it. It sounded horrible.
She was right there. Well, they never leave without each other. They're always together. It's like they twins, but they're just sisters.
I really pray for Silk because how close they were. And
I hope she doesn't have the heart. What is that called? The heartbreak syndrome?
I know. I really hope that she has a lot of people around her, because like, I mean, they were so thick. Like they were each other's shadow. And so it's like, how do you go on like that? And I heard some people being like, Silk's going to have to like learn some talking points because she was the hype man. Like she'd just be like,
she was my favorite. She was my favorite.
And I was like, oh no.
I don't think she's gonna do it. She can't do it without her sister, because she was the hype man. She was like,
how can you just be
you better tell him. And what he say? Yep, that's right.
To that. I would still hear her say those things. I don't know.
I would watch an hour of that, no problem.
Maybe Silk could be our hype man. Maybe we could get her on.
Oh, we should. The broken heart syndrome, though, is a real thing. Actually, my great grandparents died of that. It was my grandmother died, and then 6 months later, it was either my grandfather died and then my great grandmother died 6 months later. But either way, they were 6 months apart in death. And they always say that, it was my great grandfather died, and then my great grandmother died, and they said that she died of a broken heart. It's a real thing.
Yeah,
that's so sad.
That happened to my grandma and grandpa.
Oh, which I mean, it's like you look at that back in those days, and you're like, why don't we have that love today anymore? You know, like why don't we have that? You know, I don't know. Like it's just society is just so much different these days. You know, but at the same time, like let's just be real. Like my grandparents, my grandmother was a stay-at-home mom with 4 kids. My grandfather worked on the docks at Procter & Gamble in downtown Chicago, worked his way up to manager. He was able to afford 2 cars, single family home, send his kids to good schools.
Wow.
All on that salary. Okay. Now, people are
he didn't no one had to sell feet pics.
Exactly.
No one...
Exactly.
Yeah. There wasn't any OnlyFans back then.
Yeah, your grandma didn't have to vacuum seal her panties and send them off to an unknown customer.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Seal your panties to a customer.
Back there used to only be one fan, the guy you were married to.
Right. Your only fan was your husband.
Exactly. And you look at it, you're kind of like, what has changed? And that's where sometimes I get like, I might sound a little lefty where I get, I'm like, why is it that these corporation CEOs make so much money and the workers are fighting for like just a regular wage? I mean, you look at like and mind you, you're starting to see Michael Moore, for example, start to tiptoe more and more to the right because he sees how all of these major companies, like your Fords, your GMs, all that stuff, like you look at Flint, Michigan, where all of these guys had really good salaries and the economy was really going. And then the minute that NAFTA came in with Clinton and they all went to Mexico for cheap labor, or they went over to China for cheap labor, but mainly Mexico, that whole family dynamic and people making money from a good factory job changed. And that was the pure middle class that Republicans used to fight for. And that's my one issue with Republicans to this day, is that, they can tell you, oh yeah, we're fighting for the middle class. We want him back. We want him back. No, you fucking don't. Because then you wouldn't be letting all these guys get away with shit. That's the only problem that I have, which is when you look at a guy like Trump and you're like, okay, yeah, he was fighting for that same shit too. But then, only 4 years, you can only do so much. And now it's like, okay, well, what do we do now? And when you have far-right Trumpers and progressives like your Jimmy Dore progressives, who I've been on the show with Jimmy Dore, when y'all are agreeing on shit, somebody's missing. And what that is it's the Democratic and Republican elite, and you find out it's the same goddamn party. And they don't want you to succeed because they need to keep you down to stay down, because if you stay down, they keep rising up.
Right.
And I am stepping off my soapbox.
Oh my God. Wow.
She's like, shut up, bitch.
No, you're so right. You're so right. Because like Trump was a New York Democrat, wasn't he? Just like a 90s liberal, basically. And then you go, oh, but there was a time I really did love Trump. And then you go, man, I just won't attach or like anybody because everyone sucks.
That's what I say now, vote third party. And we saw with Kevin McCarthy and all that bullshit, all of them, like they will immediately succumb to the first, well, vote for me and I'll do this for you. I mean, a lot of people ask me in DC what it's like, reporting on a lot of this shit. It's like House of Cards, but also meets Veep at the same time. Like it's all about backroom deals, and if you don't believe me, look at what happened to fucking Matt Gaetz, where they got in his face that night.
Oh, and yeah. It was about to fight him.
The night of the vote, right?
Right. Yeah. And that's why I was so pissed at Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz, because I was like, you were the two ones that like rang the balls in, stick it out.
Matt said, I don't know if we'll find out. Matt said that we are not giving any more money to Ukraine. And so he wanted to make sure that there was no, I guess, no compromise on that. And so we'll see. So far, they haven't brought it up for vote. So that's good.
Right.
Well, it seems like they really are not. The Republicans are going to be pretty fixated on not raising the debt ceiling unless we can really like cancel some other debt and cancel other spending. And
the first spending you need to suspend is the billions of dollars that was sent to fucking Joe Manchin's wife for under the Green New Deal. Remember how he was bitching so much about the coal companies and all of this and all of that, and we need to make sure that that's in there. Yeah, it was to his goddamn wife. That's why when a politician starts bitching a lot, look at either the family ties or start looking at like the different little payouts that they're going to start getting.
Yeah.
Like, for example, tomorrow,
let me see the purse your wife is carrying, and then
100%. And that's where like tomorrow, like DeFango, he's going to be on with me and my buddy Kit from Hardlands Media. Kit, very far progressive, me kind of moderate, but like, sometimes very, very centrist at the same time. But when you start seeing again, your Bernie Sanders folks with your Trump folks, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, somebody's not the middle here isn't clicking. Your elite Democrats and Republicans, and that's why they get so scared. And that's where, like, I'm still angry with Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert, because I still feel like, no, you should have held out longer than you should have. Voting present is literally just saying I surrender. And
he gave up.
Yeah,
that's like what I do in bed. I'll just be like, present.
And that is a completely different situation, because at least Matt Gaetz is getting paid. You are not.
Wow.
You know, and that's the other thing too, is like when you see a lot of this shit happen, you also though do see where Matt Gaetz, when that guy got in Matt Gaetz' face with him, Lauren Boebert right next to him, you do see him say, I told you this. I told you I wanted this, and that's what I want. Because I was streaming it live. And I was like, oh my God, is this the first time that we're actually seeing fucking democracy in action?
Could you read lips?
Oh, well, you could actually see where he's like, I told you this. I told you this. Now, granted, okay?
Uh-oh. Oh, you're muted, Faran.
No, I did that for a reason.
I know.
Still see that?
Yeah, you could still tell that she was saying that.
That was what Lila was doing the first 2 hours.
Exactly. But when you see that happen, you know, and then you're like, oh, but hang on, then you finally vote president. So clearly something happened there. And that's where I brought up the picture of every Republican in the Freedom Caucus that folded. And I said, every person in that district of that person that folded, there was only 4 that didn't.
Wow.
But the rest of them, they should be asking, why did you fold and what the hell did you get out of it? And I was like, write your congressman, ask what they got out of it, because they're not gonna tell you. I'll even bring up this damn graphic.
Do you think
can see
money
really
or we'll get to that other thing.
Concessions, that's what they got.
A committee seat, or whatever the hell you want. But they're not gonna tell you. And that's where I said every one of them should be writing them and saying
$50 blowjob.
What in the hell did you get? Yeah.
Well, I heard at DC it starts out $150.
Wow.
Well, 150,000 or
No, $150.
Oh, well, that's the other thing too, is like, you know, you see a lot of this crap where and I'll show you this really quick, just to show you guys in case it's your district.
Told everything they got out of it on Tim's show. What episode was that?
No, he was on like a couple days ago.
There's still not a lot that have come out and said what they actually got. And honestly, I'll be frank. There are times where I don't trust SimpCast, just because it's easier to play neutral and say like, oh well, you know, okay, and not ask the tough questions.
I just don't like Tim. Tim Pool, I don't like you. I just want you to know that.
He's not watching.
I honestly, like, I used to like him, but then I got to the point where I was like, you know what, you
that is the most flip floppy pancake.
Thank you,
idiot I have ever met in my life. And people liked, like, I showed people the trick he does where he can play to both sides of the fence, and I'm not going to do it now, but I told people I'm about to give you a speech, and I'm going to be for the Second Amendment, and I'm going to be anti-Second Amendment. And then in the speech I gave talking points about, you know, supporting the Second Amendment, blah, blah, blah. And then I kept talking about we need to have guns. We need to have gun laws to protect the children. And I said, did you see the difference? And everybody was like, yeah, you was, and people was typing in the chat, oh yeah, you was for the Second Amendment. You was against the Second Amendment. I said, see, this is what Tim does all the time. He talks on both sides of his mouth, and he doesn't take a stand. He doesn't take one stand. And that caters to a lot of centrists.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the centrist guy. Go ahead.
And well, and mind you too, I want you guys to realize something really, really quick. Okay, so you see the 4 guys. It's Andy Biggs of Arizona, Bob Good, Matt Rosendale of Montana, and Eli
Crane looks like he is on his tippy toes so he can be tall enough to ride a ride.
But you know what though?
That's what he looks like.
Where is he looking at? Like, I want to know what he's looking at. He looks like he just saw some like ice knockers on a tall chick.
But Here's the thing, though, is Eli Crane, this is his first vote ever in Congress. And he said, fuck no, number one.
Wow.
Number three, Andy Biggs, Arizona. Bob Good, Virginia. Matt Rosendale, Montana, which, shout out to Yellowstone. Fucking love you people. But they were the only ones that finally took a stand. Boebert and Matt Gaetz eventually fell. But everybody else here is a member of the Freedom Caucus. And they were the ones that eventually voted for McCarthy. Okay.
Oh.
When you
Wait, who would have been better? Who else was running?
They wanted Jim Jordan.
They wanted what was the brother name? I should remember him because I like looking at his nice haircut.
Well, another one was Byron Donalds of Florida.
Yeah, that's
who was
Byron.
down in the
That's
bottom
who it is.
left.
Byron. Yeah, Byron.
Yes.
Byron. Was
They voted for a bunch of other people, but
even Trump.
Yes, yeah. Well, Matt Gaetz brought about Trump, but Trump only got 2 votes. But here's the one thing that I want everybody to realize is that back in the day, in the 2018 House of Representatives, you had the Progressive Caucus come in, and you had guys like Jimmy Dore and all these other people it was a movement called Force the Vote, meaning bring Medicare for all to the floor. The Progressive Caucus, which is about 22 members, could literally withhold their vote for Nancy Pelosi as speaker until she decided and promised to vote for Medicare for all. And they were told by this Progressive Caucus, well, we can't do that. Otherwise, Kevin McCarthy is going to become in control. What this proved, the Republicans proved, at least, if anything, these 15 Republicans proved, is that you actually can force a vote on certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, this actually was also happening literally 2 years later to the day when our democracy almost fell, right? When democracy was almost diminished because a group of fucking assholes decided to go into the Capitol and be, little pricks or whatever, and the whole country almost upturned and blah. But mind you, this is actually democracy at work. And they were saying, oh, you're not being united enough. You're not being strong enough against the other party. And Democrats saying, see, look how we're united. And we're united, mind you, on the anniversary of where democracy almost fell. Isn't it ironic that the anniversary of where democracy almost fell, 2 years later, you're actually seeing democracy at fucking work. And it was these folks here saying, nope, I want less money to Ukraine. I want one person to come forward. If Kevin McCarthy, if you don't do your job, we have the votes to get you out of speaker, which that was his biggest holdup. He did not want that because that was Nancy Pelosi backtracked on that when she came in as Speaker of the House, or came in as Speaker of the House. You had to be a House position in order to come through and say, I want to remove Speaker, and you got to be a head of some committee. Okay. You have all of these 15 people that literally were holding out one by one, almost that Braveheart hold. And you know what? Progressives were rooting these people on. When in the hell have you seen the far left and the far right come together and say, hold out as long as you can? Why? To show the other side, oh yeah, you didn't have to fold. Actually, forcing a vote does happen. It can make some changes. So that's why progressives are now siding with the Freedom Caucus, because they're like, hey, we realized that you actually can get shit done. But mind you, people that are now leaving the Progressive Caucus are people like your AOC and your Cori Bushes that are all for you. And oh my God, we're gonna help you out. Bullshit. You're
nobody.
Exactly.
What do you think about what the squirrel has to say? Nah, it's about populism. The Freedom Caucus proved to be actual populists. Progressives failed to be actual populists.
And you have guys like Jimmy Dore who are now saying, I am no longer progressive. I'm a populist. And that, folks, is how the Whig Party was formed. History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme a lot.
Wow. Except in 2023, it would be the Weave Party, not the Whig Party.
Yeah.
Preferably lace front.
The weave party. Exactly.
I'd join a weed party, but a weave party, I don't know.
You look like you're already in the weed party.
I am in the weed party for
But
sure.
there you go. You know.
I could use a weave
you
though,
have it.
although I don't think I actually have enough hair to get a weave.
Exactly. So
I do have a
there
wig,
you go.
though.
Holy shit.
I know,
was
deep
this
dive,
was
but
yeah, you're so knowledgeable, Farron. Or at least
No,
you
this is my
sound like
job
you
to
are.
study
I'm
this
gonna have
shit.
to fact check you.
I have never been raped by a Republican, progressive, or Democratic congressman. But if I was, I would charge $150,000. There you go.
I would charge a lot less. This was a great show, guys. Thank you all for coming and staying and hanging. And some of us brought cleavage and some of us didn't. I'm looking at you, DeFango. Tree of
I don't
Logic.
really have.
Where you can find some. You could find some if you wanted to. Tree, where can people find you and follow you?
On Twitter, tree_of_logic. Be careful. Even though we're under strict censorship, I'm pretty edgy. If you want to know, just read through my Twitter feed first before you follow me. I don't tweet a lot,
Disclaimer.
but when I do, it's pretty out there. And then you can also find me at the Treehouse News on YouTube. And also my website. I'm sorry, my website first and foremost, treeoflogic.com. Yeah, there.
Thank you so much, Tree. You're an absolute delight.
Thanks
and
for having me.
So much fun and bright, and just I adore you.
Thank you.
Lila Hart.
Hello. This was so much fun, you guys. It was so nice to meet you too, Tree.
Yeah, nice to meet you too,
Sexy
Lila.
Red. I love it. Okay, you guys can find me at lilahart.com, lilahart.com/documentary. Be sure to watch my films, American History of Voter Fraud and World Death Organization. I also was recently on Sam Tripoli's podcast, so check that out because it was awesome. And I will be in San Diego featuring for Chrissy Mayr next month, February 24th and 25th. So,
And Pasadena, right? Maybe.
possibly, maybe
Okay.
because my anniversary is on the 22nd. So I'm still
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
but I will be in San Diego for sure, and I'm so
Amazing. Fair and balanced. Thank you for jumping on. Thank you for showing us your cat. Cats, plural. Cats, plural.
Yeah,
Where
my
can
my
people-
pussies.
Yes.
You can find me at any
In the future, all women will have two pussies. I think.
exactly.
Yeah.
You can find me at any
The AI
freaking
has their way.
recovering like freaking adrenaline clinic in Washington D.C. No, I'm kidding. Seriously. But yeah, fair and balanced anywhere, all over the place. And yeah, for your local DC insider shit. Yeah. And thanks for having me on. It was lovely to meet everybody, including you.
Hold on. Usually at the end, do a dance party.
And then DeFango tomorrow on Heartlands Media. Which again, opposite side of the aisle, but we all kind of agree on the same thing. Don't lie.
That's right.
Have that damn song.
All right. DeFango, how was your first SimpCast?
I had a really great time.
No, I'm kidding. Thank you for coming on. You were very helpful with unraveling and detailing all these details.
No, I appreciate you guys bringing me on. I was surprised that even happened because I am not a lady, but I guess I could be a member of the SimpCast, and I appreciate you guys, like bringing me up and let me chop it up with y'all. It's been a fantastic interacting with all of you.
That was great. Follow DeFango on Twitter at.
You can follow me everywhere at Merlin or at Manuel DeFango. I had a update everything on that. Yeah, it used to be just at DeFango, but as you will start to notice, if you look for DeFango, you'll just find a lot of suspended things.
Imagine that.
Censorship sucks, man.
And get tickets to my comedy shows at Chrissie's BrittanyMayer.com. I'll be in Rochester beginning of February, San Diego and Pasadena end of February, Staten Island and Jersey in April, Dallas, Texas in May, Houston in August. Watch Compound Media Mondays at 7 p.m. for the West Spot. Friday Night Tights on Fridays, 4 o'clock on Nerdrotics channel. Follow everybody. Share